What is up? What is up, New Delhi? Okay, that's what I love to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you all on this auspicious occasion when we find out who will be the champions of Pokémon Unite India Open 2023. Now, trainers have battled here. Thousands of trainers have played and they have given blood and sweat just to qualify right here and be able to play on this stage. But you never know what could happen. We have seen teams like SHUL and Revenant get eliminated. There have been roster shuffles, and now we are here today to witness history as we make it right here with you guys. Well, to all the trainers who are watching us from home, we welcome you all as well, and everyone who's out here, warm welcome to you guys. But there are a lot of announcements, of course, that I have for you. First of all, for all those who have come up here, you might have received some tokens, some raffle tokens, right? So keep it handy, do not lose it, because at the end of the day, we have a very, very big giveaway. We have 40 plus lucky winners who will be walking away with keychains, plushie, and of course, WCS jersey. Now, I wanted to get my hands on the WCS jersey. I couldn't, but you could be that lucky winner who walks it away with all. But for that, you need to stay till the end of the show. And of course, who would want it? Now, I'll of course tell you. So, overall, now I know many of you do not, you of course want to know that what is going on, right? So, I'll speak it to you in Hindi as well. So, जो भी यहाँ पर आए हैं, आप लोग यहाँ रुक जाइए, बिल्कुल भी कहीं मत जाइएगा, because एक बहुत बड़ा giveaway है. वो गिवअवे क्या होगा? 40 प्लस टोटल आपको कीचेन्स मिलने वाले हैं, आपको मिलने वाले ऑफ कोर्स 3 WCS के जर्सीज जो आप जरूर फ्लॉन्ट कर सकते हैं अपने पोकेमॉन के फ्रेंड्स के साथ, एंड आपको एक प्लशी भी मिलेगा. तो एकदम दिन के अंत में जब हमारे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स खत्म हो जाएंगे, देन वी विल बी हैविंग दैट गिवअवे सेगमेंट. बट फॉर दैट यू नीड टू स्टे हियर. नाउ, a very important announcement here. I think many of you might also know there is ACL, which is about to start, right? So what about it? Let's take a look. We have our video right here for you guys.
Of Asia, it is Hong Kong, undefeated from the very start of the tournament.
Asia Champions League 2024. We saw what happened in 2023, right? The champions of ACL 2023, they actually got taken down by our Indian team. Not completely, but at least for a round. And that was the only round where any team could take down the champions, Luminosity Gaming. Well, it was our very own team that went there, our Indian team, SHUL Esports. Unfortunately, we know the meta has changed overall. New Pokemon have come in. And of course, there are surprises that are waiting. So, about ACL 2024, there's 3 things which you need to keep in mind. The first of all, that top 6 teams from India Open. So yes, not just these 4 teams that are going to play right here. 2 more teams from the lower bracket, round number 3, who got eliminated are also going to be able to play ACL 2024 India qualifiers, which is starting in December. 9th December, 16th December, and 23rd December. These 3 are the dates of the qualifiers. You can watch it live, of course. We'll be there for you guys. And then the winning team of the India qualifiers, they go and play LAN. Where? Any guesses? I want to hear from the audience. Do you have any guesses where the LAN finals for the ACL 2024 will be? Any guesses, anyone? No one? Okay, I'll give you a hint. Many people want to go there, but they are still trying to go. Nobody has still, most of you haven't gone there. Any hints? Anyone now? Yeah, I hear it. Someone told me that. Yes, you are absolutely correct. The winning team gets to go to Bangkok and play against the top teams from every other country. Last time we did see in ACL, there were so many countries. I think around 17 to 18 teams came to play, and they were putting up a great show. And very importantly, Pokemon Unite, it just keeps growing and growing. And we have seen how many changes have happened. Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Well, I was there. I was watching the tournament, and I remember how God's Reign, they came in from the lower brackets and lifted the trophy. Will it be the same story for 2 teams particularly in the lower brackets? FSE Sports, and of course, you never know. Maybe Team Griffin will be able to lift the trophy as well. Anything can happen. We have 4 matches stacked up for you. The first game, of course, will be the winner bracket finals. It could be a very nice saying if you put it as it is the finals before the grand finals, because both the teams, they are stacked. They have taken down teams like Clown5, NDY, SATUL, Revenant, everyone. And in fact, True Gravity, who are going to play in the winner brackets, did take down Team Griffin. So Team Griffin, they are looking for a revenge story. And I would love to see a revenge story happening in the grand finals. A lot of things are going to happen. There is a meet and greet, of course. We have 2 creators who have come down just for you to meet you guys. And of course, there will be giveaways, which I've already told you. The raffle tokens are very important for that. So keep it in hand. Do not lose it. You might lose on a plushie. You might lose on a keychain. You might, of course, lose on the jersey, which many people want to wear. Now, Pokemon Unite fans, I want to hear it from you guys again. How much do you love Pokemon? So when I say Pokemon Unite fans, there should be a loud cheer in the stadium. So, ready guys? On 3, 2, 1. Pokemon Unite fans! Oh, yeah, everybody's stacked. Everybody's feeling that energy. Now, it's not just me who's feeling the energy along with you guys. The players need to also feel the energy, right? So when the games are going on, I'm pretty sure the audience are going to be much louder in the making, in the noise. But what will happen today? Who can win this tournament? This is a big league now. This is all right here happening in front of you. Now, first match, like I was telling you guys about it, first match is very crucial for that confidence booster. If you win it, you go directly to the grand finals. There's no another game coming in for you. You just need to chill, watch out on what happens in the lower brackets. Lower brackets, game number 4, that's round number 4, will be happening right after that. And exactly after that will be the lower bracket finals. Lot of things can go wrong. Lot of things can go right. It all depends on just one single factor. Who makes the least number of mistakes? But the teams who have already, not been able to make it here, of course, they did put up a fight, but that fight, well, it was not as good as these teams have shown up. Now, we have, of course, very renowned players playing. We'll have Nova playing, who used to be one of the very popular team, former player. And again, then we'll have Volk, of course, who also had a team of his own, but now he's made his own team and he's going to play with them. And I was speaking to Volk, actually. He was very confident in saying that, yeah, his team is all ready for it and they've prepared everything that there could be. We did see some games early in the morning today, and those games, trust me, it might seem very light for you guys, but the teams who played it, they did understand a lot about their opponent, especially with the Pokemon draft. But are we ready to call on the teams? I want to hear it from the audience. Audience, if you can all tell me, are we ready to call on the teams on the stage here? Are we ready, audience? Shall I call them? Are you sure? Are you guys ready? Can I hear it again, please? Is the audience ready? So many people are here. I mean, I can see literally kids coming in here. This is Pokemon Unite. Whenever we say the word Pokemon, it's nostalgia kicking in. I think many of you have played other versions of Pokemon as well. I remember when I was in college, just roaming around like this with the phone, right? You know what game I'm talking about, right? We all used to search Pokemon. But now, all thanks to Pokemon Unite, all those Pokemon coming in again, grinding every day, reaching Master. By the way, Greninja players, I still hate you. Don't worry about it. So don't take Greninja. I really hate that Pokemon. But again, we are fully ready. And one by one, I'm going to call the teams up on stage. But which team do we call up on first? We, of course, have very stacked teams here. Anyone can win it. The entire game has changed. 2 minutes, the final stretch. That is where everything gets done. One simple mistake can cost you a lot. One legendary play. I still remember Volk's team. They actually secured Rayquaza with Blissey Unite. Can you believe it? Yes, Bliss Assistance was used in securing Rayquaza. And that's the reason that they're going to play here. But are we ready to call the teams, though? I'm still thinking whether I should call them or not. I know many of you will not like it. Yeah, let's call them. Okay, fine. Okay, I'm going to call them. All right. So for the first team who's going to come up here in front of you, let us all welcome Team True Gravity. My God. Can I have some cheer for these boys here? Can I have some cheer from the audience? That's more like it. There's a statement. There is a statement. Whenever I come to Delhi, many people tell me it's called Dilwalo ki Delhi, right? So I'm going to call the IGL first. Let's see how Dilwala is first. So the IGL, please step forward. So, how are you doing, first of all? You're doing great? Okay, let me just test. Okay, 1 second. Yes, now we're live. So, to all the fans that have come up here, right? To all the fans watching you, you want them all to support you, right? So, any message you have so that you get all the support and not the other.
I mean, thank you guys for showing up, and I hope you enjoy the games.
That's right. Okay. And which team will be the toughest to beat among all of them?
That will be us.
That's you.
Yes.
I need mirror copies of you, to place it on the other side. But I like the confidence. I like the the overall confidence that he has. But let's call upon the second team. Shall we call your opponent's in? Yes, we'll call the opponent's in. Who do you think their opponent is? This is true gravity, right? So who do you think will their opponents be? Yes, it is going to be Forge Your Legacy. And Forge Your Legacy, it's a brand new team. So let's welcome on the stage. Please welcome and put your hands together for Team Forge Your Legacy. Lot of fans for you there, Volk. Lot of fans for you. But Volk, yes, he is the IGL of the team. So Volk, if you could please step forward. I have 2 questions for you. And the first question is, how do you like the vibe of India Open 2023?
Nice, I guess.
That's nice.
Yep.
Not completely killer, completely.
More crowd than we expected. So yeah.
All right. So what message do you have for all of them? Should they cheer for you or for your opponents?
Enjoy the game.
All right.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of chaos.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And how confident are you in your team actually lifting the trophy?
We have a new team. Like these guys, some of them are kind of new to competitive. So will be fun. I'm more excited to play the games than the results. So let's see.
All right. It's going to be fun. Absolutely. Yep. Thank you so much, Volk. And without any further ado, we are ready to go forward with the winner bracket finals. Yes, this is the direct golden ticket into the grand final. So teams, you can head to your stations as our casters are ready, and our lovely boys, our handsome boys Fixes and Sam will walk you through the entire game that's happening here. Casters, please take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Captain. And it is that time of the year, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah.
Or may I call Lucifer, or may I think that you go by another name?
I decided today because it's Pokemon, I'm going to be the Giovanni of the house. I'll try to bring in Team Rocket in and try to steal something from here, which Captain promised, right? There's going to be giveaways. I'm looking forward to who our winners are going to be down the line, but right now we are also looking forward to who the winners are going to be of this upper bracket finals because they directly enter to the grand finals.
Yeah, you have a massive advantage over there. The first game coming in, we've got True Gravity, we've got Forge Your Legacy, everybody just trying to test their mettle in that. But when you talk about the entire thing overall, right? When you talk about last year's Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, we did not have any of those grand finalists amongst us here.
Yes.
That goes on to show how the competition has evolved over just a span of that 1 year. WCS Kamit, we've got teams like SA2L who have not yet made it into the grand finals or maybe to the LAN. As a matter of fact, now this is going to be really exciting because when we had a conversation with the players of Forge Your Legacy, they did talk about new players coming into the team, and that has also been the case with True Gravity, with replacing another one of their players. Now, I'm really nervous, Giovanni. You need to, help me out with what's going to happen because 2 new trainers coming in, that absolutely changes the dynamics.
I think right as now, as we see this Pokemon Unite circuit here in India, right, it has seen a major change. You mentioned about it, not just in terms of what we are seeing here on LAN, but even in the online stage, we had players in various teams. Even the well-known teams had different lineups coming through. So a major big change happened in those rosters, which has caused a lot of trouble. And also there were teams who kind of, all those OG players built their own teams and they still did not manage to qualify. That's how I think Pokemon Unite over the time has evolved. Like, you cannot stick on to the usual metas that was there, and right now the meta is so rapidly changing with recent patches coming in, has been causing trouble. You mentioned about also the new player who's right now joining them on LAN, not on the roster in a whole, but joining them on LAN. Vixion, as you mentioned about that, God's Reign, they were the ex-winners of India Open 2022, right? And none of the players here are on LAN, and that's a big surprise. And also the other teams also, none of them were the winners till now. Even when we saw FSC Sports, right? FSC Sports are our runner-ups of India qualifiers of WCS, but they are also not yet a winner. They are here looking forward to the title, and as we were talking about the journey, the brackets right in front of our screens, I think TG right now, not get confused, this is Team True Gravity, not the Griffin. Team True Gravity, their journey we thought would end when they fought with Griffin, right? It should have been Griffin going ahead. But discussion and interesting stuff coming out.
Exactly.
Griffin here, Griffin there. There's been Griffin changes happening. So Team True Gravity, as you see right as now, were players of Griffin. And on the other end, the Griffin right as now that you see is the newer Griffin. So there's so much that we kind of expect right as now from Gravity. And next coming in is going to be Forge Your Legacy.
Indeed. I mean, with the trainers changing their allegiance recently, having new teams formed, it's going to be really exciting because when you talk about a team like True Gravity, I think they were the ones who surprised us a lot because, you know, they've got some experienced players in there. But again, it was a changed roster. They come in and they're now in the upper brackets. But again, we've got to talk about a team like Forge Your Legacy. Now, this is again one of those teams, you know, that has the likes, the experience of a player like Volk. You've got Ruben also into the mix, who's been kind of making a lot of buzz around the Pokemon Unite community. So he's definitely one of those players to look out for. But for all the viewers that are watching the broadcast and here in the KD Jadhav Indoor Stadium, we've got to inform them. This match has consequences, right? The winner of this match directly heads on to the grand final. And well, whoever is the loser, then they get another chance. So you've got that little bit of a cushion. But bear in mind when you are in LAN, I think it really matters, the momentum that you need to build up, that really comes into play, because in the lower brackets, we've seen that lower bracket dream run really becoming true even in the last time.
Yeah, in India Open 2022, it was God's Reign and Revenant. God's Reign were pushed to the lower bracket. They decided to avenge that, moved back again to the grand finals and put Revenant down, became the champions. And I think the lower bracket runs itself looks interesting. And why we are speaking about this is at the end of this best of 3 game, one team will make their move towards the lower bracket. Talking about their roster, as you can see, it's going to be Zishol, Vulcan, Meriam, and it's not Vixion. The one change that we spoke about, and this man directly is playing on LAN. Suyu. I think this can be a game changer, but also we have seen first game jitters come through fixes.
The first game jitters definitely coming in true, but for your Legacy, you know, they've also made that one small change. It's not going to be Artist anymore. We do see Darkness. Now, this really changes a lot of things, right? Now you start wondering which role does Darkness really fit in, what has he got, and with the recent patch update, we've got a lot of new Pokemons that might be back, some new Pokemons that haven't been played before, could be in the Theaskai runes, but regardless, we've seen, you know, Volk and Zisol go against each other, you know, a lot of times. You know, we've also seen Meriam, one of those players in the community right from the very start. But Ruben, we've been talking about this new trainer on the block. We've seen Fura, we've seen Doc, we've seen them from quite some time. So I'm really interested because this also could be the potential grand finals. Who knows? The loser from here goes on to win the low bracket finals, gets to play a revenge matchup, because it's all about getting at it and trying to win the game, because it is for the ultimate glory to become the masters over here and also to etch your name. And of course, Captain did mention about those ACL juicy spots.
Exactly. And right as now, it's going to be our trainers looking forward to making their way, not just here on this Indian LAN stage, but very soon to those international stages and representing our country. And that's what I'm super proud of all these lads, because it's not an easy achievement even to come onto this stage and fight it out. We spoke about the odds, but I think this change of a player on both the teams has evened it out. We'll quickly talk about the team profiles right as now. As you can see, Forge Your Legacy, they've had in terms of overall, if you want to talk about it, that's going to be the map, 2 and 1. Goals that they've secured is going to be 1,432. Knockouts as a whole is going to be 4984 assists. But I think the main thing that we have to look forward to is the damage dealt.
And even darkness, right? Of course, the damage dealt is massive, and every trainer, I really feel, if you're on that ranged attacker or if you're on the speedster role, right? You've got that avenue, you can dish out those massive amount of damage. But when it comes down, the only concern in the mind, that seed has been implanted, right? How are Darkness and Asutsuyu going to perform? Now, they've made those changes. They've come in here as the favorites because when you look at them, they're from the upper brackets. But then on, we have another matchup. It is going to be FSC Sports and Team Griffin coming into the mix. And that also changes a lot of things because, these are two teams we've seen. They've been established. They've played together. FSC Sports, unfortunately, they could not make it to the WCS LAN event happening right in Japan. But today, they've come in here with revenge in their eyes, and they want that trophy, and they want it for themselves, but they've had quite a run. But again, talking about Zsol, he's definitely one of those players to really look out for. Now, a lot of viewers that have joined us on the broadcast and the audience in the arena, tell me something about Zsol, man.
This man, he started off playing the support. And right now is the ranged attacker doing the damage. And at the end, you can see the damage dealt stat. 1.4 million as the team coming through, and I think this has detrimentally changed things here coming in for Team True Gravity. I want to see how this works out. Then coming in Vulcan, Melon, Meriam, as well as Asuyusu. Now, Asuyusu, as we mentioned about him, Vixion, he was playing the ranged attacker and speedster in between. Rodrio's coming through, so we knew his profile, right? But coming to Suyu, I have no idea what he's going to play. Either teams are going to change, will Meriam kind of move things around? But now we'll jump into the players head-to-head as well to try and break things down and see who those players to watch out are. For our picks, we did mention it's going to be on one end Zsol, on the other end it's going to be... and when we move towards this, right, in front of our screens, it's going to be Melon as well as Furia. And both of them doing a lot of damage. As you can see, on one end, it's going to be a speedster. And on the other end, it's a defender coming through. And these days, it has been those EV battles, right? So it's an EV evolution that we end up seeing.
Or rather, we must call it the evolution, right? So what has been happening so far lately, like there was a moment, there was a time when we used to see a lot of Sylveons being picked up. But lately, it's been those Umbreons, it's been those Leafeons. Sometimes you could just put in a Glaceon into the mix. And I believe we might see Glaceon today as well during the group stages. We had a lot to witness. But again, taking a look at the head-to-head of both these trainers, of course, playing on different roles. As a matter of fact, you're going to see those damage numbers being a little different. You're going to see those knockout numbers being a little less on Umbreon. But bear in mind, that Unite move, that Moonlight Prance, really taking away all that shield, those body barriers going into waste and everything. That plays a very critical role. But again, when you talk about Melon and Fura, of course, we know Fura has been there in the community for quite some time, but we've been talking about all these new trainers on the block, right? And Melon has been nothing short of a revelation.
Yeah, I think when we kind of speak about this, right, in terms of teams coming together, right, these 5 trainers in each team were not the team before. Right? To come together and put up a squad here and then to play the upper bracket finals. Especially, I feel like right now the odds are against the side of True Gravity because as we spoke about the journey, right? Team Griffin were the ones who defeated SATUL, put them down to the lower bracket. So people thought it should be Team Griffin moving ahead to the grand finals or the upper bracket finals. Now Griffin is not here. They're in the lower bracket. And all thanks to True Gravity. And I think if True Gravity have done this, it was. That game was all at that last nth minute. And I think their True Gravity just pulled through, had their composure and won that and became the masters of that game. But they're not yet the masters of India Open 2023.
Definitely have their eyes on that. But for all the audience joining us here and who are relatively new to this game of Pokemon Unite, of course, it is a MOBA, right? A multiplayer online-based arena game where you've got 5 trainers, each individually picking up a Pokemon, and we've got certain different roles also assigned for them, and you have to go up against each other. You've got to battle it out. You've got to knock out each other, and then you've got to score goals. At the end of those 10-minute marks, whichever team has the highest goals gets to be the victor. Now, this is going to be a best-of-3 format, so we're going to have at least 2 games. If a team wins both of them, they head on to the grand finals. If the other team also wins a game right in the second matchup, then we're going for a third match, which is going to be the decider, of course. Now, I think the trainers are all getting warmed up. We are absolutely stoked about it, all riled up, just excited to enter into the Thea Sky Runes. And a lot happens at Thea Sky Runes. And I think, Sam, it's time for you to just run me down with what we can expect in game number 1.
I think game number 1 is going to be a lot of chaos. Even
Of
Walk
course.
mentioned it because as the recent patch, right, before when we were playing the qualifiers, which was online, we were playing on one. Right now, especially with the starter Pokemon who've gotten the buff at level 7 with the full evolution coming through. So I'm just hoping for all the Charizard fans out
Charizards?
there, right? We end up seeing the seismic tosses happening. I'm not too sure yet because when we were going in for an early pre-game, right, we ended up seeing a Charizard and I'm like, wait, what? It just got into evolution to a buff and you banning it right out of the gate. But one thing for sure is we can end up seeing again, I think, a default ban on Zacian because players still know it is a Pokemon which has been causing trouble, and especially it's a trouble for the ranged attackers who are your backline players, right? They are the ones who are there to do enough damage and somebody in the front line can immediately find a KO. So if that happens here, it's going to be interesting. But one crucial thing here is both the teams have new players playing on LAN today, and that's a if but an unknown surprise.
You know, a little bit of those sweaty palms, a little bit of that tension building up. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading into Thea Sky Runes. It is going to be game number 1 of the upper bracket finals. It is, of course, True Gravity taking on Forge Your Legacy. And it's time for the ban phases. Of course, the draft is on. And seems like we've got a Hoopa ban coming in. And that's kind of quite understandable, but where do I not see Zacian? So Zacian is in the mix, and somebody's got to definitely pick it up.
Forge Your Legacy have that advantage right now. The first pick, Doc, is he going to go in for Zacian? Now again, mind
Just go
you,
for it.
it is going to be a
Oh my
nerf
God.
a little bit which was done for Zacian, right? The amount of damage of the stun which was there, its duration has been reduced, but on
Hold
the
on.
other end, another buff which recently came in.
Mimikyu. All right, I'm done.
There's Umbreon as well, as we did see, and right now I'm going to enjoy this game because right out of the gate, all these recent patches that have affected are being put into use by these players, right? On the other end, we do not end up seeing a Cliffable. There's the Blissey coming through along with Ruben still having the Mew. I think one choice that True Gravity gave away was this Mew, and Ruben is just too good on it. So I just hope it doesn't become a blunder for them, but Zishol, to save the day, he brings back the Inteleon, and these days we've been seeing it's either a snipe shot, mostly liquidation, but if there is a snipe shot hit coming through, it's a big crit.
You know, there have been moments, right? We've seen those varied builds, but we've got a Lapras also coming into the mix. So it's going to be interesting for True Gravity as to how they're going to approach things down. But a Blastoise is another one of those picks that could be anticipated. But a Tyranitar, I did not see this coming from miles afar. Still yet to be selected, but I'm pretty much sure that I'm going to lose my mind if that happens. And indeed, it has. What on earth is this draft? We get to see a Zacian, we get to see a Mew, we get to see a Tyranitar. Now, that's a lot of tank that we're talking about. You know, and on the other side, it's a Comfy.
I think right now as we said, right, expect the unexpected is this game. A Comfy lock as well as coming in. It's going to be super interesting. We don't see a speedster, but we still end up seeing a Comfy. I think this is going to be a duo between Mimikyu as well as Comfy. That's the intention, very clear coming through. On the other end, I do want to see this double all-rounder setup coming through. Darkness, he's going to be the new player, joining and immediately picking up. Initially, when he was playing tests, he was playing on the Speedster, so I thought he should be jumping into the Speedster. This is going to be super interesting. Final preparation coming through. Quickly looking towards the items. There was an attack weight on Mariam. He changes it. He goes for the Razor Claw and Scope Lens along with Cursed Bangle.
You know, I'm really actually keen to look at how Seesalt's going to perform, right? Especially when we were talking about the ranged attackers having a lot of trouble against Zacian. That's where his position comes into play, because when you are a ranged attacker, you've got a lot of damage for sure. But again, you've got to pay attention to your positioning. And if you are caught a little off guard, a little astray from your teammates, then it's basically you're done for. But, you know, we've got the Mimikyu in the mix. And that is something that I really want to talk about more, because this is, again, one of the latest additions to the Pokemon Unite pool of the Pokemons that we have. And we haven't seen this before. And there was this debate that is it going to be allowed? Is it going to be not? We decided to go ahead with it. And now we have it being played in the upper bracket finals. So what are we going to expect from this Pokemon? But before that, the game's already begun. Forge Your Legacy from the purple side. We've got True Gravity on the orange. The audience out here, everybody, they're going to be enjoying it. So let's just deep delve into the game as it has already begun.
The Tyranitar is super crucial. They're sending it to the mid path. The Larvitar has to evolve. On the other end, it looks like Comfy and Mimikyu, we already spoke about it. They're already looking forward to if there's anybody hiding or trying to invade that mid path and trying to steal away their buffs. Quickly getting the early score coming through is going to be True Gravity. That's going to be Melon with a quick 4 dunk. He's still not backing off, trying to fight off and take those bunnies. We've hit a quick pause. We should be jumping in, but True Gravity, right from the start, they've showed their aggression. On the other end, you saw on the top path, it was also the Zacian trying to push up to get that initial scores. We will be jumping back into the game very soon. It's going to be a very short pause. But as we saw, right, one end, we have a very late evolution Pokemon coming through. On this end, I would see it is going to be early evolution if they make it happen, especially on the Mimikyu. Mimikyu on level 5. Early damage is something that they might be looking forward to, and that can change the game. Forge Your Legacy still could have done that if they put Zacian on the mid path. But as I said, they want that Tyranitar evolved as soon as possible. They do not want to push it to the later game where it's 7 or 8 minute mark. Then it could be trouble, because if Mimikyu goes all out with a Comfy, we spoke about it, then maybe the game might be done.
Indeed, and that is where I'm really wondering, because now when you look at the roster of Forge Your Legacy, you've got Tyranitar in the mix. Now we know the kind of damage this Pokemon can dish out in those late game stages, but again, True Gravity has gotten that window, a very slim, narrow window. They have to dominate during that mid game, because if you kind of give down the levels to Tyranitar, then it can just solo faint you down. So that is one thing, that True Gravity need to be really cautious about, which I think they are. Now again, talking about Zacian, has to be one of the most banned Pokemons during the group stages of the India Open. But there was that one instance that we got to see it in play. However, the contribution in terms of damage was not there. But the presence from Zacian itself sort of strikes fears in your opponent's hearts, doesn't it?
Zacian is super crucial in terms of making sure that you do not let it get its Eos energy. It doesn't get that experience, right, from the wild Pokemons. If you let that happen, if it uses the Sacred Sword, especially with the Eos boosted attack, that is where the trouble strike, especially for the ranged attackers. And I hope that is going to be a different case here, because we did see, right, pushing on the top path, meaning that your early evolution is put in risk. Early evolution meaning your levels. Now Zacian, I'm not too sure what he'll be doing. In the meantime, Chansey also needs to evolve to Blissey. So I feel like a lot more evolutions coming in from Forge Your Legacy. They need to kind of work on it, but still they have the Mew. I think that Mew is going to be the game changer here coming in for Forge Your Legacy. Evolution coming through, then they unlock the Solar Beam. If that is done, right, I think Forge Your Legacy might just be able to change the game, because True Gravity's, again, early game seems to be super strong.
Oh, it definitely does seem to be strong. But we've also got Lapras, one of those Pokemons that we've seen quite a lot being picked up during the group stages as well. However, it's not as strong as it used to be before, right? But still, considering the kind of attack that you can get, you can really also escape from those ganks during those fights using the Lapras Express. You can also initiate those fights during using your Unite ability. But that's where, I'm kind of really concerned about how does Comfy really fit in with Lapras in this particular game with Tyranitar in the mix. We're going to keep having these conversations because, we've got Sam with us. He's come up with all those notes prepped up and now back into the game. Now, the first objective for all these teams would be to secure those Ulterius and Swablues at that 8 minutes and 50 seconds marker, because that gives you a substantial level advantage. But from what we can see, both these teams are kind of looking really equal in terms of the levels that they have acquired.
You saw immediately tears were put, and that was about to cause a trouble and even find the first KO. As of now, that has been put to a hold. In the meantime, the top path, level 5, Mimikyu is out, trying to go for a fight. As of now, it's going to be a Lapras as well as Comfy build. 8 minutes 50 is here. Look at that Sacred Sword secures most of that Altaria and Swablu, and Miriam is stuck. That's going to be the KO. And True Gravity, their early game which we spoke about, has been put down and sent back to Nurse Joy.
Oh my god. Now this is something that Forge Your Legacy would have really wanted. A beautiful start for Zacian, but there you can see True Gravity coming in with a response. The Mew still alive with the surf. He escapes, gets that berry, and Ruben. Now this is one of those trainers that has been the talk of the town, right? We've seen him time and again making those plays. Usually it's the Electro Ball, but this time, having that serve there really came in handy.
I think in terms of the top build coming through, it is going to be a Lapras and a Comfy, not going to be a Mimikyu on the other end. Snarl is out, Player Off is being used as of now. Does damage, tries to push them out, making sure that the Inteleon evolves, but that Zacian already on a 2 KO streak on the top path. Right now, it's going to be like top odds are in for Forger Legacy. True Gravity have the bottom odds in their favor, but it's still 50 seconds before we see the first objective being spawned. That's going to be the Regis. I want to see what happens then. Where I'm right as now with Shadow Claw, looking forward to finding a lot more damage. He's at level 7. Talking on the other end, it's going to be a level 8 Jupiter, one level away from Tyranitar, and therefore I think around the 7-minute mark itself, as soon as we see the Regis, the Tyranitar might just be ready to do a lot more.
You know, this is something that Fortune Legacy really wanted, right? Giving him the jungle, he's managed to get those levels up, and True Gravity have not posed any threat whatsoever. Again, a set of Ulteriors and Swap Blues, it's kind of divided, you know, between both these teams. But now what we're going to be focusing at is the Mimikyu getting taken down. Again, another KO for Fura. That means he gets more closer to his level 9, and there you go. That green monster pops out. Now this is where True Gravity, they might be trembling in fear, because now it's time for the bottom objective. You've got to see what's coming in for us. But Darkness, he's got other intentions. He's solo taking down that Regilicki, and he's going to be applying that pressure on the right-hand side.
And on the other end, bottom path, the Regi is being taken by Mew and make sure that there's no kind of steal coming through. They're pushing it with the help of Tyranitar. Secure comes in, Tyranitar himself secures it. That's going to be a buff. Right now, Forger Legacy leading charge, and look at Darkness, how fearful they are, because he also has unlocked his Unite, the Sorin Sword. It's ready. On the other end, it's only Inteleon, who they wanted to evolve early, has the spy vision, but right as now it doesn't seem to be that there's a team fight anywhere. Blastoise, also the first gen starter Pokemon, already evolving around the 7-minute mark, has been super helpful for Forger Legacy, and Forger Legacy, they're driving it in their hands. They're about to even destroy the tier 1 in bottom.
I'm starting to get a little worried about True Gravity, to be honest, right? What do they need to do? Because Forger Legacy, they've managed to take out all those markers, right? They've gotten in those levels on the Tyranitar. It's farmed up. You've got Blastoise already level 8. You know, you've got that Hydro Typhoon coming in. They can initiate those fights, and seems like that is what their intention was. But on the bottom lane, you could see all those Pokemon grouping up. But Mimikyu still searching in for some levels, as Ruben trying to just port them off from their goalpost as Tyranitar marches through. Now this is what we were scared of, and there comes that Hydro Typhoon, the Soft Boiled Eggs, keeping these Pokemons alive right now, as that big Solar Beam not really being able to do a lot of damage, as Dog really on low HP gets fainted off, as now Forger Legacy, they're on a little bit of a retreat.
Force the Mew to use the Mystical Mirage, and now they're trying to secure goals. They want to destroy the bottom tier, but the Mew, it comes, and in the savior end, it is going to be Zacian, uses the Sorin Sword. Majority of them dodge it, and now Zacian is also put to rest, sent back to Feint in the home base, and now True Gravity bring that game back. I think that forced fight towards the bottom part to destroy the goal zone, that's the mistake made, and as soon as Spy Vision was activated, True Gravity took charge.
It is those small tiny mistakes that could cost you a lot. As a matter of fact, we're talking about 10 lakh rupees on the line. But for now, Forger Legacy did have a lot of levels, but True Gravity seemed to have gotten something back in with Melon. Trying to be a little bit of that hindrance, of course, you know, with Umbreon, you've got in that tank, right? Cannot really be easily dealt with, but True Gravity still have a little bit of those problems, because in terms of goal, they're lacking behind. And you can see that sneak score come in through Lapras, and as a result of which, Fortune Legacy have also managed to take down the Regilicki on top. So they're trying to apply pressure on two different sides, but True Gravity, they kind of seem a little distraught.
Zishol is all alone, he might be in trouble. His teammates immediately jump. Spy Vision activated again. It's going to be a team fight which can cause a lot of trouble. Players are super low, finding the first with the help of Mimikyu. That's the healer down there, trying to find another. Tyranitar is down along with their 6th man Regieleki. Another fight that True Gravity wins. They still have to look forward to pushing the top path, because the top path is still not been put with one goal. Finally, they try to make their way in. Darkness, he's stuck. Nice jump coming in from Mimikyu, and then Inteleon's liquidation. That's another team fight being won. Trying to go for a overdunk, and they do get it. Did not get a 50, or did get a 50. And now True Gravity not just took over fights, but take over the goals as well. 273 to 178.
A lot of mistakes being committed by Forger Legacy, and it is costing them a lot right now. We could see those players individually charging in, whilst True Gravity, having their forces united, they are dealing with them one after the other. Now this has come to a point where True Gravity, they were lagging behind in the start. Yes, correct, but they've managed to hold on, and now they are in the driver's seat. Now with just one more minute remaining before that ultimate Rayquaza fight begins, Now Forge your Legacy will need to find a way back into the game because you're looking at a Mimikyu that's level 13, an Inteleon that's level 13, and the moment you hit level 14 and 15, you're going to dish out massive number of damage already. Now with that Lapras, we've seen that Water Pulse build really coming in handy, but Forge your Legacy really need to calm themselves down over right now.
Oh no, again looking forward to fight. It might be the Blissey going down. Walk a little bit in trouble. In the meantime, Zacian tried to swoop in, drains a lot of health. Mimikyu puts the playroom, trying to catch that, but finally the Surf tries to push players out. Melon also right now force of the fight. Suyu trying to help his teammates, but they find the KO on Melon. 20 seconds to go. They need to be a little bit wary. Do not have to give away experience and need to make sure they try and win that team fight. 15 seconds on the clock. Time for Rayquaza and Forge Legacy. Call it to go back to base, go full heal, and then jump back into the game. In the meantime, True Gravity keeping a check in their mid paths as well as on the legendary pit.
Yeah, the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza arrive finally, and it is the final stretch. Trainers all across True Gravity, Forge your Legacy, they will have their eyes on this, especially for Forge your Legacy, because they are on that goal deficit. Of course, with the Setsuyu having that comfy around him, with the triage, we'll get a little bit of that heal. But Forge your Legacy, they need to force this fight. It's very important for them. It's instrumental at this moment. They need to find a certain opening because True Gravity, as a team, they've been playing really well. Of course, Zisol, wanting to open things up, has taken some damage coming in from that solar beam, but the fight is yet to begin. Zisol seems to have been pushed over, but will be responding back as the Hydro Typhoon really comes in. Does not hit anybody, as a matter of fact. Doc really needs to find some heal as he goes through Melon. With that Surf coming in, Melon goes down. Tyranitar is on a rampage.
Suyu might also go down, finally gets the Comfy, and now will try to heal. Doc might be the one who might go down. Mimikyu is here, Spy Vision is activated. Doc, he has nobody to help, and he goes down a wall trying to cause trouble with Egg Bomb, and there is the secure, making sure, acting as a distraction. Forge your Legacy get themselves the Rayquaza shields, running to the goal zones, but True Gravity, they're destroying one after another. Tyranitar is the first one, trying to go for a goal, and yes, he makes it in time. The shield doesn't get destroyed. The 50 is done, making sure that doubles. It's going to be 100, 270 to 273. Still just 5 goals away, but they still find the KO on Inteleon, now chasing Melon. And
Oh
the
my
Zacian
God.
going in for a big score as well, 96. In the meantime, 86 was done, so the score is still close, 20 seconds on the clock. If they manage to secure this goal, there is a chance True Gravity have made a comeback. Yes, they get the 30 and the 14, and the game might have just been True Gravity's. 10 seconds on the clock, Forge your Legacy nowhere close to True Gravity's goal zones.
You know, this is as close as it gets, right? With just mere 10 seconds on the clock, seems like True Gravity might have turned the tides despite losing out on that Rayquaza fight. Forge your Legacy were unable in keeping that lead up, and True Gravity changing things up. Take game number 1 in the bag. Now this is something that we did not really anticipate.
Yeah.
3-7-4, 2-4-4-3. That's what the scoreline has come down to. And Meruem, I think words fall short of how important those final moment scoring were.
Yeah, I think that early game that we were talking about did not work through. Especially, I think the initial top path fight, it did flop. But after that, what happened was especially them leveling up. That bottom path fight, that was the most crucial thing. But one thing that changed, I think, big time for the side of Forge your Legacy is as soon as Darkness made his way in instead of Artist, we can see Volk, he's gone back to the support. I think that's where the change happened. Volk was the one who also playing as the ranged attacker, and right now Ruben, he was the only one, and Ruben doesn't even have a single KO. Melon as well as Suyu played phenomenally, acted as those frontline distractors, right? They were always in front, trying to initiate fights, calling them close, and then came in Zishol. As you can see, 4 knockouts and 8 assists coming in from his end. And I think as soon as they understood, right, even in the Rayquaza fight, tried to chase Zishol, but Zishol, he had his movesets ready. He immediately jumped around using the walls and ran away from all of them and saved. I think if Zishol would have gone down in that last fight when the chase of Zacian was happening, that fight could have been won and Forge your Legacy could have secured. But how close the goals went, we will talk about it in the graph. But quickly talking about the damage dealt, Darkness at 49. I'm pretty sure he'll not be happy that he did so much, especially early game. And Zishol came in towards the end and stole it all.
I think, you know, again, this is one of those Asian games where we're kind of seeing that, yeah, in terms of damage numbers, a lot is not being done. But the presence of Zacian itself, we've been talking about it. Now, Forge your Legacy, now this has to be brought in. because now Rayquaza fight was won by them. Now, I have to give
Yes.
all that credit to Doc. The
Yep.
way he sort of baited out Zsol's Unite move, this George Spy Vision there, he soaked in so much damage
Yep.
whilst his entire team was busy taking down Rayquaza. Of course, Forge Legacy managed to take the Rayquaza down, but as a result of which they could not get enough scoring. That's where Mimikyu really comes into play, right? That's where Meruem really took that spotlight away, because that 89 scoring, that became really important. Now, taking a look at this graph, you could see, right, this is the upper bracket finals, and this is something that you would expect. It's been full of twists and turns, and at the start, we saw Forge Legacy having a really good start. Then it was True Gravity, who sort of grouped up together and started taking down individual Pokemons of Forge Legacy to a point where they were at equal footing. But then, as the game proceeded further, True Gravity started taking a little bit of that lead. But Kamit, the Rayquaza fight, it was Forge Legacy that managed to take it down. But True Gravity had other ideas in mind. They were the ones who went in for the scores, who got those last moment scorings. And there you can see, just after that Rayquaza fight, a lot of those pins out there goes on to show that True Gravity did their scorings right over there. As a result of which, in this best of three, True Gravity has got a lead.
I think that last final stretch, other than the Rayquaza fight or the legendary pet fight, I think it was about the scoring, right? We saw Zacian, as soon as Zacian understood there was darkness, that there are all players who have jumped to the top path. Even though Tyranitar was able to score, I want to save my shield, because others, right, their shield was lost. Blissey, immediately that shield was destroyed and their KO was found. Zacian hid in the tall grasses, waited for the right opportunity, moved to the bottom, making sure that score of 96 is still being done. He does it, but on the other end, as you mentioned, Mimikyu, right, coming in with that 86, that was the game changer, and then winning the fight at that bottom tier 2,
Right.
that worked out, because then Lapras, as you saw, had 15 AOS energy, and the Comfy also had something around 6, so that was around 30 plus 12, 42 of AOS being scored, when the score line was 373 to 4, 373 to 360 something, right?
Right.
It was so close, and we were like, okay, there is still chance. Maybe there's a chance that even the other way, right? They might jump in the mid path, use those fast pools, and make use of the speed and run towards the opponent goal zones. But unfortunately, all the goal zones were destroyed. It was only home-based goal zone on the orange end of things that was there. That was for True Gravity. But True Gravity, what a game that they pulled off. I think even with the meta that they had bought in through, we were kind of skeptical, because
Yeah.
it was Mimikyu again coming in after a long time. We have not seen it even after it was introduced in the fray, right? I think the recent buff has made players a little more confident that they can play with team. But we did even see early game did not work through. Even after that, Mimikyu was level 5. Zacian on level 4 was able to do damage.
I think it's right to say, Sam, that Forge Your Legacy had a really good lead. And there
Yes.
was that one point where you could feel those nerves really taking over. Because during that mid game, correct me if I'm wrong, there were multiple instances where the players of True Gravity sort of grouped up together. And
Yes.
Forge Your Legacy, they were kind of overextending at a certain point. Even after their players were, even after their Pokemons were getting fainted, you could see individually their trainers pushing their Pokemon one after the other. And True Gravity were like, yeah, we're ready for this challenge, bring it on. And that is the moment where they kind of lost in their advantage, but seem to have somehow regained it during that Rayquaza fight, eventually to let it go after the Rayquaza fight. So this match was kind of an emotional roller coaster for all the True Gravity
Yeah.
and Forge Your Legacy fans, but True Gravity kind of seemed to have edged it out just by a little margin.
Yes.
But it's just about game number 1, because game number 2 is still into the mix, and we had both, in fact, collectively lost our minds over the drafts, right? We got to see Zacian, we got to see Mimikyu, some really new picks. Especially Mimikyu was kind of my surprise, but
Yeah.
let's not forget, I kind of really again want to bring the spotlight down to Doc over here with his
Yes.
Blastoise. I think he was pretty phenomenal in this case.
Yeah, I think even he was responsible for making sure that the bottom path control was there, but he made one small mistake. I think that overextension. But after that, he corrected it. You mentioned about that, right? The mid path overextension in the last fight. He made sure that everybody uses their Unite, just completely dump it on him, and it worked out. He eventually did falter, and that's the reason they secured the Rayquaza. But unfortunately, there was no other front line after him. As soon as Doc fell flat, everybody else kind of had situations where I had to just keep running, right? Whereas on the other end, there was Melon as well as Suyu, Lapras as well as Umbreon, which worked out phenomenally in their favor. But right now, it's time for game 2 of this first best of 3 again. Upper bracket finals, crucial chance here for both Forge Your Legacy as well as True Gravity to make sure that they become the grand finalists, one step closer from becoming the champions, the masters of India Open 2023.
It is going to be really important, and we do not want to see both these sides going for a Hoopa ban, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for all the things in the world, they could ban different Pokemons, could really keep out Zacian out of the fray, but seems like again, it's kind of pre-decided at this point. It feels like both of them opting to ban the same Pokemon when you've got an option to ban any other one. But regardless, it's going to be your first pick for Darkness, and as things repeat itself again, Zacian being locked in.
Yeah, now whoever lost will get a chance to go for the first pick in the second game. And that's the reason, because Forge Your Legacy could not go through. They pick that purple side again, get that first pick choice for themselves. On the other end, again, same picks coming in. Miriam as well as Melon go forward to Mimikyu as well as Umbreon. On the other end, Ruben still clicking and locking it on the Mew. Now, Hoopa ban coming through, I would want to kind of stress more on it. In the online qualifiers, we saw a lot of it. Not in terms of ban, but pick. And because of that, rotations became super fast. They could switch between paths as fast as possible. But Volk, he switches in the Slowbro. Now, Slowbro recently got enough as well. That Amnesia, right? So your healing is right now a tad bit lesser, can still cause trouble. But as Slowbro is being played from any player so far, I keep calling him, that person is the true bro.
Indeed, the true bro, but I think we should also be prepared for the other build, right, around telekinesis, because it's been given a little bit of that buff. So I'm kind of rather curious to see what Vault shall be opting with. So we've got Clefable also into the mix over here, along with Tyranitar. I think it could be a decent combo, but seems like, True Gravity, they have no intentions on changing a lot of stuff. In fact, they do, right? They've gotten in Z-Sol on that Venusaur again. We've seen that little buff happening. You get that early evolution coming in. And we know Venusaur, once it gets his farm, once it gets the levels up, it could really, really just split apart through the opponent's defenses. But then again, it's going to be an interesting matchup, because Forge Your Legacy, they were this close on winning game number 1. But maybe this is what they need to kind of get their hands into this series and maybe push it to the final game.
Now, coming in towards Z-Shol, right, as you did already mention, I think he might end up going in for the Petal Dance moveset rather than the Venusaur. We'll see as it progresses, but I think
they still need a
talking
Secure,
about the final preparations, Secure is going to be crucial. There's still Blissey. Captain already spoke about that. Either the Egg Bomb or the Bliss Assistance. Of all the odds, finding the Secure preparation phase is done. Finally, it's time for teams to head on, fight for game number 2. Now, Forge Your Legacy, they are on the side of being pushed to the loser brackets, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want to, but I think this player change, the role change that has happened, is majorly affected for the side of Forge Your Legacy, whereas from this end, True Gravity, they feel super comfortable. It doesn't feel like Suyu's kind of him playing in here for the first time with the team and on LAN doesn't seem to be a puzzle piece which is off the odds.
All right, with that being said, trainers, I hope you've got your beverages and snacks ready, because game number 2 has finally begun. Of course, it is the upper bracket finals we're talking about, where True Gravity have that 1 game up lead. Now still on that orange side, but from the purple, we've got Forge Your Legacy. Darkness this time, again, trying to get its, his farm done. But regardless, we'll take some damage, but still, needs to get those levels early on. But for True Gravity, eyes will be on Z-Sol and that Venusaur. Last time we saw him with that Inteleon, this time on a little bit of a different style of play, because with Inteleon, you could not really get head first, right? You've got to be playing on the backlines, but with Venusaur, you've got the option to play a little dirty, get in the mud, get amidst all the Pokemons and do your damage out. But the big question, Sam, that you've raised is, what is the build going to be?
Yeah, I want to see that. If it's going to be a Petal Dance or Venusaur, as you did, crucial. Ruben will be having the chance of a move reset, but right now Doc has already evolved. They make sure that the Slowbro evolves. Still, last Bulbasaur has not evolved to the Ivysaur. In the meantime, Volcom with the XP, he's running away from the team, but Fura that Tyranitar pick of all the odds is something that we wouldn't have thought about, but making it work, it's going to be a 3-man push coming on the top path. There's nothing True Gravity will be able to do. In the meantime, it's going to be a 3-man bottom path push that Forge Your Legacy can do nothing about.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams individually trying to apply some pressure, but I think it's all about, the next setup for Trivia and Swablu before the first objective begins. But for now, we can see, the Venusaur is doing pretty decent in terms of, taking away Forge Your Legacy's neutral Pokemons, right? Now, if you try and sneak your way past through it, you get those levels, like something that Melon is intending to steal their buffs. Of course, Pura has some knowledge around it, but Melon, he must be trying, but it is, of course, going to be that Jupiter who gets his hands on it and is now on the retreat. Now, of course, Vulcan would be trying his best to save Melon out. Mimikyu also into the mix. Gets that little bit of that Shadow Claw there and does some decent amount of damage to Doc. But yeah, there you go. The Amnesia, the heal still there, but the Surf being used. And now, that being said, now this is where Zsol really comes into action. Merwin does definitely fall, but takes 2 along with him.
Battle Dance is the way to go, but look and see Ruben trying to make sure he takes this Venusaur down. It's not working on, and Vulcan intercepts the boosted attack coming in from Mew. Miriam, Shadow Sneak, he's ready, he wants to jump in, he jumps, and now with the Shadow Claw tried his best. Battle Dance also going to be there with the Giga Drain, but unable to find a KO on Mew, as the True Bro, Slowbro will also be there. Foul play, trying to separate Slowbro as much as possible, but Volk is making sure that none of those shenanigans happen. Puts a Gravity, brings his teammate back, and slows True Gravity.
This time I hope we get to see a fight happening around the bottom path. Of course, Doc a little away from his pack. He's taking a lot of damage there. But there you can see Darkness. The last game, he also soloed up Regilik. He has a little bit of support from Pura coming in. But on the bottom lane, we can see the entirety of True Gravity. Of course, that will be a Ruben steal. With that view, the Solar Beam comes in. And seems like they've again managed to secure both the objectives.
I'm pretty sure True Gravity are going to go angry and run up to their players and opponents and try to take them down. They can meet Zacian. There in the mid path, Shadow Sneak being used. It does not connect. But in the meantime, a jump coming through. Unite being used and trying to trap that Zacian. Immediately it checks. Aeos energized attack, but still goes down. Worded Tangle coming in from Z-Shot. Does a lot of damage. Uses Giga Drain, trying to survive. But a chase on the Tyranitar, making sure puts the Venusaur down. Finding the KO. Slowing the fight down. But making sure True Gravity put a lot more damage, trying to find, yes, one falls down, that's going to be the Umbreon, but they immediately counter it with Mew.
It is again the repetition of what happened in the first game, right? Forge Your Legacy managing to take both the top and bottom objectives, but True Gravity really excelling at the team fights, right? This is something that we've been talking about. True Gravity, they kind of seem to be in a little bit of a sync, right? With Venusaur really keeping up with the levels of Tyranitar. And in fact, if you talk about the levels, True Gravity have gotten that slight advantage, but now Asuntsuyu seems to be in a little bit of trouble. Uses Perichon, but will not be enough as he gets slashed through by Darkness. But as a matter of fact, as it stands, what we're going to be witnessing is both these teams farming up till the next set of objectives comes, right? I'm kind of rather keen to see who's going to apply that little bit of pressure, because the scoring is quite even from both the sides. It's just mere 11 points separating True Gravity and Forge Your Legacy at this point. And Zsol, look at him itching to take that fight.
Now, Forge Your Legacy have not done a big overdunk, and that's the reason they're just sitting at 18. Unless True Gravity at least overextended to 20. Zacian jumps into a fight, but he falls a little bit flat and short. His teammates were not nearby somehow, because they swooped in early. He will be able to survive. They want this bottom part team fight, and there's going to be the Reggie as well. Initial concentration will be on the Reggie. As you can see, Darkness completely draining Reggie Ice's health, but immediately jumps in with a foul play using right now telekinesis, slow beam as well. It does work out as they go for his steal along with the Tyranitar, but Venusaur puts Zacian down, and now looking forward to a lot more. Z-Shol even trying to take the Tyranitar down. As Cliffable falls, Tyranitar also goes, and that's going to be a big triple KO streak coming through for Z-Shol.
Oh yeah, Zsol starting to feel himself. Already True Gravity setting their eyes on the grand finals. The way they are kind of constructing and orchestrating during that entire fights, right? We've seen them, getting off to a little bit of a rough start, but they kind of seem to manage to, get the pace right back in during those team fights. Even in the previous one, we saw how beautifully they had their Pokemons positioned well in those right areas. Now Darkness could be a little out of his pack, but yes, clippable down right there along with Fura. Oh my god, Vulcan is on really low HP, but the Perish Song should keep the players of Forge Your Legacy at bay. But the big concern over here is this Venusaur already hitting level 13, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna hit level 15 pretty soon, as Regiliki will be stolen there. But no! Zsox still manages to take it, and True Gravity this time are starting to feel themselves.
Yeah, that was the steal coming in from the Lapras. The Lapras Express timed it perfectly, stunned them, and right now a big dunk coming in of 50, pushing the scoreline at 186. Forge Your Legacy still stuck from all the way when we were at the 2-minute start of the game, and now look at it. There's only 3 minutes on the clock left, and they're still stuck at 89. Only one tier 1 being destroyed. In the meantime, pushing the mid part, True Gravity using the advantage of the level.
Oh
they're
my
moving
God.
in, find a KO, want to find another on Doc, and you can see the Amnesia nerf coming through. He's not getting a proper full heal coming there. Therefore, his health restoration has been reduced. However, because Mew is there, the fight will be pushed back, peeled off. In the meantime, Zacian, he does find one on an overextension of Vulcan on that Blissey. In the meantime, Suyu trying to go for a goal on the top path, hiding in the tall grasses, waiting for the Zacian to move away. Talking about the clock, 30 seconds, but in the meantime, in the next 30 seconds, True Gravity, can they deny Regice? It seems like Forge Your Legacy itself decide we do not want to take up this fight for Regice. If we do, if there's a steal, it's something to be worried about. But in the meantime, Melon, he wants to again initiate a fight, tried to move in. Ruben did not play for that. He just moved away and now given away the fight.
No, this is where, you've got 10 seconds, and it seems like Forge Your Legacy have no interest in the bottom objective, as True Gravity again grouping up, applying a lot of damage on Dog. Now this is as much as the Slowbro could take. Goes in for a slow beam, tries to take down Zsoul very fast, but the Bliss assistance coming through along with that Verdant Anger. And look at this Venusaur rip through the defenses of Forge Your Legacy, taking a fight 1v1 against the Tyranitar and still coming out strong. True Gravity, they're absolutely doing it, and now all they've got to do is, just hold it down a little bit, try and go for that extra score, but now the Rayquaza still yet to be contested.
True Gravity here right now struck fear on the hearts of Forge Your Legacy. Forge Your Legacy are so worried, and look at how well True Gravity are maintaining this neutral, making sure that if somebody wants to pick a fight with them, they have to first push this front line. But again, Zsoul already at level 15, again trying to go for a fight, comes in from the backside, Darkness, you trying to use the Soaring Sword, connects, and this might be the time where Venusaur might go down, but still survives because of the Giga Drain, and now will try to take one on Darkness itself. Darkness still barely surviving. You trying to use the Aeos Energized attack, but Zsoul, he is not moving away. He's taking the fight head on, along with the help of Lapras. 2 kills coming in, and Zsoul again puts another player down, and this time it's a team KO from True Gravity, and there's nothing to stop these 100 goals coming in.
It's the Zsoul supremacy, I tell you. I don't know what it takes to take down this Venusaur at this point. When we were just thinking it was on the cusp of getting KO'd, right then you get that Giga Drain there, you get in all those moves and you heal yourself back up. Merriwem having done his job, and True Gravity, I do not see a planet where they lose this one. As they march their way, he does not care at this point. Just throws away his Verdant Anger, solo fighting amidst 3 Pokemons and yet to be taken down. Finally gets put to sleep, but at what cost? Because True Gravity, they won the second game and they are your first grand finalists, ladies and gentlemen.
Put your hands together for True Gravity. What a show coming in from them. Legends as of now, I would call them. The way they played that fight. 89 is all Forge Your Legacy is. This was again, as I say, when the game started, 2 minutes were done. That's when 2 or 4 minutes, that's when 89 was scored coming in from Forge Your Legacy. True Gravity, well, literally it was zero gravity. They were flying away and making sure the gravity was felt on the side of Forge Your Legacy. Fura finds 4 knockouts. Darkness, just 2. Did not even get a chance to score this time. His Aeos Energy, this is something that we spoke about. Aeos Energy is something that you have to keep that Zacian away from, and very rightly done. I think we could see Darkness maybe using the Aeos boosted attack once, and after that he doesn't have Aeos Energy left.
I think more than that, what really caused in Forge Your Legacy's falling down over here is the fact that during those team fights, they kind of were really not in tune, were really not in sync. But look at that damage on the Venusaur,
Hello?
141,889. You gotta be kidding me.
I have no idea. We spoke about this, right? Zishal, after this change from that support to that ranged attacker coming in from Revenant and right now doing so much. We even saw it in the overall damage, 1.4 million. This man here, out of that 1.4 is bought again here. Oh my
This is
god.
ludicrous.
That's annoying Venusaur coming through. It literally felt like we were seeing Venusaur in the feel of Lapras. Coming into the scoring as we spoke about it, as you can see. It was the very early 2 to 4 minute mark. That's all they were able to get themselves to. 80 after that. Nothing.
You know,
Nada.
more than that, we have to give some, you have to shed some light onto how good the supports were, especially
Yes.
with Vulcan, right? There was that one important team fight where Venusaur, in fact, Zsol was in really low HP, and then comes in that Bliss assistance. You kind of get that extra added attack in that special attack, but what True Gravity just did was nothing really short of a miracle, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Price has something to talk about it with the players. So over on to you, sir.
Man, what a game it was. Venusaur with the recent buffs. I mean, come on, you cannot challenge this Pokemon right here. But you know what? The credits will go to Miriam. I mean, the way he's played, the overall game that he's shown us, it was absolutely impeccable. And that is how you do it. I mean, the initial fight was lost in the first game. And on the second initial phase, we saw a turn of tides, True Gravity taking charge. And they have done it in a fantastic way. But I think the audience would love to have a chat with our legendary Aijil Miriam. So Miriam, if I could please have you up here. Miriam, please come up here. Please, come on. Only Miriam, please. Acha, okay, everyone come up. everyone come up. Zisha, you also come up. So, Miriam, first of all, you saw what happened, right? Zacian was a near opponent. Tyranitar was a near opponent. How did you manage to beat all of them? Just walk me through it.
So we had a plan, Mimikyu is really good right now.
Yes.
So that is, I felt that instead of us trying to deny their strategy, we'll work on ours and, use our strategy.
Yeah.
And clearly that worked out better.
I mean, come on. Plus, you were the MVP of the first game, the player of the game. You got that on your own. But when the Rayquaza fight came, and we saw how much important Mimikyu was. Like, Mimikyu went and broke 2 shields, and then the scoring began. So, overall, which would you categorize as the much stronger Pokemon among your picks here?
I mean, my team playing heroes make them look really good. But I would say that Mimikyu is really overbuffed this patch. So that is the MVP of the matches, I guess.
Always updated with the recent patch notes. You guys should also do that. That will help you in your rankings. But thank you so much, Miriam. All the best for the grand finals. We're going to be seeing you out there. But whatever has happened here, this team, they don't need to worry. Forge Your Legacy, they do not need to worry. There is still eliminator matches left, and they will be playing in the lower bracket finals. I would love to see a revenge matchup if it comes through, but I believe that's going to take a little bit of time. We have the lower bracket round number 4 game. That is technically the semi-final. So we're all waiting for it. We're going to wait for it. But the casters have a very, very deep analysis ready for you. So boys, please take it away.
And it was kind of a really nice start into this entire upper bracket finals, wasn't it? But I
Yeah.
think, when you talk about the analysis part, has to come down to how good of a team True Gravity were
Yeah.
during those team fights. You don't mind breaking them down.
I think it was all about, as you earlier mentioned, Vulcan being super crucial and also on other end having Lapras and Melon, right? I think Melon has been a super annoying player so far with that Umbreon, like insta get that Umbreon and just call for a fight. He's like trying to instigate so many fights, whereas they're like, somebody push this guy off. We do not want to engage in a fight. I think that's where it got to a point where Forge Your Legacy were like, okay, finally we have to do something else. But also Forge Your Legacy, I think they tried to kind of play the odds a lot more in their favor. Thought that maybe the Zacian could work out. It actually didn't, because they denied the Zacian with the Eos energy as well as making sure that the Eos attack, boosted attack, right, does not do a longer damage in terms of duration. We used to see earlier Sacred Sword would stun you and therefore your ranged attackers could quickly be KO'd. But this right now in the patch has not been the case, and that did not work out. We spoke about Zishal, the man, the myth is here.
Indeed. Venusaur and Inteleon. I think the first game with Inteleon, he was kind of really instrumental for his team, but it was that Venusaur game that kind of had us at our edge of the seats, right? But then again, when you talk about Venusaur, we did have to put some light on how good Vulcan was, how good Melon was on the Umbreon, because they were the ones, really helping things out from the back
Yes.
lines. And it was not just that, right? With even Asitsuyu coming in as a stand-in, right? With that Lapras, kind of really creating that CC damage around, like soaking all of it. And True Gravity, by all means, they were kind of a little tanky, to be honest,
Yeah.
really hard to deal with. And there was no response from Forger Legacy in terms of those team fights. They seemed a little bit distraught, a little bit stranded as to, what to do. Maybe this was the nerves taking them over, them being pushed to the brinks of the lower bracket. Now,
Yeah.
this is really interesting. If they have that mental breakdown right now, or they could go in for a reset and come right back into the grand finals.
I think the one thing that Forge Your Legacy, the thing did not work out for them, that their move sets or the moves were not used simultaneously to do effective damage. We used to see Zacian would jump in first, right? After that, what do we see? Zacian is about to be KO'd, and that's when the teammates come in just to save him rather than to do a lot more effective damage collectively. Talking about the match report, as you can see, highest KO, as we already spoke about it, Venusaur. Again coming in is Venusaur. Again is going to be Venusaur. Zishol trailing right together. And then coming from the players of Forge Your Legacy. As you can see, highest damage taken. We spoke about Doc in the first game where he was playing that Blastoise. He did tank up a lot. And he played really well. The objective of him playing a tank as a Blastoise to make sure on that defender role takes up a lot. It did work out. And Volk as well. I mean, I've seen him on those support roles a long time as well, when he had switched rosters, as well as when he was building teams, right? He moves into those support roles and he does an effective support player, right? And that's the reason, as you can see, healing also in terms of recovery. So passing, great stuff being done, but it was just not enough, even though it was above lack.
And just not that, right? When you talk about the ranged attack coming from Ruben from Fortune Legacy, you could
Yes.
not see those KOs coming in. Even for
Exactly.
Darkness, it feels like he was playing a little away from his pack. The latest addition into the team, we could see him during those early phases. He was the one who was trying to solo take down the Regieleki on
Mhm.
top, right? He was kind of staying astray from the team fights. Whilst True Gravity, they were finding strength in unison, right? Where they
Yes.
believed, because in both the cases they were kind of off to a little bit of a rough start, but this time, the second time, they however made sure that they get those levels up on Venusaur really fast. And maybe Zisol could have just opened up the floodgates for a lot of the
Mhm.
other trainers as well, because we still have two more teams coming into the fray after this. They'll be trying to just go up against each other, and maybe we get to see the Venusaur. But I'm really excited to see the Charizard back in action, right? All the oldies like me, we know how much the Blastoise, Charizard, and the Venusaur duo, a trio, means a lot
Yeah.
for us. But regardless, but what it's worth, Forge Your Legacy, they had a really good chance to close the first game, because second game
Yes.
they were really not in the mix of things.
Yeah, I think after losing that first game, they were kind of thrown off, right? They
Yeah,
were in a mix of it. How did that not work? We had Zacian, we had Tyranitar.
they had
Our
the
late game was
Rayquaza.
ready. Yeah, they had the Rayquaza. How did all of that fail? I think that itself kind of threw them off. On the other end, congratulations for True Gravity. Indeed, an insane performance that they put up. I think in terms of tying, as you said, right, finding strength in that unison was super crucial for them. And which gave Zishol the confidence that he knew my teammates are there always to watch my back. And I'll make sure when I dive into a fight, I'm not the one taking a lot of damage, but I'm the one doing a lot of it. And even in situations, right, when the Rayquaza fight was about to start and Zishol immediately jumped in, he was the one to take up a lot of damage. Immediately, it was Blissey coming in with those soft boils to heal up, along with the Giga Drain, doubling down the heal over there. That worked out really well. But right now, we're done with our upper bracket finals, where you've got our grand finalists. That doesn't mean the second team is out. They are in the lower bracket finals. Can they make a comeback? Take revenge on them, all after this short break.
Well. We are done with game 1, but we are not done yet. We still have 3 more best of 3s left for you guys. And I would love to welcome you all again to the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 LAN Finals. We've already seen the winner bracket finals. We also have a team who's going to be waiting in the grand finals to find out who they are going to compete against. But which team will it be? Because there's 3 teams still in the competition, still in their way. Just call them in, right? Let's just call them in. Yes, lower bracket round number 4. Team number 1, let's call up on stage FSE Sports. FSE Sports, please come on stage. That's team number 1, right? We need another one to play against them. Well, we all know this team. They've been trying their level best, but somewhere down the line, little mistakes were made, and True Gravity, they got the better of them. But they still have a chance. They need to beat FSE Sports, who are also fighting here for survival. They want to survive, but will they be able to? Well, the question will be answered by their opponents. That is Team Griffin. Now, Team Griffin, it's a very stacked up team, and I think it's time to call them up on stage. So, will all the audience please put your hands together for the second team for the lower bracket round number 4 game, semi-finals. Let's call up on stage Team Griffin. Come on, guys, where's the cheers? Telling we can't hear you, man. Come on. Give it up for both of these teams. That's more like it. Well, the harsh reality is one of these teams standing behind me will get eliminated. This will be their last match they play on the stage. So let's just call up the IGLs one by one. So if I could have, please, Pardesi, beside me, the IGL of FSE Sports. Pardesi, first of all, how are you feeling in this ambience here?
I'm feeling pretty good, very energetic, and I'm really excited for the match against Team Griffin.
Yeah, so I would like to ask you, Team Griffin, this team, they have been playing for a while, right? You know most of the players, you've played with them, you've played against them. So how confident are you in actually winning the game today?
I know they are good, but let's see, is good enough, or they need more than that to beat us.
You're already giving some hints. I like it, I really like it. Well, all the best, and I'm going to call up the other IGL and I'm going to ask him what he thinks about you. So thank you so much, Pardesi. So if I could please have the other IGL come in. So, he already gave you a challenge, right? What do you have to say in return?
Obviously, we'll give our best.
You'll give your best.
Yes.
How much, what is the best limit according to you? What's the benchmark for best?
Our highest level.
Your highest level.
Yeah.
So we already saw Zacian,
Yeah.
right? We already saw Tyranitar. I mean, India Open 2022, that was the last time I personally saw Tyranitar. After that, it was either banned or nobody picked it. So are you also planning for something similar?
No, actually, we planned something, but let's
Special.
see. Yeah.
Something special.
Yeah.
All right, I like the confidence. Thank you so much. But of course, this game, it's an elimination. It is a best of 3, and both the teams are ready. Teams, you can head over to your stations as our wonderful casters. We do have a change in the casting pair. So, boys, please take it away. Necros, I'll fix this.
Lucifer taking it along with Necros. He's going to be joining me on desk. Now, Necros, you did sit back and watch what just happened, right? Team True Gravity put an effect and a dent on the sides of Forge Your Legacy. What can happen, especially on this LAN finals, right? Maybe it felt like the other team was not ready and True Gravity just took them apart, right? Now we have Griffin, right? Who fought against True Gravity, and True Gravity made that same thing feel. Now, Griffin on stage, how do you feel of what happened in the last game, and now maybe things can be different?
I was just sitting, just the first game came in. I saw the pick of Tyranitar, I saw the pick of Compy. I was like, what is this kind of composition? I mean, we never saw Tyranitar in the playoffs even also, as far as I remember. But coming to the LAN after that kind of patch updates, and we are seeing Tyranitar in the meta, but again, Zisol also played brilliantly on the Venusaur in the second match. But all that being said, we have the 2 set of rosters of both the teams, FSE Sports as well as Team Griffin.
We'll quickly talk about them. It's just going to be Pardesi, Berserk, Blair, Rook, and Pies on the other end. Griffin being played. Noah, Mikey, Snowy, Ghoul, as well as Illusion. Quickly talking about how the history and what they've done. FS Esports, as I already mentioned, they were our runner-ups of the India qualifiers for WCS. We thought they will be the oddball, but unfortunately they did not get a chance to go to that international stage and fight. And I think that's what they're looking forward to redeeming here, is going to be playing in the ACL, right? And if they become the India champions here, because previously they fell one shot because of SATUL of their lower bracket run, right? They were super hungry. And I'm pretty sure FS Esports want to make sure they put a dent on it. As we mentioned, SATUL, right? There is Snowy, who is just right now roster changed from SATUL and has made his way to Griffin, along with Ghoul, also an ex-player from SATL. So it's going to be interesting of what we can expect from Griffin.
Exactly. Talking about Team Griffin, they also had a very good run in the playoffs. In the start, if you just see, they were also ensuring that they are getting those victories for themselves. But yes, one bad match or one bad series can lead you down to this lower bracket, and that actually happened for Team Griffin this time. But eventually, if we talk about the stats that they have as of now, totally consist of the performance that they have done overall in this entire tournament. But also, they do have something. You know, we just saw the interview just back a few moments ago, and Mikey actually told us that they have something special.
But let's see.
Yeah,
Right.
I would love to see what they have.
That's what he said. But quickly talking about Team Griffin, right? I feel this is the team which has a lot more experience. The reason not just being that they have a lineup, but they have the amount of matches that they've played, right? In total, as you could see, 11. On the other teams, they were either closer to 5, 6, or 7. But here, there's 11 games that they have played. And next coming in here in FS side is 8. So in terms of a lot more matches that they've played here on the playoffs, and now looking forward to moving towards the loser bracket finals, they might have a chance. But FS Esports are no team to be taken short of. They were a team who put down Clown5. Now we remember Clown5, right? And people who have watched the online qualifiers, they remember Clown5. They
Definitely.
decided the game in just the start 2 minutes. So to take such a team down, FS Esports looks super strong. However, they did go down to forge their legacy, but after that, they've been putting up a fight. They put down Revenant. That was another team that we expected. Quickly talking about head-to-head right in front of our screens is going to be Blair and Illusion, the damage dealers of the team.
That being said, Illusion has always been one of the top performers in his entire Pokemon Unite India Open so far. He has played 12 matches, 3 more extra matches as compared to Blair. But this kind of contention between, like, if you just talk about the Slowbro or the Inteleon, it always comes in a
Yes.
different way, because Inteleon is a long-range attacker. We see him going with the snipe shots, while Slowbro, he's the one who always goes up, tanks the damage, also plays a very crucial role, especially in the final stretch fight.
Both are the attackers here for the team, and right now in terms of the whole India Open 2023, Illusion has the highest KOs, sitting at 73, as you can see. A man has done damage to every lobby so far. He's trying to do it here as well, as he's trying to fight with the other set of trainers of FS Esports, but can he do it is the question, because they've been pushed to the loser brackets. As we mentioned, yes, number of games played, they have a far more experience compared to FS Esports, but FS Esports, as we did speak about them, they were those dark horses. We didn't know much about them when we saw them in WCS, but the way they played, they blew every team out of their waters. And especially that they also put down Revenant here, one of the other teams who were there in the India Open Grand Finals. Otherwise, maybe today we would have seen Revenant Esports playing. And that is the reason we are seeing this game is a little bit even more spiced up compared to our upper bracket finals. Upper bracket finals, we kind of had a close combat coming
Yep.
through. Here, it is about the odds, right? Griffin want to get back to the grand finals. On the other end, FS Esports want to reclaim that champions title, which was missed in WCS, called as the India's best team, called as the India qualifier winners. But can they make it happen here? That is the run that both these teams are going for.
And there is no second chances, because this is lower bracket round 4. We can also call it a lower bracket semifinals as well, because if you just lose from here, it's all done. That means India
Yes.
Open ends here and now for you guys. But that being said, I would really look forward to see both the teams. As we just saw in the previous match, they had some different kind of picks. They had some different kind of strategies, specifically that anti-flip that happened. I mean, you cannot expect anything at this point. The final 2 minutes will actually change the tide at any moment.
See, again, I feel like the final stretch is not going to be the only decision maker, because we saw the first game, right, coming in from True Gravity and Forge Your Legacy. The way both these teams played and how True Gravity turned the fight around even after the other team got Rayquaza. I think that's what I was looking forward to. We even kind of spoke the story about how Revenant were the ones making do of it. And I don't know how kind of nature made it happen. We ended up seeing that flip happen, and it did work out for True Gravity. The odds against them, but they still made it favorable. I think that's what teams need to kind of play for. Even something that doesn't work. Maybe some team kind of steals the Rayquaza Shield or steals the Reggie Eliki or the other Reggie's Rock, Ice or steal. You should still be able to control the fight. I think that's what we saw in the first game. Now, Griffin have done that so far. Griffin's game, most of them have always been a three gamer, meaning all the best of threes being played, and they still won it out 2-1. Even in the loser bracket that they played, they still played a 2-1 coming in against Clown5. We spoke about it, and I think Griffin might still push it to the third game. But on the other end, we saw True Gravity, how they are playing, right? They want to close it in 2. So I think Griffin, if they go back, it's going to be the TG fight. We already spoke about the storyline of TGs. It's ex-TGs versus new TGs, and that's how this is going to be. On the other end, FSE Sports, I want to ask you, how do you feel? We saw them in WCS. Now they're here to reclaim, but this time they're going in the lower bracket run. They were always the winners when we saw the WCS qualifiers.
I mean, WCS was definitely something we never expected. It was like a new team coming up and putting a great show. But as we talk about FSE Sports, I was sitting there and the boys were, having a little bit of discussions. I heard them and they were pretty confident. They were seeming like, we will do the best as we can.
Yeah.
We'll be keeping us the calm, and that's what you need in a LAN when you're playing in front of such a big audience. You need to keep your calm very nicely so that you can perform the best as much as you can. But talking about FS, I really have high hopes against Team Griffin, and I really want to see it being a 2-1 series.
Here's a quick insight of FS Esports as well. Pardesi, I spoke to him. Again, this was during the WCS qualifiers. I mentioned, man, what is this team that you've built? He's like, bro, we just have people who know like 1 or 2 Pokemon. Imagine that time we had close to 50 Pokemons, and right now we have 60. And that time their playing fray was only of 2 Pokemons per player. They were all new players. Now when I spoke to him, he's like, we had a lot more time. We have a lot more now in terms of Pokemon plays that we can do. In terms of our pool is bigger right now. So I'm looking forward to that. What more does FS Esports bring out? Because last time they were at least held because the players were new. This time they are not. They can do a lot more. And along with that, they have a new addition into the scare. We can see Pies also playing in the roster. We already know Berserk, Rook, Blair already doing damage and in the capable hands of Pardesi. Now I do want to see how the odds play. I also want to see who has the first choice option and the bans. In the first game, we saw only Hoopa bans coming in, and I was like, man, come on, make the game super interesting. But we again understand, right? Hoopa ban if it is not done, and if one of the team gets a chance, again, rotations can be quicker, which makes the game even speedier, especially for these first evolution Pokemons.
Exactly, and that being said, I'm really expecting to see Venusaur. We saw it, after we know that now it gets leveled up in level 7 when it turns out to be. But talking about this, we have the draft phase exactly in front of us, while FSE Sports will have the privilege to go with the first pick, and we will be seeing Team Griffin going with the second pick itself. But it seems that Team Griffin, they don't want to take any risk, and they will be going with the default Session ban.
This is what me and Fixes speculated in the first game, and they're like, no, here, there is a legendary
Surprise.
Pokemon here in the mix, play now. And it was a very interesting game. We were not ready for it, and they did make us riled up with the first game itself. A little bit to throw the odd ball, there was the Wigglytuff, which is like here, one for the casters, let them talk about it. But on the other end, I do like the ban coming on Mew. Yes, not that much effective when we saw the first game, but we still know in the capable hands, this can be a lot more coming in. It was just that the fights did not work out in the first one where Mew could do a lot much, but we see the Hoopa coming out. On the other end, we said when we started the day off, be ready for anything. And we see a Sableye and finally, cool, trying to play around with us. Okay, I see you, but we still have Mimikyu. Mimikyu, I think we are going to see throughout this grand finals as well of India Open.
That's for sure. But that being said, it gives us 2 pick chances for FSE Sports, and Pace, he has locked out with Lapras while Berserk. I'm really looking forward to see what pick he is going to go for, because we have seen him playing a lot of, but it's Rook who decides to go with a double defender composition, instantly locks the Blastoise, but on a counter. Mikey's still there, Lucifer, so we cannot even say that he's not.
He's also throwing you a curveball. He is not. Look at that. Changes to a Cliffable. I want to see changes in terms of the items, right? What they pick. The held item, what can they make choice of? Whether it is going to be a goal getter. Recently, things have even patched with that, where chances of goal getter can be higher, but we also see a Chandelier who's coming into the mix. Now, Chandelier, we already know it's Overheat as well as Imprison moveset, but one thing that you have to see is going to be the Flamethrower and Poltergeist coming through. Is that going to happen with Berserk? There's a Pikachu in the mix. Finally, somebody makes our wishes happen. But Snowy coming through now. This Snowy on Leafeon, right, can be the one who can play with the goal getter. Not too sure if that's going to happen, but we're going to wait and watch. Finally, the last Pokemon coming in is going to be locked and ready. Now it's time for the preparation phase, where they get their held items as well as battle items ready for the game.
I'm looking forward to, but you know what? They decided, Goal, you are better with that Leafeon and you better take it, because we have seen him literally obliterating other teams with that Leafeon in the playoffs as well. But now that being said, we have around like 2-stack Pokemons. Nova, we see a Goal, we see they have got the held items up with that attack weight and the air cookies, but instantly on the other side, the Chandelier, I'm really looking forward to see what kind of combination he's going to go. Is he going to stick with the flamethrower, or is he going to stick with that overheat?
Now on the FS Esports end, there's no all-rounder. They've decided no speedster as well. A double range attacker, double defender, and a supporter role coming through. On the other end, all the roles that is there in Pokemon Unite has been chosen from the sides of Griffin. Let's see how that works out as we are gearing up. Players are ready, all set, Pokemon's locked. Right as now, I feel like the odds are still a little bit favorable for the side of the double ranged attacker that was picked with the Pikachu coming through. So FS Esports might have the odds in their favor. I want to see as well, because we said we have to see a lot more changes that can happen in terms of the metas coming through. And this is an interesting one. Whereas on the other end, Snowy along with Illusion, I'm a little bit worried on that end. And also here in this game, right, there's no new player change here on LAN. They are playing on the same roster they played. Time for this first game of the loser bracket, round number 4, where FS and Griffin go against each other to see who can get that game number 1 and try to close this series.
There will be a little bit of contention to put a pressure on the opponent's side. We have seen a lot of drastic impact the Hoopa plays eventually, and not getting banned this time. Hoopa has got a big room to go with those quick teleportations with the hyperspace hole, but it seems Spice he's got a complete privilege to go and use and build up his stack as fast as possible, while it seems there is an invasion in the jungle.
You had a Hoopa that had to happen. Not too sure if Hoopa will survive, because Mimikyu is also there. In the meantime, the first KO being found. Too much of an overextension, but we also spoke about Hoopa. He'll also be sent back to base, and Nurse Choi will quickly sent back, because the early stages very less in terms of cooldown, and now with the bottom path Eevee being taken down gives a chance for a KO. Pikachu, unfortunate. That's going to be a KO on the bottom path. A ranged attacker being lost, but Rook, his defender therefore survives, gets the citrus berry, but will be unable to stop the goals from being scored. But looks like, as we see, Litwick to Lampent already finding KOs on the top path.
Snowy has to play a very crucial part, but we see that Solar Blade popping off from the side of Goal. He will be looking forward to give a lot of damage to Pikachu. He's up for a revenge, but it seems Mimikyu he will be going down, and that Solar Blade Boinks will be coming up, giving a lot of damage to Rook, will be pushing him back to make a fallback in their own tier 1 goal zone. But seems that FS Esports, he will be looking forward to get a lot of scores in the tier 1 goal zone in the top lane.
Thunder being used for now. Pradesi trying to steal the AS energy, did not work through. However, lot of damage with that Thunder. Back off. 15 seconds on the clock. We're going to be seeing the center, Altaria and Swablu. Scores being dunked on the top path. Lapras chasing the player out. Cliffable will be moved to the center path right now, but nice play. Berserk comes through and helps, and that's a KO being found. And also, evolution on Chandelier. Fully evolved, fully ready. Using Imprison and Overheat itself, not the flamethrower as of now, but Mikey again looks a little bit troubled. Moonlight, try to heal, but a nice jump in coming in with a Mimikyu, finds a KO on the water turtle. Now looking for a second one. Lapras make sure that doesn't happen as he puts Cliffable down. Overheat very well used from the Chandelier, and the last hit locks, finds the KO along with the help of Pikachu. That's a Mimikyu also being bought down. FS Esports, very early KOs that they're finding on Griffin.
Look at the number they're evolving in. We see level 8 Chandelier already, which will definitely make a difference, but it seems that Mimikyu also evolves to level 8 in the bottom lane. There will be a lot of contentions, because for now FS Esports they have a slight lead, but Lapras also comes up with a very strong illusion. Will try to steal it away as he evolves to Inteleon at this moment. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of damage he's being on liquidation, not a snipe shot this time, but there comes the hyperspace hole with those quick transportation from the side of FS Esports. They can make a huge impact as both the Regis in the top and the bottom lane spawns up respectively.
Time for a bottom, maybe team fight. It's a Reggie Ice, that's going to be the health benefit coming through. Griffin want to start the fight, but they do not have their front line sorted, because there's already Pardesi waiting to call people in. Overheat comes in from the back end. They've already started the Reggie Ice fight. Unite being used from Pikachu, but committed to a Shedinja doll immediately. Therefore, damage not much being done, and Leafeon secures the Reggie Ice. And now FSC Sports, they're losing this bottom path fight as one after another, everybody falls, and all thanks to Mimikyu being played on Snowy. Very well used.
Oh, for this, he wanted to go for a score, but instantly denied. He will barely survive as Inteleon gets the KO done. But look at Lapras, he's already melting down the Regiliki on the top lane. Alongside, Chandelier will be going up to help him as to secure it as fast as possible. Because if this objective goes away from the hands of FSC Sports, they might be facing a lot of consequences. But eventually, it gets in their favor, and they will be trying to push it towards a tier 2 goal zone, and they will be getting a successful thing for themselves. And the Spy Vision gets activated. A lot of damage being done by the Inteleon, but instantly Pies decides to move out because it's not safe for him.
What a nice decision. They make sure very fast destroy the tier 1, let the Regeliki push to tier 2, but unable to commit to a tier 2 push. There's a team fight which Griffin win. And now they'll be going down. Berserk is already hit with a Shadow Sneak, immediately jumps in Mimikyu, but the Chandelier comes in for save. Mimikyu might just be in trouble, immediately jumps off with the help of Cliffable. Tier 1 of FSC Sports also on the top path being destroyed.
Look at the lead that Griffin is taking. Instantly, they will be focusing on the bottom one as well. But Leafeon invades the jungle, looking to steal the bus from the side of FSC Sports. That can be a little bit alarming. Going for an ambush. Instantly finds the value. Went for the Unite, but it doesn't even make the connection. But still, he finds the value of Pikachu. But instantly, that being said, Umbreon, he's looking forward to get those buffs for himself as well. But it seems that Lapras and Chandelier will be given the responsibility on the top tier 2 goal zone to guard it as much as possible, because Team Griffin, they're just taking the entire match control for themselves.
20 seconds on the clock for the bottom Reggie. Inteleon trying to do damage on Pardesi, but he's support. So he's not going to quickly drain away his health. He'll play smart. Mikey, in the meantime, wanted to flush him out. Hyperspace hole and immediately backs up to base. Thunder right now coming in, trying to do damage. Umbreon pushing another defender. Blastoise away. Unite's on the ready. I want to see who wins this fight. Solar Point finds Pardesi. That's a big KO, making sure the rings unbound for this fight on the bottom path is not there. In the meantime, Pies, he comes in with the Lapras Express, but he's caught. Spy Vision being used. Leafeon find 2. Might be finding the third here, as they might try to put the Lapras down. Lapras serves as Hydro Typhoon being used, and that tried to push the players out, but the Inteleon's damage was enough. Then comes in Mimikyu, finds the KO. Rings unbound a little bit too late. Pikachu, the lone survivor. Chetinda all goes an immediate Solar Point. And that is Griffin back in action, winning another fight. Came in. Pardesi is also gone. Now Lapras, he did make his way through, but trying to fight with Illusion with the crit hit enabled is going to be super tough. Backs off, and Griffin have charge on all paths.
That being said, Mimikyu is also up for some buff steal in the jungle, but the Reggie Rock, I don't see FSC Sports even trying to go for this contention. They know that this is lost. We have to focus on the Reggie League, and they have decided to go on the top lane and get it for themselves. While Nova will be securing this Reggie Rock for their side, as FSC Sports, they want to push it again towards the tier 2 goal zone of the top lane. But will they be able to make it in time? Because I really think they can before even. The Mimikyu can hop in, but look at that. Pikachu goes down.
Two-step Emerald coming in on Chandelier, and now Pai is a little bit too late. A 2 KO streak for Leafeon. And Pardesi is just sitting and watching a tier 2, unable to help his teammates, assist them. He was, yes, further away. Unfortunate, they do secure the Regieliki, but not the game or the fight, so their goals still remain on the deficit. 156-230. Griffin still trying to push, and Nova with a snarl trying to snatch away the experience that they might be getting. Baltoy will also be taken from Pikachu. Secures. As of now, 2 AOS energy. Quickly talking about level here, it is a level 13 Leafeon, level 14 Mimikyu. That's where trouble strikes for FSC Sports. They need to find at least one Pokemon running towards 13, and it seems like it still is far away. Pardesi, as tough, as long as possible, is trying to annoy, but it's not looking like it's enough.
They're literally pressing Pardesi to go and, play his own game very freely. But it seems FSC Sports, they're in a very compact position in this moment. This final stretch fight is going to be very, very crucial for both the teams. But for FS, it is going to be a lifesaver if they can manage to get the Rayquaza in their favor. We can see the Blastoise is still on a level 11 as it seems. But all the players, at least one, as you mentioned earlier, one needs to go at least to level 14 to make a huge difference. The Hyperspace Hole makes sure to comes in with Rayquaza spawns up. And this is the time to see whether FSC Sports, can they make it up for themselves.
Look at how much control on the map Griffin have. They've forced the players of FSC Sports in their own mid-path and alleys. They're not letting them move out of the tall grasses. And even if they do, they're showing that Nova is here. Rings Unbound being used. They want to call for a team fight. Lapras Express is here from Pies. Pikachu's Unite is here. Finds that's going to be on the other end. Pikachu goes down along with Chandelier. Range attackers are out. It's only of the front lines who are left. Pardesi finds one on Leafeon. In the meantime, Snowy is still alive along with Illusion. And the Secure, they make it happen. Griffin, they walk away with it, and it's all thanks to Noah. I think it was the snarl hit coming through. Griffin didn't even seem like this was a tough game for them. They made it through. They're going to get the 100 done, and now there's another 100 pushing it to 530. And there's no way FSC Sports can even break the shield, because when two players are inside a goal zone, the goaling speed is even faster.
That being said, FSC Sports, the final stretch fight, it was definitely not something that they could have done or and something at this point, because Griffin, they had the complete control and they got the chaos at the right moment when it was supposed to be. But also Mimikyu leveling up so faster made it very easy. It seems like Team Griffin, it was a complete well-oiled machine.
I think right as now it was just that range attackers going down super early caused trouble, but there's still time on the clock. Pushing for a bottom part team fight. There is still the Lapras. Thunderstone coming out again, but doesn't do any damage. Lapras Express, however, it does. They're trying to go for a goal, but Snarl with that AoE damage is doing a lot. Coming in Ghoul, he finds again the Chandelier. It's always these range attacker. Mimikyu finds on Pikachu, and now the game is gone as Blastoise is also gone, meaning the front line is left with only Pies. Pies goes down with a 3 KO streak coming in for Snowy, and Pardesi all alone as he's also been swept, sent back to Nurse Joy, and in the next 5 seconds, all the visit that they get is from the Pokemon Center and not here in the Pokemon Unite Thea Sky Ruins. Game number 1, Team Griffin.
2 times Team KO we just witnessed coming up from the side of Team Griffin, but the amount of performance we saw coming up from the side of Illusion, Ghoul, as well as if you just talk about Snowy, it was immense. You can see Snowy 12 KOs in his name, and individually Ghoul as well as Illusion, they have got 8 each respectively for themselves as well. But if you talk about the entire team game, it was literally outstanding coming up from the side of Team Griffin. They actually didn't give any kind of loopholes.
I think it was a kind of duo game coming in. First Snowy with the Shadow Sneak, he immediately jumps on one of the range attackers, and then Ghoul as well. That play was just phenomenal coming in. Solar Point, Leaf Blade, and then Emerald 2-step. I think very well played. Illusion as well. I think early game, Team Griffin kind of were about to lose control of things, but they evolved their Pokemons, and that's where it all worked out. Whereas on the other end, right, this Chandelier evolved super early. We thought it could do a lot more damage. As you can see, Blair just sitting at 4 knockouts. We did want to see a lot more, but Illusion proving his fact that him being the top KO, right? He has been the most devastating player here, sitting right now again at 85,000 damage that he is dealt, along with his teammates Snowy as well as Ghoul.
I mean, if you talk about like in a race of MVP, all those 3 players that we're seeing from the top 3 of Team Griffin, they are in that contention in their own race to become that MVP, right? But if you talk about the graph that we're seeing in front of us, the early game till the 4th minute, there was not a big difference as we see in both of the teams, because FSC Sports, they also started off pretty well. But when the objectives came into play, FSC Sports could never secure the bottom objective, the bottom Reggie for themselves. Instead, they went for the Reggie. They secured it 2 times, but they were unable to get the much amount of value that they could, especially the scores.
I think in the first, as we can see in the 4-minute mark, right, they played a very good, I would say, mind game or strategy game, which is going to be breaking the tier 1 on the top path and letting the Reggie push to tier 2. Very well played. All of them jumped into the goal zone, used that boost of goal scoring, and that happened. Goal zone was immediately destroyed, but by the time they could kind of get back on their feet after scoring, it was the side of Team Griffin. I think Team Griffin picking that fight itself worked out for them. They got control of top path, as well as along with that entire map control where they knew what they had to do. Game number 1 here is done between them, but the series is still not done. Meaning, as we spoke about it, Griffin are 1 step closer of closing this loser bracket round number 4 in their favor. Can they make it happen? Can they find finally a clean sweep? As we said, Griffin have never found a clean sweep. They've always had a chance of moving into the 3rd game and then winning it out. But right now, they have to find this, because if they kind of extend their games today, they're going to be playing 3 games in a whole if they go to the grand finals.
Exactly. That being said, this is definitely, I would say, a big examination for both the teams, because at this point, if you just lose, you're just out, as we mentioned it earlier as well. But for FS, it didn't actually start off the way they wanted it to be.
Yeah.
But for Team Griffin, they desperately wanted this win for a very longer period of time. But we'll have a quick look on the player of the game. Who is it? And there is no doubt we'll be seeing Snowy.
I think he was jumping on anybody and everybody that was being seen. Brilliantly played in terms of movesets, in terms of damage being done, using the Mimikyu at best, and I think has finally done what we wanted to see when Mimikyu was put into the fray. Snowy, we've seen him. I also want to see the Glaceon that he had played in our online qualifiers, online playoffs. Can he make it happen here or not is something that we have to see. But I think very well in sync were Griffin. That I would say, even though Snowy has taken the player of the game in his name, it's all about being in sync. That was very well done from the side of Griffin.
Entirely the team game illusion. Then you mentioned earlier those solar boings coming in instantly and
Cool.
everything. And you know what, that boing does annoy. If you have a
lot.
Leafeon on your opponent and he's coming up with the solar blades and you're giving the boings, you wouldn't like it if you're in the opposing team.
They didn't.
Yeah,
That's a
definitely.
fact. I'm pretty sure right as now FSC Sports are like, okay guys, we have to bring it back together. It was not what we thought. It did not work out in our favor. We have to do something different. And I'm pretty sure FSC Sports will be talking about it. We did even speak about it in the terms of the draft, which was there. A little bit likely was the size of FSC Sports, because they had the proper front line, then they had the back line, which was in terms of placed really well, and also their supporter, right, with a hyperspace hole. But I think it felt like Pardesi was always on that lookout, or always on that position where he was trying to push the players away from his teammates rather than playing with the team. And whereas if you talk about the range attackers, it looked like always they were the ones indulging in a duel first, and then their defenders came through. I think that's where a little bit of an issue happened for FSC Sports. But on the other hand, I think Griffin just took control of everything and made it work for themselves.
Exactly. And that being said, it's already a 1-0 in the series. That means the next match is going to be a do or die for the side of FS Esports, because if they win it, Lucifer, they will still be in the competition. We will be witnessing a 2-1 in this BO3 series, as it all happened in all the matches of Team Griffin. But if Team Griffin wants to change the script a little bit more, they can go with a 2-0 and just say that, you know what, we have had enough 2-1s of the score in the entire tournament. It's time we go for a clean sweep.
Now, Griffin, if they do that, I think they're going in with all. Because we said, right, Griffin are going to have the longest journey today if they win, and they've already had the longest journey here in Pokemon Unite India Open 2023, all the way from winners bracket and now in the loser bracket. On the other hand, FSC Sports, we spoke about them, they were the invited team, and the only invited team that is still here in India Open 2023. SATL was another, and they are not here anymore. So I think FSC Sports would want to do something better. FSC Sports have had these situations where they've lost the game, but they've also made a comeback. Now, again, it was the fight against Revenant Esports that we speak about. They made a comeback there. So I feel like FSC Sports, it's just a little bit of a hiccup here on LAN stage, and when we always talk about LAN, there is that first game jitters, right? Somebody, a little bit of an overextension. Others are like wondering what's happening, a little bit of a mishap here and there, and they kind of lose that composure. But right as now, I feel like FSC Sports, after playing the first game, like, oh yeah, now we know where we are, even though there's a lot of eyes watching on them. But I think Pokemon, this is how it is, right? It's so interesting, these Pokemon battles. Always it kind of takes me to those series where we used to watch Pokemon battle. You had to first get your starter Pokemon, and your initial gym battles were 1v1, then later down the line it was either a 3v3, 4v4. However, it was not a 5v5 as a team battle, but here itself it is a 5v5 with 5 trainers playing simultaneously against another set of 5 trainers. But let's jump into the draft phase of the second game, where FSC Sports want to make a comeback and do not want to get eliminated. Again, this is an eliminator that FSC Sports as well as Griffin are playing in loser bracket round 4.
Good thing for FS, they do have that first pick preference again this time. But yeah, same bans coming up. We will be seeing a Mew ban, and we will be seeing a Zacian ban coming up from the side of Team Griffin as well. They don't want to take any kind of risk, because even Zacian can actually still play a major part of a game. He can find you a lot of value in spite of being nerfed so many times. He's still a very much valuable Pokemon as it seems. But Pardesi doesn't go with the first pick. He decides, let's Rook take the first one, and he goes with that Umbreon instantly. That being said, the 2 picks preference will be going for the side of Team Griffin, as Mikey decides to go with the Cliffable. Is it so? Because he's still not locked in, but Snowy doesn't want to let that Mimikyu slip away.
Yeah, it feels like right now games are kind of turning out in favor of Mimikyu, and how well they play Mimikyu. Because even in the early game of first one we saw, right, upper bracket finals, winner bracket finals, Early game, it did not work through. But Snowy, he played it really well, and especially his shadow sneaks. They connected so well. Pikachu was unable to run away. I hope this time they make a change, and they do. Blair comes out with a Delphox. So there's going to be fireworks around, along with Berserk, this time taking away the Inteleon from the side of Griffin.
Now this is going to be interesting. I'm really looking forward to what Illusion is going to pick. But Goal, he is deciding, I'll not let that Leafeon slip away. And if he's, I definitely think that he will be picking it up no matter what. But Illusion, I'm looking forward to see what he is going to take. What role is he going to take? Again, he's still waiting and gives the chance to Nova to pick that Slowbro for their side, as Goal also decides to stick with that Leafeon.
Now, Slowbro has not worked out great. I want to see how it works out here, but I think we have to still wait and watch out for what Blair can do. It feels like he's not moving in for the Zoroark, which we have been seeing, right? Zoroark still does a lot of damage, but in these recent patches, it is made that there are chances of counter. Coming to the last two Pokemon choices, finally we see the Blaziken, which was used throughout our playoffs on the online stage. Pardesi will still have the Hoopa. Venusaur finally also being the last pick choice coming in from Illusion, early evolution. Right as now that we are seeing, it's only Blastoise as well as Venusaur. So far, all the teams are denying us Charizard. So Charizard fans out there, I'm really sorry.
I am one of them, Lucifer. But still, that being said, I would like to see the Venusaur action as well, because Ghoul, okay, wait, what? Illusion comes up with a Leafeon this time. They have swapped between both of them, and Ghoul decides, you know what, I'm going to go with that Solar Beam. I don't know whether he's going to go with that Solar Beam or not, because we have seen the Petal Dance and Giga Drain also coming into the plays. Sol played so brilliant Venusaur in the previous game that we saw the previous BO3 series, but I'm a little concerned about how the Blaziken will turn out to be for the side of FS.
All held items, if you talk about it, there's a Shedinja doll with Berserk. Otherwise, everybody is playing on Eject. On the side of Griffin, it is majority again Eject along with one full heal as well as an X speed. Talking about stacks, there's a special attack specs and attack weight as well coming through on Blaziken as well as Leafeon. I want to see how that works out. We did see in our playoffs, right, online, attack weights did not work that great. A couple of teams were unable to get their attack weights stacks coming through, and which affected them a lot because their damage output was a little bit weaker compared to what they could get with the attack weight stack. We are waiting. It's going to be time for game number 2 of this match 2 or the loser bracket round 4, where it is a decider here, especially an advantage for Griffin. It's time to start the battle. Can Griffin close this game number 2 in their favor, or FSE Sports try to bring it back and push it to the third?
It's going to be very interesting. A lot of questions in the heads of the fans and the audience who are sitting here. For the supporters of FS, for the supporters of Griffin as well. But it seems those early stacks will be very, very much crucial for both the teams who are going with the stack build. But this time, again, Goal with that Venusaur trying to... For the Bulbasaur as of now, he's trying to damage a lot rock. He has to make a fallback because if you see, Team Griffin then not letting those wild Pokemons going in the favor of FSCs, but they don't want to let them get those Eos energy.
Pardesi, as usual, annoying, invading mid-path. Clefairy right now trying to chase off, but the advantage being taken from the little Torchic. Unfortunately, did not get the last bunny, therefore right now has to run away, making sure doesn't give away a KO. Is trying best, but Leafeon has evolved. Leafeon's last hit might just find, but somehow managing to eject out of there. Blaziken survives. In the meantime, a bottom path push. Shedinja over there. Berserk barely survives. The last hit coming through from Mimikyu finds the KO, and that little teeny tiny Sobble has been sent back.
Good start for the side of Team Griffin once again. Now the Swablu in the Altaria comes in, and instantly Team Griffin did not even give a single chance for FS to go for the secure. Instantly the Solar Blade points coming up. Mikey also just sneaking up to go with the scores that he has for himself. Well, this time Rob, he just trying to make sure that all those wild Pokemons go in their favor, but it seems Team Griffin, they've decided to just save it.
Mimikyu, it's invaded the mid path of FSC Sports, might be taking away the buffs as well, and Drizzly, I am not too sure what it can do. Berserk, he's getting his crit hit. Can he find this hit? It seems like he's just backed off. He's given away. Let them take. I can't do anything about it because I'm a ranged attacker. In the meantime, Mean Look puts a stop to Mikey as well, and FSC Sports somehow trying to take things under control because of the overextension on Mimikyu. They might be able to convert a top path fight, but unfortunately, their Blaziken gets put down before full evolution.
That hyperspace hole was there to save his back, but eventually I would say that Leafeon was much more fast. That being said, we see two level 7 Pokemons coming up from the side of Griffin, that is Venusaur as well as the Mimikyu. But on the counter, Inteleon is the only Pokemon from the side of FS who has evolved to level 7. But that being said, they're trying to give a little bit of damage cool with that Solar Beam he's playing on it. But for sure, Team FSC School, they will be looking forward to get as much as EXP for themselves because they had lost a lot of objectives in the previous fight.
Again, taking away the AOS energy and experience finally with the liquidation, but it connects only with Nova. So he's a defender. He'll be ready to tank up the damage. Final Alterian Swablu, majority of it taken from the Venusaur. Solar Beam coming and doing a lot of damage, and now 10 seconds on the clock. It is going to be the Regis that will be spawning. Regieleki on top and Reggie on bottom. In the meantime, quickly talking about the fully evolved Delphox along with the fully evolved Blaziken. But unfortunately, Unites are not out on FS Esports. It's only one Unite that we could see on the side of Griffin. In the meantime, they use the hyperspace hole, all jump to the top path, seeing that Griffin players were on the bottom. FS Esports are going for the top path, Regieleki, but here's the Mimikyu, uses the Unite, and that might be a KO on Rook. They're trying their best. In the meantime, overheat, making sure the secure doesn't happen. And yes, the overheat secures Regieleki for their favor, but Snowy, he's not giving up. Unfortunately, gets stuck in mean look and he did not connect on Blaziken. I don't know how Blaziken survived, but I'm pretty sure he'll be happy that the Umbreon saved him.
That could have made a lot of difference, but it seems that Griffin is still trying to defend against the Regieleki, but look at the Umbreon. He's just getting completely wrapped up from both the sides and finally finds the KO Snowy. He wanted it for a very longer period of time, but instantly the Blaziken is there to save the tier 2 gold zone for themselves because they don't want to let Team Griffin go with any further scores. But Blaziken, will he be able to do it? He's just trying to, farm himself, level himself up as fast as possible. There are 3 level 9 Pokemon to the side of FS, while already the Mimikyu and Leafeon from the side of Griffin has evolved to level 10.
It's time for the Unite battles right as of now. Is ready, overheat on the ready, will do a big hit on Mikey, but Mikey with a Moonlight, he will get that 5 gold done, but now will try to get, he will mostly get stuck and might even be KO'd. He's still trying to survive, but come on, against the crit hit of Inteleon with liquidation, with constant punches coming in, he cannot do anything about it. Finally goes down. It's time for another team fight, hopefully here. Blair calls it. He wants to push this top path, destroy the tier 1 of Team Griffin. Team Griffin on charge, overheat ready. It might do damage. No, it's just a little bit out. In the meantime, Player of coming through Blaziken, trying to run out fireworks, puts a stall to the fight, but the Unite being used on Umbreon, it does not work. Mean Look puts a stop, but the Solar Blade hits Blaziken, finds the KO. FS Esports looking a little bit in trouble with the Snarl, tried their best and comes in goal with a Verdant Anger, and that puts a stop for FS Esports in its entirety, and a wipe coming through. Unable to do anything, Team Griffin take charge of all, as well as again the buffs being stolen from Mimikyu.
Oh man, what is happening? Griffin, they're just going berserk at this point. There is no counter to their attacks by the side of FS Esports. What are they going to do? The hyperspace hole, they are helping the Pokemon to go from the top to bottom or bottom to top respectively, but it's looking very tough for FS.
Level difference, Necros. Level 12 Mimikyu, level 11 Leafeon, level 11 Venusaur, and then the others are the supporters. Defender and supporter on level 9. On the other end, it's a level 10 Delphox and Inteleon and Blaziken, all 3 on level 10. There's no level 10 variation at all. And Team Griffin, they know have so much control. This time, however, FS Esports secure the top Regieleki for themselves as Regirock being secured by Team Griffin on the bottom and finally destroy the tier 1 on top. But it was not at all an overdunk. It was just an 18 score coming through. Therefore, goals still lagging. 108 was it was. Now somehow they managed to score because of the top Regieleki push. Tier 2, but the 2 Emerald step. Nice shed injured all and Berserk survives. Trying to jump away with aerobatics right now. Pushing Leafeon as well with the help of Blaziken. Find the KO and chances of scoring a little more, and now the scoreline comes a tad bit closer. Make it an extension as well, 199 to 190.
That's the kind of team game we wanted from FS to step in. That kind of team coordination is very much needed. The way both of them, like specifically the Inteleon as well as the, if you talk about Blaziken stepped in, that made a lot of difference. But that being said, Ghoul is still trying to find a lot of value out of that position. But the Solar Beam will be coming up just to secure those buddies for themselves. But those Shadow Sneak did make a lot of connection. Still, Team Griffin, they're keeping their tier 1 gold zone alive in the bottom, and there is no chance FS, they're looking forward to, level up themselves for this final stretch fight.
3 minutes left of this game. FSC Sports, they yes have a lead, but it's just of 9 goals. However, they have to convert a proper team fight. They still lack that level advantage, whereas Team Griffin, there's a Pokemon on level 13 especially. Their front line attacker, not the damage tanker. It's going to be Mimikyu that they have to be worried about. And Ghoul's playing so well on this solar beam, keeping players away. A jump pad being used. A player gets trapped with Mimikyu. That's going to be Blaziken immediately put down along with the help of Leafeon. That's a big KO to found with just 30 seconds on the clock before the final stretch.
This is going to make an impact, Lucifer, this time. This final stretch again seems to be a little bit under control for the side of Team Griffin. Look at the difference. Level 13 Mimikyu can make a huge impact. The hyperspace hold does come in, and they know that this Regiliki is going to make a lot of difference. And FSC Sports, they're looking forward to secure it, while Team Griffin, they will definitely try to go for a steal.
This is just making sure that even FSC Sports doesn't secure the Reggie or the Reggie, and Griffin also doesn't. And they're just trying to keep a neutral, making sure that they're giving each other one hit. But in the meantime, overextension of Pardesi again on this Hoopa so many times, which has caused trouble. And just before the final stretch, now that the Hoopa is down, Team Griffin will jump forward to finding where the players are hiding, will try to find the KO. They've spotted Pies on that Blaziken, traps him, slow beam on him, immediately dumping everything that they've gotten. And Pies is down, Blaziken is out. Now they'll easily jump on anybody and everybody. If they find the Delphox, more than happier, but they find the Umbreon, front line falling one after another. The gates are opening up where FSC Sports might just falter and Griffin might take it away. But Griffin, I feel like they're unsure whether they're on the lead or not, because look at how close. All they will be seeing is this is a close battle.
Exactly, and they don't know that it's just a 9-goal difference. If anyhow, even you can see Team Griffin, they're not even going for melting the Rayquaza. They might just go with the scores, but eventually they're looking forward to get as many KOs as possible. Look at Mimikyu, he's running after the Delphox so that he doesn't score, but that gives an opportunity for FS Esports to go and melt the Rayquaza at this point. But the Delphox goes down, as well as the Inteleon will be falling. Hoopa goes down as well. There's already 3 KO. The 4th one coming, and FS Esports, they face a complete team KO.
Unfortunate decisions being done from FSC Sports, and the Team Griffin take advantage of it all. They never jump into the Rayquaza pit. They keep themselves away on those boundaries and they wipe the entire team. All of them sent back to the Pokemon Center, and Griffin easily scoring hundreds, one after another. And there is nothing that FSC Sports can do. They have to just sit and watch in their base. They are trying to take a fight head on, but Team Griffin convert their first clean sweep, that too in a much crucial match in the loser bracket round number 4, and convert it and also win it. Right now, the chances, even though there's 15 seconds on the clock, is very less because none of them have so much Eos energy. They're at 200 for them to get a lot more, meaning that 4 of their Pokemon need to have 50 Eos energy. And look at that, constantly still scoring is Griffin, making sure that even a smallest gap is not left, and Griffin win this series in their name.
What a match it turned out to be. Team Griffin, they have written a new script for themselves in this entire Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. They have made sure that this time they will be going in the lower bracket finals with a 2-0 scoreline. But if you talk about the entire stats, Snowy again stepping in alongside Illusion on the Leafeon. We see Snowy again on 9 KOs, but look at the assist coming up from the side of Nova as well.
Yeah, I think this Slowbro played really well. We were wondering how would the nerf kind of workout. It played wonderfully. And this is what we spoke about. FSC Sports, that coordination between the team, right? That sync was missing. A jump between Pies as his teammates were getting stuck, and then the slow beam immediately hit him, and he was then immediately fell flat. I think there was a lot of issues that we saw from FSC Sports. On the other end, Griffin looked like a well-oiled machine. Though they're trainers, right? We have those duo battles in Pokemon, in battles where you have to have 2 people fighting against another set of 2 people, but you have to use your attacks in synchronous. And that's what here we see from Griffin. Damage coming in, as you can see, Illusion on 80,000 damage on that Leafeon. Chimed in perfectly. His ranged attackers or all-rounders were doing the damage, and Illusion was immediately jumping on the Leafeon, doing the last hit, making sure he gets the KO. And along with that, so much damage being done from his end.
Entirety of the control. I won't say that it was a one-sided game because it seemed at some extent, if you talk about the graph, it says it all. Till the 8th minute, it was like FSE Sports had a 9-point lead, but definitely it was all Griffin who took that entire control in the final stretch, and they even did not let FSE Sports again coming up with any kind of counterattacks.
as you mentioned, Graph. But in terms of, as you can see, Griffins, right? Stretch of goals very early on till the 4 minutes they concentrated. But I felt like what Griffin were trying to do is making sure around the 4 to 8 minute mark, they do not go for those overextensions. So Griffin kept themselves at bay, making sure that the experience is not given away, level difference is not given away. But with this, we do conclude this loser bracket round number 4, where our loser bracket finalists are going to be none other than Team Griffin. And to talk to them, our host, Captain Price, is ready.
My God, again? 2-0? I mean, that's the new Pokemon Unite overall meta, right? 2-0 is the new norm. But I will, of course, speak to the IGL from Team Griffin. But before that, all the audience out here, I would just like to give you a reminder that we have a giveaway, a massive giveaway, 40 plus giveaways. We have keychains to be given away, we have a plushie, and we of course have a lot more. WCS t-shirts are there, all up for you. Do not lose your raffle tickets. Those raffle ticket numbers are very, very important. That will get you something from the giveaway or not, depends on your luck. However, as I was saying, I would like to invite the IGL from Team Griffin. Please come on stage. I mean, what a game they played. Absolutely immaculating. This game was legendary, but this team is, of course, another legend. Now, we all have a little bit of confusion. There's two TGs. One is True Gravity, the other is Team Griffin. But Team Griffin, they had a fantastic run until True Gravity took them down. So, the IGL, could you please step forward? Yes, sir. Welcome. So, you were looking confident when we started off. So, I want to ask you, how confident are you now? Because you are just one step away from the grand finals.
Like, we won't be underestimating anyone. We'll just give our best.
All right. Also, along with that, since True Gravity already defeated you once, have you prepared and prepped for what is coming up in the grand finals, if you can make it there?
Like, to be honest, we haven't discussed anything about anyone.
All right, so it's all on the floor.
Yes.
It's all on the floor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, with that, we end up the second game for today. There's two more games still left. That is the lower bracket finals and, of course, the grand finals. We're going to find out who the champions of India will be, who the champions of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 will be. But before that, we do have a post-match analysis with our wonderful casters, the Lucifer and the Cross. Please take it away.
I think right now, Griffin have made one thing shorter for them is going to be the long journey they could have had if it went to game number 3. They understood that amount of, I would say, efforts that they had to put to make sure that they do not drain the day out, because they are playing round 4. Then they're going to be playing the lower bracket finals. Then the grand finals, 3 games on a stretch with a team on the upper bracket, right? They're going to be playing what? 1 game next, meaning 2 games for the day. Similar story going to be for the team who's moved to the lower bracket finals, who's waiting for them, is Forge Your Legacy. We'll be jumping into the player of the game as well to see the overall stats of that player, of the amount of damage that they have done. But I think it was the team fight which happened, where again Griffin felt like, oh wait, we have control of things, especially that shadow sneak, and also the chance of moving in mid path, right? Pushing the player away from their own mid path and not allowing them to get buffs was the main, I would think, damage dealing point, or like the odd ball being thrown towards the side of FS Esports where they couldn't do much.
Exactly. Illusion made sure that even if Ghoul is not playing on the Leafeon, I'll make sure that I will find that same value. And talking about Ghoul, he also played a very crucial role with that Venusaur. Completely, every time you needed him, he was there with that Solar Beam and giving a lot of damage. But that being said, 80,906 damage coming up from the side of this Leafeon. He's got 6 knockouts. That's definitely for sure. But eventually, that one who is leading the MVP race is proving it every time that why he is on the top.
Let's jump into the match report here as we see all the players who have done effective and most amount of either damage or goals. Starting things off, highest KO coming in is going to be Mimikyu from Snowy. Moving into the next is going to be highest goal coming in is going to be Slowbro, who is played by Nova. Illusion coming in again on the damage dealt. This man has been finding the highest number of KOs as well as damage. And then we move into Pardesi as highest damage taken, and it was bound to be, right? He was moving around everywhere with the Phantom Force on that Hoopa, pushing everybody off but also taking a lot of damage. Then the highest recovery coming in from Mikey. Initially in that early game of the first game between these two, FS as well as Griffin, it was Mikey who was a little bit troubled, but once Mimikyu as well as Leafeon started jumping up on players, the player off coming through, and then Emerald 2-step, the Unites were out, I think that's where everything fell flat. And especially Griffin, having the Unite when they moved to the top Reggie Aliki fight, right? When immediately Snowy decided, guys, I'm about to be level. and I'm going to get my Unite. I'm ready. I'll just jump in, and he alone, it was a 1v3. He uses Unite. He does not secure the Regilic. It doesn't matter. But what he does secure is going to be the top path control.
I mean, definitely. The entirety of the time we saw, I would say, a complete team game coming up from the side of Griffin, and that's all what it matters. FSE Sports, they made some minor mistakes. We did talk about that because Pardesi going up front specifically just before the final stretch, also facing like that backlash, he was getting KO'd, and that made a lot of difference. Gave the chance for Team Griffin to jump on those frontline attacks, specifically the Umbreon and all. But definitely, that made a difference. But still, it's just still the game on for the side of Team Griffin.
Griffin might have won this lower bracket round number 4, but they've not won the grand finals, nor they won the lower bracket finals, meaning that they're still not in grand finals. The journey is going to be long, and right now waiting on that end is going to be Forge Your Legacy, all after this short break.
after such an explosive start of the day where we witnessed two clean sweeps coming up from both of the teams, one is Team True Gravity, another one is Team Griffin, writing some new stories for themselves where we saw Team Griffin struggling with all the 2-1 series every time in the entire playoffs. Now they come in the LAN and now they're showcasing we are still capable of 2-0, and that being said, I've got fixes with me joining live on the desk.
Oh, thank you so much. And it was quite a matchup, right? Team Griffin, they were looking formidable the way they were approaching every single fight. You know, the second game got a little close where I kind of felt like FSC Sports were kind of unaware of the fact that they had the lead and forcing that Rayquaza fight towards C and kind of fell into the trap of Team Griffin. And Team Griffin, they're kind of having that run right now, especially considering, looking at this lineup, we've got a lot of stalwarts coming into play, right? Especially when you kind of expect that you would be having that upper bracket run, but sadly, you know, facing against a team opponent like, you know, the True Gravity, that is where they kind of were struggling a little bit, but now they're on the right path. And somebody needs to start banning the Mimikyu, for sure.
Oh my god. That I would say that one buff that happened recently that made a lot of difference. We didn't see a lot of Mimikyu play coming up in the entire playoffs, and after the patch update came, Mimikyu got buffed up. And look at the difference that one Pokemon is making, and especially Snowy, the way he played in the previous match was exceptional.
Of course, I mean, he's quite an experienced player. We've seen him playing from big organizations in the past. Now, Team Griffin, they're going all out, right? And the way they've been playing, as we take a look at the brackets, you know, we're going to have a much more vivid picture of what's really happening over here. Of course, True Gravity, they are the ones who are already set up in the grand finals. But now, this is it, right? The lower bracket finals is what we're talking about. We've got on one side Forge Your Legacy, and on the other side we've got Team Griffin trying to test their mettle. On one side we've got a team like Forge Your Legacy who kind of seem a little bit rattled, a little bit unsettled against a Team Griffin. They are in the mood, they've got that momentum, they're all heated up out here to show what they've got.
Talking about the rosters, we get similar faces coming up. We see Ruben, Fura, Volk, Doc playing, and there is one change that we are seeing today only, that Darkness has been added to the roster for the side of Forge Your Legacy. But if you talk about Griffin, the amount of performance they had just put up in the previous match, will they be able to carry the momentum as the roster remains the same? But the two major factors, or I would say the two players to watch out for, Illusion, Cole. These two players had made a big difference, but we cannot forget that Mimikyu and Snowy.
You know, of course, it's a team game, right? We all talk about we're all high glorious plays of all these range attackers, but then you cannot really disregard the supporters, right? Especially when you kind of saw True Gravity, how they were delivering, right? Vulcan was so good over there. But, you know, again, coming down to Forge Your Legacy, they were always too close yet so far, right? In the first matchup where they had a nice chance in sealing things off after getting that Rayquaza. Now, once we take a look at this particular team, Ruben, he's one of those players that really needs to step up over here, because in the past game, he did play Mew on both the occasions and did not really shine. Now, with Darkness having access to that, you know, Zacian, we kind of expected that he's going to be absolutely running hell rat through the fields, but he was not unable to kind of give that impact to his team. Now, Forge Your Legacy, they did get that little bit of a time to, you know, kind of breathe down and just, you know, gulp whatever they sort of faced. Now they have to come back and they have to hit harder.
And definitely that kind of breather is very much needed. While I believe the Team Griffin, on the other hand, as you mentioned, they did not have a lot of time to, you know, re-strategize what they're going to do. They have already won with a 2-0 scoreline against FSC Sports. And that being said, both the invited teams who were there in the playoffs has already been taken down. One was SATU long ago, and now this is FSC Sports, the only team who was remaining. But now we will be able to see a new champion in this India Open 2023.
Well, that certainly is going to happen, right? There's no second thoughts about it. We don't have God's Reign, we don't have Marcus, we don't have SA12, we don't have Revenants, we do not have the favorites in here, right? Now it's time for the new dogs in town to take everything away, right? Everyone trying to etch their name, like we said. But Team Griffin, they kind of looked really solid every single time. In the first game, I did not see a moment where they kind of lost grip over the game. They had nice control. There was reason behind everything. You could see, you know, Snowy just sneaking in through the opponent's area and getting those snipes out there. And then you could see, you know, all those illusion plays coming out there. And every single thing, you know, everybody knew what their role was. They knew how to take those team fights. Now, that is where, you know, I felt like FSC Sports and Forge Your Legacy were really lacking behind. As a result, result of which, of course, FSE Sports, they've had to take an exit, but Fortune Legacy, they had that little bit of that cushion in that upper bracket, but now it is done and dusted. Now they're in the lower bracket, of course, in the finals of the lower bracket. But as we take a look at two of those new players, right? You talk about Ruben and Snowy. Now, this is an even matchup that we can talk about, but Snowy having a lot of matches in his arsenal does edge past Ruben.
Definitely. But what I believe, Vix, is at this point that both the teams might just go with that. We saw both side Hoopa ban earlier in this day, but this time, can we see a both side new ban? Because if you talk about the performance that both of them, like Ruben and Snowy, have put up, both the players have played most of the time on Mew.
You know, Ruben surely has played Mew, especially in the grand finals during this LAN, but Snowy's got some options, right?
Yeah.
It's Mimikyu, and he's been playing it so well, right? Both the occasions he got Mimikyu, he sort of delivered, he knew what his role was. We were kind of in talks about it during the group stages as well. When do we see Mimikyu in action? And finally, it seems to be that our wishes have been granted, right? We get to see that Mimikyu, and he's been delivering. Regardless, one of the best Mew players in the community. You cannot put that out. So, of course, we're kind of going to be expecting a Zacian and a Mew ban. I think that is what I'm going to be looking forward to, but I really won't be surprised if we can see that coming. Another ban, I think, could also be a Venusaur right at this point, because whichever team has been getting that Venusaur, they have been stomping through the opposition.
We saw on Zisol, we saw it on probably Ghoul in the previous
Yes.
match, and every time both the players have stepped in and they have stepped in brilliantly. Yeah, not like Zisol, what he performed in his own match when they were playing the upper bracket finals, but Ghoul eventually came into the support whenever his team was in a need. The solar beams in completely, giving and, dropping the other players on the opponents to a lower HP, creating a lot of chances for Snowy as well as Illusion to find a lot more value, and that actually helped him a lot. But this time, Griffin, they have got the momentum, but I'm really looking forward to what kind of counter strat does the other team has.
Of course, I mean, Forger Legacy might have seen their matches,
Yeah.
could have figured some way out, because this is again one of those teams that have some experienced players. You know, you've got the likes of Volk in your team. So he has to kind of manifest all that experience together, and he needs to understand that there is a lot on the line. Not just to be the best trainers in the country, but also in going into the ACL. I mean, you might want to walk in as the champions, right? And Forge your legacy, considering they started their run in the grand finals, in the LAN event from the upper bracket, they want to get back at them. But again, it is going to be a revenge story, right? At the end of it, because, well, True Gravity, they have faced Griffin before, they've defeated them. 2-1 was the scoreline. But this is the first time we're seeing Forge your legacy take on Team Griffin, right? Whosoever wins gets a revenge matchup against True Gravity, and that's going to be really interesting, to be honest, because True Gravity, they're one of those teams that are kind of in the mood right now. The way they've been playing, the games have been close. Well, the odds are definitely stacked in the favor of Team Griffin, but anything could potentially change in the course of the next BO3.
I was writing a kind of storyline like Team Griffin, they were dropped down to the lower brackets only by Team True Gravity. So the kind of hunger that they will have for themselves specifically to get the revenge, and that too in the grand final, is definitely going to be very high. And for that, they also need to make sure that this lower bracket also goes as smooth as what happened in the previous lower bracket round 4.
You know, considering if we take a look at what happened in that matchup, it was really close, right? It was again a 2-1 scoreline, and it could have been either of them. But finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again at the TS Sky Ruins as the draft phase has begun. And like expected, like anticipated, you know, giving that respect ban to Snowy's Mimikyu, they've gone in for that ban there. On the contrary, it seems like, you know, they do not want to see an Inteleon against them, but still kind of opens up the floodgates for Ruben's Mew, who so far has been a little underwhelming, but you never know. This kid can shine any given moment.
That also being said, Team Griffin, they have the first pick preference for themselves, and Illusion, maybe it might be Illusion, it might be Snowy who goes with the first pick and decides to go with that Station, Illusion. He doesn't want to let it slip away. When you have got one chance.
Definitely, they won't, right? And now it's kind of a big question as to how they respond back. We've seen a lot of these counter picks being done. Zacian has not had the best of impact, but you can see, right, if it's being picked in that first phase itself, you know, the kind of potential that this Pokemon carries along with it. And there you have it, right? Ruben does not rather want to let go of that Mew. On the response, they also have an Umbreon. Umbreon again, that Unite move, that Moonlight Prance, just taking those shields away, getting so much of things done for his teammates. I think that is one of those picks that was sort of anticipated on the response. I'm not really surprised seeing a Hoopa and a Leafeon also being picked up.
I'm concerned at this point. Mikey on Hoopa, if he actually plays on that, Mikey has been very much, I would say, performing, or he has been very much good on them, specifically on Hoopa, and he has found a lot of value for his team. Gold decides to go with Leafon as well, but Darkness, he doesn't have a Zacian this time, but why not a Buzzwole?
Yeah, I think he's been sort of playing a little aloof from his teammates. And with Buzzwole this time, he's getting a little bit of that team fight potential coming into the play, right? He can initiate those fights, put in that pressure. Once he gets his gauge up, then you never know the kind of damage he can dish out. But Nova opting for a Snowbro, and this time, you've got Snowy with that Glaceon. So again, Snowy kind of getting his signature pick out there. We've seen the kind of damage he can dish out, right? But on the response, we've got Fura on that Venusaur. Now, Fura on the Venusaur is something that I'm really looking forward to, because Venusaur so far has been quite devastating given those early set of farm coming in, those early levels kicks in. You never know, anything could happen.
Just before, like, we had Lucifer on the desk, he was telling that I really want to see Snowy come back again on the Glaceon. He has been wonderful in previous time when Glaceon was in meta. And again, I believe he has written that storyline that, you know what, next match, Snowy has heard it and he's going with a Glaceon pick this time to... Sam will be very happy at this point. But again, this kind of composition from both the teams looks very much kind of interesting, because in the upcoming match, it all depends on one series. You win it, you go forward to the grand finals. You lose it, you're out of this tournament.
Exactly. Whoever's the loser goes home, right? That's gonna hurt. And what's up for grabs? A slot in the grand finals, the final one. We find who shall be the rightful opponents of Team True Gravity as they sit down and watch this match, completely gleeing their all attention towards the monitors right now. But now again, getting inside the TSK rooms, we need to discuss about what we can expect, right? You've got Steals a lot there on the other end side, right? This is where Fortune Legacy can really get themselves in. And I'm really keen to see how Darkness is going to perform with that Buzzwole, because we've seen him on Zacian. He's been doing his job, but not enough. Again, a new addition that has sort of caused some hindrance into that chemistry that Fortune Legacy have built so far. But you never know, if he kind of delivers, then it's good for them. But Team Griffin, this time, they've been starting from the purple side, while Fortune Legacy, they're going to be starting from the orange.
Exactly. There will be a little wait, because obviously the players are getting set as well. But as you mentioned earlier, that Darkness is the new player addition coming up from side of Fortune Legacy. And that being said, we haven't seen a lot of gameplay coming up from his side in the entire playoffs. He's a complete, I would say, a new player for even us, because we don't know a lot of things about him, but filling the gaps for the teammate he's replacing in the team, I believe that he's putting up a lot of efforts. But this time, again, those only efforts won't work. They have to put and get a lot of values if they want to make the win for their side.
Of course, I mean, for Forger Legacy, to be honest, the biggest issue with them was them in those team fights, right? They never really looked synchronized. They could not work as a, well-oiled unit, as they call. And there we go. We're on with the game. It's already begun. It is Team Griffin on the left and Forger Legacy on the right. Of course, Ruben, eyes will be on him as to how he's going to deliver, get those early KOs, get those levels. And now Forger Legacy, like we said, they've got access to some solar beams. But the big question is, with Venusaur, is he going to go for the Giga Drain or the Petal Dance build, or is he going to go the other way around? We've seen, in the European meta, we've seen players going kind of in a mix of the two, right? We've seen them going for Petal Dance, then we've got, a solar beam also coming out. So that's going to be really interesting as well. But as it stands, a little bit of help coming in from Snowy early on, trying to maybe secure the 850 Ulterior Swap, which is going to be there in a little bit of time. As Ruben, oh, that's a bad kill.
Now those solar boings instantly coming up. Again, from the very start, Bull is trying to find a lot of values. And Team Griffin, they want to take that early lead once again as what they were doing in the previous match itself. But still, Forger Legacy, they have to be very much, I would say, paying attention to it, because anytime any kind of errors or any kind of small mistakes will create a big loophole for the side of Team Griffin to find a lot of value. Because we have seen it in the previous match. You give a small opportunity to the side of Team Griffin to find a value, and they don't make any mistakes on that.
We've been talking so much about the impact that Inteleon can create, an impact which something like we saw from Venusaur, but Leafeon has sort of been overshadowed by everybody, right? Especially with what this Pokemon can really put on the table. You get that gauge up, You've got, that Solar Blade coming through. It has potential to deal massive amount of damage, especially when you're kind of sneaking up on someone. We saw in the previous game also, right? He was inside the tall grass, suddenly comes out and one Solar Blade, and the opponent is done and dusted. So, yeah, Team Griffin, they've got a really solid draft. They've got Snowy on the Glaceon. We've seen that little bit of a change being done there. Glaceon, there was a time it was picked every single time, but then there came a phase where the trainers kind of disregarded the Pokemon, and now it seems like it's much more sensible, much more viable to use that. And Snowy, given the opportunity that he has, he says, "Thank you, sir."
That being said, Buzzwole went to go and get those Swablues and Altaria for himself, but instantly denied because Zacian with the Sacred Sword instantly pushing him back so that he doesn't come up forward to take the fight. But again, those Solar Boings coming up. Doc is still on level 3. He needs to level up as fast as possible. He's going for the stacks, but still, it is going to take him a little bit more time. While Nova, he can actually find a lot more value.
Oh, he certainly can, right? There's no second thoughts about it. And Doc, he's been quite impressive, to be honest. Despite the fact that Forger Legacy lost against True Gravity, his performance with Blastoise was quite remarkable. The way he was drawing that attention, on both the occasions that he played. But this time, gotta see as to how he delivers. But for now, as things are kind of brewing up, you can see Mikey kind of trying to invade into the jungle, maybe get a buffer to something that could give them that little bit of an advantage. But looks like they've got some backup out there. Box taking some massive amount of damage as Team Griffin start racking up all those KOs. Leafeon already hitting level 8. That's massive.
Make it 9, level 9, and he has already reached, and that will make a lot of impact at this point. Already a 3-level difference, at least we can see coming, comparison to Forger Legacy, but also not allowing the Buzzwole to go for the stack and complete it. It's going to make a lot more impact from the side of Team Griffin against Forger Legacy.
Oh, indeed it is. And right now, at this point, Forger Legacy getting off to a rough start, and they have to find a way back into the game, and Ruben needs to start delivering. He's been silent so far. He's been touted as one of those players to really look out for, and hasn't really given us that opportunity. And Team Griffin, they're enjoying themselves, right? Snowy also at level 8 at this point. All right, a little bit of a damage on Nova, but seems like he's not really bothered. Had that Solar Blade being charged a little bit more, maybe Ruben could have taken a little bit more extra damage. But now it's time for the top objective, which I believe is getting contested, as Mikey trying to stop them from doing so, as Leafeon getting knocks after knocks, as there you go, now starting to feel themselves. Illusion gets in a KO. Mikey really needs to back off a little bit, as Pura, I think at that point, Mikey did accept his fate there.
Oh, Buzzwole, he deals a lot of damage. Zacian is unstoppable at this point. Illusion, he's not making a single error. He's on level 9, goes with the Sacred Sword, instantly gives a good amount of damage to Walt, but he still managed to heal himself up. But still, the Regieleki is uncontested, but still, they did try to go up and take the fight, but couldn't find a lot more value.
Of course, the bottom objective, however, Team Griffin having no trouble stealing that Illusion in the midst of things, just slashing through his opponents and getting those 2 KO streaks. Will, of course, try to take down the first goal post there. And now they have eyes set on this Regieleki and applying pressure on the tier 2. And this is where Team Griffin, they love doing things, and they're quite methodical about it. They know when to take that Regieleki. They know when to apply that pressure. Now they've got access even towards the jungles, right? They can get those farms up on their Pokemons. And Team Griffin, they're looking as good as due.
Look at the difference they've already made. Level 11, Zacian, Leafeon, Glaceon we see coming up from their end, while still there is a good level difference that they're keeping up. Forger Legacy, what are their plans? We see Team Griffin again pushing the tier 2 goal zone against Forger Legacy. They have made a lot more impact. The Regieleki hits as well, and there will be a lot big scores coming up from the side of Team Griffin. Make it to a 255 score mark. They can also go for a few more, as Leafeon is going berserk.
Oh, indeed. It's not just them, right? The way they've been using their Unite ability is all in tandem to each other. Sort of has enabled Griffin to be off to a really good start. The mid-game, they've dominated. Forger Legacy, there's some sort of a magic trick that can get themselves back. But as things stand, right, Forger Legacy in a whole dire circumstance, will find something out. Taking down Snowy is a small little victory which they need to embrace at this point, need to sort of group up as a team and apply a little bit of pressure, which they're doing right now. Nova tanking up a massive chunk of damage, will go back, heal himself up, and now set their eyes on another bottom path fight where you can see Pura on the backlines trying to dish out some massive amount of damage. It is Leafeon barely surviving with a sliver of HP, but Darkness gets ripped apart there as Team Griffin, they're on fire.
Oh, look at the illusions. It's the Sacred Sword as well as the Solar Blade coming in the very same time. Deals a big amount of damage and not even giving a chance for the Mew to make an impact. He goes and commits the Unite instantly. They are desperate for this bottom lane objective at any cost, while Glaceon, he shuts down the Mew. The Golden Anger came in and he secures the Regirock for the side of Forge Your Legacy.
Of course, a little bit of a silver lining, must say, for Forge Your Legacy. And yeah, Furia, like I said, he is their last hope. If something needs to be done, it has to be him. He needs to deliver at this point. As Forge Your Legacy still struggling in terms of the goals scored, as Team Griffin starting to, apply that extra little bit of pressure on them, despite the fact they lost the bottom objective, does not really concern them because the levels, look at that. Leafeon already hitting 13. We've got Zacian already on 13. Snowy might as well hit 13 really soon, as now there you go. The damage amount is insane, and Darkness just left stranded as Illusions just dives into right onto its stock. We've got Wolf, has that little bit of gravity there with the Moonlight, trying to give them that heal, but Snowblade, in fact, the Grass Blade just comes in and gets the secure on that Regilicki as Fura tries to, soak in some damage, respond back with a Solar Beam of his own, but to no avail.
333. Team Griffin is making a huge impact, and I would say thanks to that kind of early stack that didn't happen, or burst bowl, they prevented it so brilliantly that is giving a lot more fruitful situation for the side of Team Griffin to play and perform at their best. But that being said, the Regilicki will be stopped by the side of Forge Your Legacy, but now they have to focus on the final stretch. Just 25 more seconds in their hand.
The 25 more seconds, and this is where, Darkness has left us wanting for more, right? Every single time you get to see, right, just before the fight begins, the buzz wall is done and dusted. Really not being able to contribute a lot into this fights, and Team Griffin, they're benefiting out of that. I think they're showing the world how Zacian, if given on the right hands, can be played. That massive amount of damage coming through Forge Your Legacy. They will surely be trying to force out this final Rayquaza fight. But for now, Team Griffin, they will be looking to defend it with all their might.
There's a good level difference from the side of Team Griffin, but oh my god, they're trying to put up a lot of good show, and definitely the slow bro goes down as the first one, but Team Forge Your Legacy, they want to take this control, and the Unite coming up from the side of Leafeon. It does make a good connection, but could not find a lot more value. The Hoopa also unleashes the rings and bound, but that being said, the Unite commitment coming up from the side of Buzzbowl, I definitely believe that he would find a lot more value.
No, this time Forge Your Legacy, they were looking quite a lot solid over there, especially in the fight. Just taking down Slowbro right from the very start. They knew that the front lines were now opened up. They had that accessibility of which they really took advantage of. And then, when Leafeon just goes in with the Emerald 2-step, you could see that Solar Blade kind of missing out because, of course, Mew, he was using his Unite ability right there, kind of was invulnerable for that moment and did not get any of that damage, right? Mystical Mirage really coming in handy over there. Now, these are those kind of plays that Forge Your Legacy really needed, because now two Pokemons are down for 26 and 27 seconds respectively. Of course, they do not have their Venusaur, but still they have enough damage in their arsenal to try and force that Rayquaza fight.
That being said, Forge Your Legacy, if they are able to secure this Rayquaza, that can make a huge impact. We saw that the Venusaur, as you mentioned, has already been taken down, 17-second cooldown. But that being said, both the Leafeon and the Glaceon both have been already shut down. So that gives a lot of room for Forge Your Legacy. Once again, Koopa is still active on level 12. That level difference that was playing a major factor, out of that only the Zacian is still alive in that contention.
Now look at those levels that have been restored, right? Ruben on 13. We still have Darkness on level 13, along with Fura, right? Now, them hitting those 13 levels, of course, you've got Snowy on 14, but he's out of the picture, right? The two heavily farmed Pokemons are now currently in the Pokemon Center. They need to heal themselves back, and it's going to take a little while. As now, this is the time where perfectly the gank has begun once again. As you can see, the boss wall really going after Illusion and maybe Mikey at the same time, and now he's starting to heal themselves. Now, Forge Your Legacy, they've got that slight advantage, but they really need to capitalize because they've got that window within 8 seconds. They need to deal with it. Otherwise, Team Griffin, they're going to be back with all their force, all their might, and might just want to contest for it. Mikey's still hovering around, does not have his Unite move, but we still have Zacian in the mix. As now Rayquaza is starting to fall slowly but surely. The Solar Beam will be there for the secure as Forge Your Legacy do get the Rayquaza again, but now they also need to score along with it, and that is exactly what they're doing.
At least a score of 500 should be coming up from the side of Forge Your Legacy. Is amount of chaos energy that they have for themselves, but still Team Griffin keeping the lead. Trying to break the shield should be the best strategy, but at that being said, Forge Your Legacy takes the lead. They're still trying to push Team Griffin to the limits. That one, I would say the factor that was playing the level difference was completely denied in the final stretch. As the way they have made the comeback, it's literally mind-blowing.
It indeed is, right? Forge Your Legacy coming from the backlines. We said only a miracle could get them back, and those little mistakes from Team Griffin being capitalized as Forge Your Legacy. This time, we do not see them having any hiccups at all, as all those scores keep on pouring as they win game number 1. Team Griffin, after having such a solid start, messing things up in that Rayquaza fight, losing 2 of their most farmed Pokemons, sort of has eventually ended up in their defeat. As Forge Your Legacy win game number 1, what a show by these lads.
You look at the stats and it says everything. Goal, Illusion, 8 and 9 KOs respectively, 17 assists coming up from Mike and 10 from the side of Snowy as well. It was a complete intact team game coming up from the side of Team Griffin once again, as what they were doing in the previous one as well. But Forge Your Legacy, that final stretch once again made the flip possible, and they will be walking away with a 1-0 lead in this BO3 series.
You know, this is unbelievable, right? This is one of those matches where I really still feel could go towards game number 3. Now, Team Griffin, they were doing everything by the book. They were doing everything right. Till that Rayquaza fight did come up, right? You could see Nova being a little out of position. Now, when your defender, now the one tanky Pokemon that you've got is completely taken down in just mere seconds, and then the follow-up coming in there, you could see, right? Ghoul also kind of, misusing his spells over there, kind of messed things up, and even Snowy getting taken down. That sort of opened up everything for Forge Your Legacy. They knew that this was the window they needed to capitalize. Now, looking at the damage, right? Ruben finally delivers from the backlines. There were questions being raised at when does he get back into his prime form, and seems like when the occasion demanded, he's risen up to it.
But also I have to give a lot more credits to Darkness, being a new addition to the team and such a big performance in the final stretch. I just saw that Buzzwole, just lifting the Pokemon and smacking it down, and that found a lot more value, I would say.
It certainly did, right? Initially, we could see, I think it was Illusion. He was getting over the heads of the Darkness there. We could feel like Buzzwole, he was struggling in those early games. But during that final fight, right, in the final stretch, we kind of saw finally Buzzwole getting that room, right? When he had that little bit of freedom, when the front lines were completely off, then he could go for the back lines. He could go for those ranged attackers. He had that avenue, and given that moment, he sort of grasped it for himself. And that sort of enabled Forge Your Legacy. But yeah, Fura was the one who kept things together, right? When they were in dire circumstances, he was using those verdant angers. We could see those solar beams really coming into place, those bottom objectives also being secured. Now, looking at this graph, this completely shows a different story, right? Team Griffin, they were dominating the game all through the way till that final stretch.
I mean, the graph says it all. All the objectives went in their favor. Only one Regirock was there for Forge Your Legacy that they were able to secure for themselves. And after that, the Rayquaza played the main game. And specifically, a big thanks to the Ruben, as well as I would say the Buzzwole. Darkness did a brilliant job alongside the Venusaur, as you mentioned earlier. It was a team game that came up in the final stretch for the side of Forge Your Legacy that put up a great show. And we can see the scores coming up from there. And it all came in that 8 to 10 minute timeline. And that actually happened, was very fruitful. 152 score from the side of Mew finally made the things happen.
Yeah, indeed did, right? And from here onwards, Team Griffin, they've kind of left scratching their heads, like what could they have done better? That one moment of a mess up that kind of completely just ruined things for them. And now this is where Team Griffin, they're in a bit of a pickle, right? Of course, they were the team that kind of went in from a victory against FSC Sports. They were feeling the momentum. They started off with a shebang, but suddenly in that final fight, I'm kind of sounding like a broken record, trying to emphasize on how much of a game changer it was, because it indeed was, right? When your Slowbro gets taken down, your Leafeon and your Glaceon, they're done. What do you do as a team? For Mikey, I kind of felt a little bad, and same goes for Illusion, because Asian just cannot go head into that fight. Of course, there's that bus wall which will not let that happen, right? And it indeed happened just like that, right? Even if Fura was taken down, he somehow came back. But when we take a look at the trainer of the game, the player of the game has to be Ruben, right? The way he performed when the situation demanded out of him, he showed his best, and as a result, he is the player of the game.
In the overall game, he did a lot of damage, but only was able to secure 5 kills in his name alongside 5 assists. But that also sums up in the final stretch fight. Everything what happened for Forge Your Legacy, I would say it all happened in that 8 to 10 minute timeline. And I'd say every time, the 2 minutes is very much important. Even if you had that complete control over the game for the first 8 minutes, the final 2 minutes, if you're able to keep that momentum up for yourself, the game can turn up in your side. Otherwise, it can be a big flip that you might not even expect.
Yeah, and Forge Your Legacy, to be honest, really needed that, and they deserved that, especially even if you remember the first game, the upper bracket finals, they were the ones who took on Rayquaza, who in fact took down Rayquaza, and then we thought that they might just capitalize on it, but unfortunately, things did not go the way they planned, and in the second game also, we felt like, yeah, they were in the midst of things. They had a really good start. But this time, things were completely different. They didn't have a very rough start in the start. And it was Fura that kind of kept everybody together. And they were kind of fighting it out, sort of getting those levels. And then you could see that little bit of overextension also coming in from the players of Team Griffin, where they were kind of feeling a little complacent, a little cocky. And, well, sadly, they were punished for that.
I am definitely sure that the Mimikyu ban affected a lot. I mean, Snowy would be that much happy after seeing that Mimikyu ban once again, and that made a lot of difference, because this time we did see Snowy stepping up and finding a lot more values on the Glaceon, but still not as much as on Mimikyu.
That at the end of the day, right, Glaceon has always been Snowy's go-to pick. It's been his comfort pick, the soul pick, like he, as his name quite suggests, right, kind of lives up to it. But then again, it was not the Glaceon pick that really bothered them, right? It was the execution in that final fight. Every single one of them sort of trying to initiate. It sort of kind of went all astray. The moment Slowbro was taken down, they felt like, yes, this was the time that they needed to push it. They needed to get some value. But unfortunately, the follow-up was just not there. As we take a look at the match report, I mean, Illusion, he was definitely feeling himself, had a really good game with Station.
Alongside that, we see at least 3 players from the side of Forge Your Legacy. If it comes down to the highest damage dealt, it was definitely the Mew stepping up and getting over than 1 lakh damage for himself. But I have to give a lot of credits to Volk as well. Playing on the Clefable, you can see he has taken the major amount of damage for himself, but also he's provided the major amount of heal to his teammates when it was much more required with this Moonlight.
Of course, every single time I really feel the supports do not really get that much of a glory that needs to be demanded. But with the Clefable, he was still, in those final fights, during those mid-games, that Moonlight savings that he's been giving his team, those healings during those battles, especially on that boss wall, seemed to be very instrumental behind, this team's victory, right? And from here onwards, they need to forge their way towards their legacy that they want to create. Now, it's time for game number 2. And this time, Team Griffin, they've decided that they need that first pick. And obviously, you can see, right, Snowy, well, his Mimikyu has been banned, the respect has been shown. But from Griffin's side, we've got to see what are they going to be going in. And it is going to be a Zacian ban. So now we've got Mew on the cards. Maybe Team Griffin might want to spice things up. Maybe go for a Mew ban.
Yeah, definitely.
In fact, for a Mew pick.
Yeah, Mew pick as well. But we see the ban. It's similar to the previous game, what we saw earlier. The Zacian as well as the Mimikyu getting banned, not allowing Snowy again to go with that Mimikyu and cause a lot of trouble.
All right. They've just kind of removed Ruben from his favorite Pokemon and, not banning it and not letting him pick it either. So we're going to see Ruben on an Inteleon. Quite a smart choice. We've seen either it's Mew or it's Inteleon. Again, Inteleon has been one of those Pokemons that has the potential to dish a massive amount of damage. Right? We've seen both the builds being played, and I think it was we've seen Liquidation being more used right now instead of the Snipe Shot. But for now, on the response, Illusion, well, he's opted for the Leafeon. Maybe they might want to change things up later, but Mickey, he's gone for the Clefable this time.
They don't want to let anything go south for their end, because this match is going to be a do or die for the side of Team Griffin as well, because if they lose it, they won't have that kind of chance to take the revenge of the grand final. But Darkness, he decides to go a little bit off, and this time he chooses the Blaziken coming into the play, while Volk, he will be going with that Blissey because the Clefable was taken up by Mikey on the other side.
I think Furia still will stick for a Venusaur. I mean, that's on the cards, and with Blissey, we've seen that combination to massive amounts of damage. Yes, no surprises there whatsoever. So again, you know, Snowy sticking to his comfort pick. Glacier, of course, had to be somebody between Mimikyu and this. And Nova, again, you know, sticking up with the Slowbro. That one little mistake cannot really rule out the fact that he was impressive during the early and the mid game. Later to falter during the end game. But right now, Mickey, we're going to see the last time they had that Hoopa, but this time with the Clefable, they've got a little bit of that control. You know, they've got that heal also going on, trying to keep Snowy and Cool alive, along with Illusion, trying to dish some, you know, back damage from the behind. But on the other side, right, when you look at the draft coming in from the players over here, there you can see, right, Venusaur, he can go in, he can get into the midst of things, he can get a little dirty there. Same goes with Blaziken. You need to get those stacks up, and the moment you have that, you still have Inteleon, the one who can dish out damage from the backline. So for your legacy, they've got a lot of things sorted for them.
That being said, Team Griffin, the previous match that they had in the lower brackets round 4, they literally oppressed a lot of times. Blaziken was not able to function at its best because the early stacks were not done because he was oppressed a lot more times. But that being said, is this going to happen once again? Because Team Griffin, they're a lot more familiar with the Blaziken play.
You know, Team Griffin, now the pressure is starting to build upon them, right? Just one game away from their journey getting over. Whilst Forge Your Legacy, one game away from getting that redemption matchup against Team True Gravity. It's going to be really interesting this time as to what they can put on the table. Of course, the drafts have been done. Both have their own flaws and the merits, but we're going to see how it's going to pan down towards the end. It's all about execution, right? We did get to see a nice glimpse of it towards the end, but off you're on. With the second game, it is Team Griffin on the purple side, whilst Forge Your Legacy are on the orange.
Important game for the side of Team Griffin, as we mentioned earlier. It's a do or die for them. The next two matches, even if they win this one, the next will be the decider that will decide which team will go forward. But eventually, again, Forge Your Legacy wants to make sure that the early stacks are not being done by Leafeon, but still, Leafeon is on a different way, while the Torchic will be just going and trying to complete his stack alongside Wall to there to support him as much as possible, as Darkness tries to make a fallback.
Oh, certainly does. Now, it's all about, you know, getting that early farm, trying to get all those neutral Pokemons, and especially if you can get your opponents one, you'd be even more happier, right? Especially all these, you know, Pokemons, if they can secure that, get those early levels up, because Team Griffin, the last game, they did everything right till the very end, right? Goon was still impressive with the Leafeon, so I'm kind of excited to see. Doc, he's been one of those players that has really impressed me with the way he's been playing, right? Umbreon, he seems to be quite comfortable, maybe not this time, as he's caught wandering off in the enemy lands, finally gets taken down, and he falls. But looking at the levels, right, you can see Fura again, you know, being on level 5, surely will be turning into Venusaur in no time, as now both these teams are contesting for the Alterias and the Swab Blues, and seems like Griffin again off to a nice start.
Griffin has always been that one team who has a big control over the early games, you know, completing their stacks, finding a lot more chaos for themselves, keeping themselves like having a good level difference as compared to the other teams. That always made a huge X factor, and even now we see both of the players, like Leafeon and the Glacier, has already evolved to level 6, which can make a difference in the mid game as well.
Oh, it certainly can, right? It's all about the end game that I'm worried about, Team Griffin, right? You have those nerves there, and it is LAN. You're playing again in front of a lot of audience out there. So you've got to be a little careful, but I kind of like how Team Griffin, they're kind of spreading out, getting as much farm as possible, whilst Forge Your Legacy kind of being restricted a little bit. But, you know, if the similar sort of a storyline repeats, we know how things end, right? With that little Moonlight, it will manage to escape, gets that little pace buff. But for now, it's all about waiting till that 7-minute marker. You kind of see those Unite moves coming up. In no time, you will see all those team fights breaking out. But for now, it's Illusion trying to apply a little bit of that damage on Wall, as they would be hoping that Fura evolves into Venusaur ASAP, which is done.
Oh, this Solar Beam is gonna hurt. All those Swablues and Altaria went in the side of Team Griffin as it seems, but again, Forge Your Legacy. This time again, they're having a problem with that level difference. We see the Glaceon on level 9 from the side of Team Griffin and level 8 Leafeon, which can again make a lot of difference. Still, Ruben trying to go with a snipe shot, it seems, and try to give a lot of damage. Both the objectives in the bottom and top lane has already came up, and a lot more damage is being done by Ruben this time.
Indeed, and he's gone for the snipe shot build. We were kind of confused if it's going to go for the liquidation, but you know, with that snipe shot, you've got that steal also coming into the fray, and we did see the kind of damage he could inflict on Snowy there. Forge Your Legacy having no trouble whatsoever getting this Regieleki, will try to apply that pressure on their tier 1 top and has managed to dunk it in also. We're kind of hoping that they get all their scorings right, as Illusion trying to fend off the attack, whilst, you know, the bottom objective seems like Snowy wants to contest with it.
I believe it's going to be easy contention or easy getting that bottom objective for themselves. But again, there's a not big difference between both the teams as it was in the previous match. This time again, Forge Your Legacy, they have made up. They're trying to close that level difference that was there between both the teams by securing those objectives. But once again, they're not even letting Team Griffin to go with those scores.
Yeah, you know, at this point, right, all that Forge Your Legacy want to do is kind of be in the fray, right? Really do not want to give away a huge lead to Team Griffin. Of course, they've gone off to a good start, but we know on those late games, you know, especially if you are having all that farm, instead using that Verdant Anger will hit on that slow bro, but he manages to escape as Team Griffin finally come into the fray, trying to get those KOs, and it will be Illusion getting one. But now you can see Darkness, he's on the prowl, he was on the chase. Mikey a little astray from his teammates. Well, there was a moment where we thought that Darkness might just dive in, but eventually kind of retreated. So a little bit of an awkward fight kind of happening out there. But still, you know, if you look at the levels, and I really feel that Team Griffin still has that slight advantage. The Emerald 2-step being used, the Solar Beam also being used by the Venusaur, but to no avail.
I really thought that he's going to face that KO, but instantly Mikey came in as a savior, just gave him the healing that he's in the need for desperately. But 15 more seconds for the Regieleki to pop up, and this time again Forge Your Legacy will have their eyes on it. Not letting it slip away should be the best decision, but if Team Griffin invades and tries to steal it, I really wonder how are they going to defend against it.
You know, at this point, you know, Snowy is starting to look a lot scary as Forge Your Legacy again trying to secure another Regieleki, which indeed they will, and now trying to apply some pressure. Of course, it's going to be Mickey trying to heal his teammates, keep them intact as the Bliss assistance does not really work out as Darkness gets dealt with. Now Fura could be next as Illusion getting a little ahead there, but they know what needs to be done. They need to get that scoring up, and falls down. The Umbreon Dock again going down. This is not really looking good for Forge Your Legacy.
Even after Regieleki has got a hit on the tier 2 goal zone on the top lane, Forge Your Legacy doesn't even have a scope to go and get the scores done. Now, I really believe that Forge Your Legacy, as they have already faced two, I would say, damages, big damage, that both of the tier 1 goals on the top and bottom lane has been breached. Now the only factor that can help them is to get those all objectives in their favor.
And look at Snowy, that amount of damage again, the Verdant Anger coming through, Walk on really low HP, he gets KO'd as now Doc trying to control this area right now. He's on really up the sliver of HP, that Solar Beam doing massive damage to Snowy as he gets picked off, as Mikey will also be put to rest as Darkness gets dealt with. You know, both these times, both these sides being quite unfazed with what's really happening as Team Griffin, they're kind of on, well, the beneficial side, as now they will lay their hands on the Regirock. And I don't see a world where Wall can manage to steal that. Will receive some assistance from Doc as he comes through the solar blade, goes in, and there you have it, getting the buff. Also their defenses and special defense kind of getting boosted up for a little while as Team Griffin again looking really solid. But it is that final stretch that I'm really worried about.
Again, we have seen the flips coming up, 50 more seconds to go, but this time Team Griffin, I really believe they will be prepared for any kind of counter-attacks coming up from the side of Forge Your Legacy. This time, they don't have a Buzzwole to worry about, but they do have a Blaziken, out of which we have seen Team Griffin coming up with the big counter-attacks and always pressing that one Pokemon.
Indeed, and look at that. Oh my god, Darkness cannot afford to get KO'd from here as the snipe shot comes in heavy onto its Mickey. Ball trying to go in. Both these teams vying out for this. Cannot really use that Unite move as now, again, Forge Your Legacy. They will lay hands on the Regieleki as it goes down to the tier 2. Now, this is a golden opportunity for Forge Your Legacy if they can get a 50 scored out there. And I think they're going to give them the access to that. Maybe Darkness, he's got his eyes on that. But he needs to understand that Snowy is hiding in the tall grasses as the Rayquaza finally appears.
Oh, that 100 will be dunked as Forge Your Legacy wants to take the lead away. But will the Glaceon allow the Blaziken to breach through him, because he has got a big responsibility? But as it seems, everybody from the side of Team Griffin had the focus on the Blaziken, and he becomes the first Pokemon from the side of Forge Your Legacy to get completely shut down, while Venusaur, he will be trying to push it as much as possible, and Mew comes up with a Mystical Mirage.
Oh, indeed, and now the fight is already broken out. The Burden Anger also comes in. The Solar Blade doing massive amount of damage out there as one after the other. The Pokemons of Forge Your Legacy, they're falling down. The Bliss Assistance not enough as Pura needs to heal himself back, as now Team Griffin lay their eyes on this Rayquaza. Surely they do not want to miss it. Surely they want to push for the final stretch. Surely they want to score, but Darkness coming back in time, trying to hold things off as Pura just waiting in for the steal as Rayquaza on really low HP, Snowy going in for Pura. That Solar Beam is enough to take Illusion down, maybe with the follow-up as Leafeon falls down. Things are getting really nasty, really rough as Ball somehow trying to survive is unable to do so as that snipe shot putting that Rayquaza to real low HP. But who gets the better side? It is going to be Forge Your Legacy coming in with that steal. And now they go on to the grand finals, marching their way through. What a final game it was.
A 200 more score coming up from the side of Forge Your Legacy, and they have really forged what they dreamt of in the start of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 as we witness the mighty Team Griffin getting down and out of this tournament, as we will be having our second grand finalist, which will be none other than Forge Your Legacy.
Oh my god, what a fight that was. In fact, could just argue to say that this was the best fight of the evening so far. Both these teams, moving shoulder to shoulder with each other. The way they kind of presented themselves, it was all about those decisions they made towards those end. And that assassination attempts there, those snipes coming through, that was so impressive as Forge Your Legacy stays their comeback once again and go on to face true gravity in the grand finals in style.
That one final stretch, again, that one loophole that was given away by Team Griffin was completely capitalized by the side of Forge Your Legacy. This time they did not make any kind of mistakes. For 1 second fixes, I really thought that Forge Your Legacy, by amount of the chaos that was secured by Team Griffin, will be faltering on maybe this round or this match will be going in the favor of Team Griffin. But once again, Forge Your Legacy, they have showed us that they are the masters in the final stretch.
I really want to look at that final fight once more, to be honest.
Definitely.
So much happened. What we last saw was, it was a snipe shot delivered there, right, by Ruben. And then you had the Umbreon just charge into the mix of things. And suddenly you see they've managed to steal the Rayquaza. Team Griffin, of course, initiated that. But what led to that is the fact that you could see other players of, Team Forge Your Legacy getting that final Regieleki, as a result of which Darkness goes in, scores 100. They get that slight lead. They know they've got that advantage. What a game it was from Forge Your Legacy. Those decision makings towards the end, that was impressive.
It happened in the first match, it happened in the second match, and the graph says it all. You can see that Griffin, they had a big control, but once again, that final stretch factor played for the side of Team Forge Your Legacy, and that led them to the grand finals of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023.
Indeed, it did, right? Forge Your Legacy did not really have the best of time throughout the game, but the ending was always sweet for them. You know, the way they've played it, I think they've earned a lot of fans, and I'm pretty sure this is exactly the gasoline they needed to spark up that fire burning through their hearts, because they're still wounded, still hurt, still bleeding because of the fact that True Gravity defeated them. But right now, you know, I'm pretty sure Captain Price, he must be having a lot of questions for the players of Forge Your Legacy. So, on to you.
Well, thank you so much, Fixes and Necros. But one thing is for sure, I mean, that one change in the Venusaur playstyle, it did matter a lot. The Solar Beam and over with the Sludge Bomb or Giga Drain. I mean, you know, things are getting spiced up, new things are popping in front of us. But of course, there are things for you guys as well, whoever's in the audience. You guys have a chance to win keychains, pushy, and of course, you will get the legendary WCS jersey as well. You know, do not go anywhere. There are these three giveaways, the keychain, the plushie, and of course, the legendary WCS jerseys. Everything is going to happen after the grand finals. But for now, I would like to invite on stage in front of me, Volk. Volk, if you could please come forward. Yes, there's a lot of chatter we need to have with you. Okay, entire team come forward. And Volk, please come beside me. So, Volk, the first game, it was a loss, right? But now, you have shown us what you can actually do. Whose decision was it to go on with the Venusaur Solar Beam?
Pura, that's all him. He
That's
chose,
all him.
yeah. So, he had some communication error because of like technical difficulties. So, like everyone used their own judgment and discretion in the matches. So, yeah.
All right, that was really nice. I mean, on game number 1, even I felt there was communication gap. But on game number 2, when you came into this game, did you know that you're going to secure it 2-0, or was it going to go on to the third game when you saw the draft?
I mean, we were just focusing on the game. We didn't think about the result and all.
You didn't think
So,
about
yeah.
the results at all.
And
Right.
there was communication gap like all games. I think that was mostly because of technical difficulties,
I
but
see.
trying our best.
And for the final game, do you have anything to say to your opponents, to all the fans who are present here?
It'll be fun to rematch them. We played them like an hour
Yes,
earlier. So let's see if we have adapted a bit or, yep. Hope you guys enjoyed the games.
Yeah, I mean, we
Did
all
you enjoy
enjoyed
the
it.
game?
Yeah, we all enjoyed the game. Thank you so much, Volk. And, you know, honestly speaking, I really love this revenge coming in. That's going to be there for the grand finals. I mean, Forge Your Legacy, they were taken down 2-0. And I would love to see it if Forge Your Legacy can take down True Gravity in a 2-0. But all that's going to happen after a quick post-match segment. So, casters, please take it away.
You know, it surely would be, right, if it's that revenge matchup coming through, and, well, that lower bracket blessing comes into play for the players of Forge Your Legacy out here. But, you know, talking about the breakdown of what really happened, I think it's quite evident, right, Necros? Because initially we could see in both the games, Team Griffin took a really good lead, and it was those final stretch hiccups that led to their fall.
I mean, throughout the playoffs, we did not see Team Griffin making this kind of mistakes, or I would say they give a little bit of opportunity to the side of Forge Your Legacy. And that being said, Volk is a kind of player who doesn't even let that kind of opportunity slip away from his hand. He made sure that we don't make any kind of mistakes. But I'm going to say this. I told you just a few moments back, when that snipe shot was missed, I really thought this is done for Forge Your Legacy, and this is going to be Team Griffin who will walk away. But I really want to ask Doc, where did he come from?
He just came from the woods, from the tall grasses, just leaping through. But, you know, talking about the player of the game has to be Ruben. You know, this young star kid that we've had. You know, he's that trainer that is out here to prove his mettle, and indeed has done so. Something which was sort of missing in the first BO3 against True Gravity. Now, it seems like he's in the mood for it.
Oh, Ruben. He's making a good kind of impact, or I would say an impression over that one team who was the first grand finals. Definitely it will be Team True Gravity who will be waiting for them in the grand finals. But that being said, Ruben is finding a lot more value in every time his team is in a need.
Oh, indeed. And, you know, at this point, right, Ruben, he had to step up, and he did. But it was just not him, right? It was Docker playing to his heart's out. It was Volk even there in those final moments. He's using those bliss assistants there, and everything sort of panned down. But again, going back to, breaking down really what happened, I think that Regilicki was a little bit of a game changer, because that kind of flipped Team Griffin to be the aggressors instead of defenders, because then they realized they had to force that Rayquaza, considering that 100 scoring came in from Darkness. That sort of changed everything. They were focusing on those objectives. As we take a look at the match report, look at that. Illusion having the highest KO. He's had the highest damage dealt. But look at who the winners were. They were Forge Your Legacy, right? With Inteleon, Ruben goes to deliver. He delivered with Mew as well. When he was also denied of Mew, he went with Inteleon and he still delivered.
And that being said as well, Doc with the Umbreon, he dealt the most amount of damage, tanked a lot of damage for his team, but still, he's there as that kind of category, definitely is ruling this kind of match that they played, and definitely the final secure that came up from his side. But I would also like to say one point that Venusaur, who was trying to, get that steal with that solar beam in the end, he kind of, I would say, worked as a distraction for the Glacier and all, and that made it like that Venusaur should be the first one to go down, and we have to make sure that he doesn't come up with the solar beam. And that, I would say, that made a little bit of impact, or that bought some time for his entire team.
I think it's not just a little bit of impact. He created a lot of impact, because having that HP advantage, he took down, I think, Snowy and the Leafeon, both of them together, right? And he was still alive despite playing the Sludge Bomb and the Solar Beam build. And getting those levels, that was really nice, But of course, this was the lower bracket finals, done and dusted. Finally, once more, Forge Your Legacy get their hands once again against Team True Gravity. But all that's action is just beyond this short little break. 218 teams, and it finally boils down to these two. True Gravity on one side and Forge Your Legacy on the other. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time. You are watching the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. I'm, of course, Fixis, and I'm joined along with Mr. Giovanni, who was apparently on a secret mission. He was sitting down with the trainers there, and he's got some masala for us. So tell me what you got in your mind.
So I'd sent in my Team Rocket squad to kind of
Alright.
get stuff, and
Okay.
it's on the way. Which captain spoke about it, so they
you
had
mean
to
the
get it from
giveaways?
somewhere. Yeah, so it's again, I had to make sure that it was here, especially because for
anything
our
for me?
wonderful audience. I mean, Fixes, I'm sorry, you are not part of a Team Rocket squad, so I cannot give you anything as of now.
I have the white jacket on. I mean, why else would you think? It's just about
You know the white Team Rocket, Jesse James and all, they are kind of blacklisted. I've moved them away. They're just around there, and the Delibird goes and tries to give them bills, and they keep dodging.
but still they're the most favorite Team
Yeah.
Rockets despite whatsoever. But let's take a look at the brackets, folks, as it is going to be a rematch. Team True Gravity taking on Forge Your Legacy for the ultimate championship title to decide who gets their name etched in the history books tonight.
Yeah, I think this upper bracket finals repetition happening here, I'm pretty sure to kind of get back that victory, Forge Your Legacy will be trying. And yes, as you said, right, I was on the backlines trying to get stuff, get what was happening. It was like Forge Your Legacy who understood what kind of did not work in the upper bracket finals, why they kind of maybe flubbed over there, their team synergy, they built that back. Whereas Griffin, we spoke about them. They're going to play games on a stretch. And for them to kind of make new things, especially after the patch, is going to be tough. I think that's what Forge Your Legacy took advantage of, saw what Griffin did, and then immediately clobbered on them.
I really felt that Griffin, despite having such a nice start, I think it's the nerves that got to them towards
Yes.
the end. And one thing that Volk even mentioned in the post-game interview was they were having those communication issues, right? They were not properly able to execute their strats
Exactly.
in the first game matchup against True Gravity, which I feel might have been resolved. And this is one of those matches that I'm really excited to cast.
Yeah, and on top of it, now talking about their opponents, right? Miriam, even in when the interviews before the game and after the game was taken, they were pretty confident. And also, you know what he said? If somebody has to be afraid of us, it has to be us. That's what he said. So I think for now, of the confidence that True Gravity walk up with, it's going to be a tough game here for Forge Your Legacy, especially after already True Gravity taking them down once. However, Forge Your Legacy trying to bring us that lower bracket story. I am not too sure if it's going to happen here, Fixes, but that's what we are looking forward to.
Looking at this roster, I think everybody finally in that low bracket final started delivering, right? We were kind
Yes.
of missing out on Darkness. He delivered. But
Mhm.
for me, the knight in the Shining Armor has to be Doc, right? Especially in those final few moments. Who knows could have gone for a game 3
Yeah.
had he not just pranced in on towards the Rayquaza. But when you look at True Gravity, they've had such a brilliant run, right? Not losing to any team throughout this tournament. They've been
Exactly.
unbeaten so far, and this is the final test, the final hurdle, and they're looking forward to it.
And they'll look forward to clearing it as well because they want to be crowned as the champions and nothing else, and not even take the runners up. Because I think True Gravity here, as we said, right, they are the origin Griffins. They wanted to make sure that they want to put down their efforts that they put throughout and look forward to doing something different this time. Right now, we will also see the head to head between two players who are to be watched out for. Very crucial in these games. It's going to be none other than Fura as well as Miriam. I think in games that we saw recently, it was super close. Fura as well, even Volk mentioned it was all because of Fura. He called the shots and it worked out really well. So right now, he is going to be a player to be watched out. But on the other end, Miriam, he walks with confidence, shines with confidence, and now also a player to watch to in the head-to-head.
I'm really excited to see how ridiculous the drafts can go, right? We got to see a Tyranitar, we got to see the Mimikyu coming out, so much stuff happening
Pikachu.
over there. Even, yeah, but when you talk about Fura, I felt like in the last game, the first matchup, he kind of kept the team glued together.
Correct.
Especially when they were sort of in shambles, Fura with the Venusaur, he goes in, gets so much job done, right? Still keeps them a little afloat. They were just clinging on. And it was kind of moments of despair for Forge Your Legacy. And from there to, kind of go on to win that game and go on to win the second game when everything is against you, I think
Yes.
it takes some nerves, man.
I think as you rightly said, it's about that synergy and communication that teams are slowly eventually figured out here, and it happens in the LAN stages. When they play in the comfort of their homes, they know they can kind of relax, sit however they want. They have no eyes watching in front of them, and there's no, like, literally you feel that so many eyes looking at you, right? That pressure never felt, and also a very different environment that they'll be in now that they have become used to. And especially, I feel like Forge Your Legacy, who have done this lower bracket run to get back to the upper bracket, just like how upper bracket finals was, back to the grand finals. They're looking forward to that champions title and also defeating True Gravity if possible. But True Gravity, as you said, I'm pretty sure they're ready for this. They were sitting back, they watched Griffin, they were ready for Griffin, they were watching even Forge Your Legacy. Now they should be ready, just like how Forge Your Legacy got ready for Griffin.
But now things are going to change, right? Of course, after that first game where we kind of saw the draft that we really did not anticipate, this time things could be completely different.
Yeah.
This time we might get to see Mimikyu being banned off.
Yes.
Maybe Zacian also out of cards. But we know they've got those alternates, right? At the moment we saw Zacian kind of going away from darkness, he went in with the boss wall. We saw him deliver every single time. It was demanded of him in the lower bracket finals. But now, of course, Forge Your Legacy is one of those teams that they're kind of eyeing on that vengeance against True Gravity. But again, when you have players like Zishol, you've got Meruem, so many of those trainers out there who have performed in the past, who kind of manifest the energy from the crowd coming in, who've been, part of such big events, right? That is where they get that little extra edge. But this is where, Volk and Doc, I think those jitters are finally off.
Yes.
I think this is going to be a really even matchup, and who knows who could write this one off.
Yeah, one thing I kind of see in this battle is when we mentioned that there's a new player change, that was also something that players had to kind of get accustomed to. Forge Your Legacy finally came through towards it. But I still feel kind of that role change that has happened over the playoffs and right now on the LAN finals, that might still affect. Whereas on the sides of True Gravity, they've not had that change. They're playing on the similar roles of those attackers, defenders, and speedsters. So it should be an advantage here for them, especially that they had to play only one game. Calling it for the side of Legacy, this is their third game for the day. Now, in terms of, as you said, the momentum, right, that might help them. But for a team who has been like not keeping their hands cool, waiting for the right movement, and also not getting sweaty, we kind of talk about that, right? It's not easy. One small slip up, and maybe you early jump into a fight. Maybe you're playing a Leafy and you jump in with a Leaf Blade. Done is the game. Slowbro catches you with a slow beam. So these are the small factors that we have to look into. But at the end of the day, even these things can be bought back, as we did see, right? Griffin, of how they were able to break those shields and get back that game. Such a close one.
Oh, indeed, right? Like you said, that one small mistake could cost you a lot, and indeed has sent Team Griffin home and packing, right?
Yeah.
Because, you talk about that first game in that low bracket finals, it was Nova, I believe, on Slowbro, just goes in, gets picked off, then Snowy sort of follows up alongside Illusion, and they get picked off. And again, that's where Forge Your Legacy sort of carve their way through, get the Rayquaza, get those scoring stun. But even in the second game, Team Griffin off to another beautiful start, but those small decision-making mistakes, letting that Regieleki go and hitting that to your post and keeping things opened up enables Darkness to go and score that 100, and suddenly the tables are turned. And those little errors cost Team Griffin this entire tournament, something which we kind of thought that would be the matchup, right? True Gravity versus Griffin in the grand finals. Because when you look at True Gravity, they were ex-Griffin. Now they're going against the new Team Griffin, and that would have been something for the storybooks. But we also do have a match on our hands, right? Forge Your Legacy, I think, as their name suggests, they're definitely trying to, create a legacy that everybody remembers.
As you were speaking about Griffins, right? Volk was also ex-Griffin player. So Gravity with ex-Griffin. Now Volk also now trying to make another one, and as you mentioned, legacy, right? I think that's what he's trying to push through, because Volk, even when we saw in the last India Open, he was playing with Marcos, unfortunately got eliminated very early on in the game. This time, however, again came to that similar spot after losing the upper bracket finals. Thankfully, double elimination, survived, made his way through. But now in the upper bracket, grand finals, done, everything is there. There's no more upper lower anymore. Grand finals, they have to find a way to victory. And we even talked about the Pokemons of choices. One thing for sure I missed when I was on desk was Glaceon, which when you guys were there, it was being used. But still, one moveset which I missed was not the Icicle Spear that was being used. I thought maybe because of the recent buff, the attack speed being increased, they might move towards it. But I'm still expecting a lot more very weird picks coming through, especially from Forgeo Legacy, because I feel like True Gravity have understood their playstyle and they wouldn't change a lot on it. Whereas Forgeo Legacy, they have a lot more to explore and express because of darkness.
You know, when you're in the upper bracket finals, right, you kind of have that little bit of an advantage. But now it all boils down to this one game. So that is something that even True Gravity might have in their minds. So we did see some really off-the-book picks, right? We saw Tyranitar coming in.
Exactly.
I mean, we did get to see so many things happening. Mimikyu also coming in. And I'm pretty sure Mimikyu is going to go off for a ban because so far that Pokemon has really been unbreakable.
I think it's a menace, right? As now everybody kind of were looking forward to Mimikyu, but they didn't use it in the playoffs, right? In the online playoffs, and now coming into the LAN, just before the LAN finals, we got the patch where Mimikyu was able to get back into the fray and also act as that Pokemon which can lead from start. We still ended up seeing, right, in the first game that did not work out for Forgeo Legacy themselves. No, I'm sorry, it's on the other way around. It did not work out for True Gravity, but towards the end, they brought that game back. So there is those chances that they can still get Mimikyu back. But now that most of the teams have understood about Mimikyu, I'm pretty sure they're going to try and put it out. But one Pokemon who's still causing trouble is Blaziken, I feel like, which we saw throughout our online playoffs. And now in this position, now Blaziken still look forwards to doing a lot more damage. But I want to also see the other all-rounders who's kind of missing out in this era. If you remember Urshifu, one Pokemon who was always getting banned early on those days. I think I want to see Urshifu again, whether it's the Rapid Strike or the Single Strike. I just hope to see him.
I mean, considering those little nerves being hit on him, and of course, we're not getting to see enough out of Urshifu, but we would love to see that happen. I mean, you're sad about Urshifu, I'm sad about Lucario, right? You know, there was that time Lucario being picked off, you go in there, we had those specialist Lucario players. I think All Might was definitely one of them. And across the international waters, we also had so many other Lucario masters as well. Till the point, you know, Serena really came into the fray and things sort of changed. And this is something that we love about this game, that it's constantly evolving, right?
Correct.
Every single tournament you come into, you see a different draft out there. I mean, there were those times when we had Sylveon picked up a lot.
Exactly.
And I think Hoopa was a must pick before the entire draft ban phase started to happen, right? Now Hoopa is also being restricted, and this is one thing that we need to again discuss about right now, because if you remember in the upper bracket finals, both the teams went in for those Hoopa bans.
Exactly, and I think we can still end up seeing those Hoopa bans coming through because Hoopa is still a menace. Yes, I feel like the Hoopas that were used now did not make their mark, did not find the justice that it should have. Again, it happened because the other team was not letting that Hoopa function as it wanted. However, FS Esports Pardesi tried his best, tried to push it. It did not work through. But time for the grand finals. Draft in front of our screens. Starting things off, the ban phase, it is going to be Mimikyu on one end. On the other end, reading it right here, is going to be True Gravity that they do not want to give the Hoopa.
Indeed. And I think it's a nice decision from Forgeo Legacy, trying to go for that Mimikyu ban, and something that we kind of anticipated, right? Somebody has to ban that Hoopa and that Mimikyu. Now, this kind of set things up differently. I'm really rather keen to see what is Meruem going to go for this time. Sutsuyu, I think he was really good as well, especially considering it was his first time coming out on LAN, playing with the boys. He's delivered. And when you ban Hoopa and Mimikyu, you've got Zacian and Mew, and they have been snatched right away.
I really like this pick coming through, and especially having that Umbreon, right? That evolution has been causing a menace throughout all lobbies. With that mean look we were seeing with that trap, right? They immediately make sure that it doesn't work. Even it happened with the Mimikyu also play the player of miss just because of the mean look catch. And I'm just hoping to see what's going to be different. On the other end, to keep that defender ongoing, we see a Lapras as well as the Blissey. And Blissey has been working phenomenal as a healer, has been annoying as a healer. On the other end, Walt to continue that healing journey, he brings in the Cliffable but Darkness back on the Buzzwall.
And I think Sutsuyu might go on the slow bro, if I'm not wrong, because that's still up for grabs. While Seashall, he's got his eyes. Oh my god, this is going to be absurd if they have the Gudra coming in.
Okay.
I mean, Sam, is that happening? Is this real?
I think I've been waiting for
Oh
it.
my god.
We see
yes.
the lock on the Gudra, and Gudra has received a lot of patches where it has been buffed, but players still kind of feel they're unable to kind of mix and match and play with their rosters or their metas. But right now, making it work here, True Gravity looks like they're pulling all the cards, making sure they become the winners of India Open 2023. Pura, to put a stop to it, brings back that Beamasaur. Not too sure how it'll work out. Final preparation phase here. No item in we saw about, right, the held items kind of even after the patches, it doesn't seem to have changed here. They are playing those similar X speed and ejects and one full heal.
You know, they've got something cooking up, right? For
Yeah.
sure.
With
True
Gudra.
Gravity, especially with Gudra. I mean, I did not see this coming from miles afar. And at this point, you know, one would go on to think that Zsol might stick to his Venusaur, considering you've got Vulcan on that Blissey. We kind of saw how dominant they were. And suddenly he kind of opts for an Inteleon over here whilst giving away Gudra. Now, this is something that's really ridiculous, but I would love to see it work. On the other side, you know, you've got Forge Your Legacy going with something standard, going with something that they have just played right now. So I think they should be quite comfortable. Now, we've got on one side a team that's comfortable, a team on the other, a team that has taken that little bit of a risk. But boy, oh boy, if they make this work, I think they're going to be elated with themselves.
I think this is going to be a good choice for Gudra coming through. I'm looking forward to the moveset, especially if it's a Dragon Pulse. It's going to drain a lot of health for whichever Pokemon it is, especially if it connects on the range attacker, which they do have on Mew. That is where I think the card strikes on the right place and they will win the battle here in this grand finals. Trainers are ready. We are ready. Let's kick things off with the grand finals between True Gravity and Forge Your Legacy. The best of three starts now.
Indeed, Forge Your Legacy on the orange side, whilst True Gravity on the purple. And this is something that everybody is being eyeing out for, everyone connected with the Pokemon community. Of course, it's going to be Melon this time on the Lapras, goes in, a little bit of damage being dished out on Doc. But we know how good of a trainer Doc has been in the past few games.
Forge Your Legacy already getting their Buzzwall stacked up, gets the first goal done, but immediately gets KO'd by the Gudra as well as Chansey troubling their Gumi Riders. Now has to evolve to the Gudra. Immediately Chansey also counters, just gets that one. I think running attack specs. Waiting for the Indeedee right now. Goes away on the bottom path. In the meantime, we have to quickly talk about the mid-path players. Ivysaur has evolved. On the other end, the Zacian also at level 5 is moving out to the top path.
Indeed. And we've got to see, right? We've seen two faces of Zacian. In few games, he was really good. In few games, kind of a little under the weather. But this time, let's see what can they offer, right? We've seen Zacian having the potential, especially when you've got Meriwem sort of being forbidden from getting his Mimikyu. He's going to be a little unhappy about that, but that was something that maybe we had expected happening, right? And suddenly Doc is charging in, but no damage done. It's just being some exchange, and both will just back off and get those necessary heals.
Early game, nothing much to be worried about. It looks like True Gravity and Forge Your Legacy are not diving into any fight as of now. They're just keeping things slow and calm. In the meantime, looks like Doc cannot keep it to himself. Tries with a play rough to kind of isolate Zshol, but Zshol, he is playing with his teammate healer, making sure that the supporter acts like the front line and keeping himself at bay. And them pretty sure want to find a way to get a lot of damage, but Doc jumps in along with him. Volk is there, the Beamon coming in through it, not going to be enough. Doc goes down, Cliffable as well. That's going to be a double KO coming in for True Gravity and pushing all the players of Forge Your Legacy back. Ruben also forced to be run back. He's getting hit with the Ice Shard as well as the Water Pulse, but thankfully he's in his Flux Zone. The speed helps him to survive.
Indeed, I mean, you could see objectives trying to get secured from both the ends, right? Forge Your Legacy definitely might have had two of their Pokemon KO'd, but they're still getting some pressure applied on that top lane, right? Kind of forcing out True Gravity's trainers to kind of bring in their forces on towards that middle lane. But as things stand, right, if you look at the levels, I think Forge Your Legacy is doing a really good job getting those levels up on the Ivysaur. I think it's already evolved into the Venusaur. We've got Mew on level 7 as well, Doc hitting that level 6. So True Gravity needs to find some semblance of hope over here, especially in that first objective fight.
We see the Reggie spawn right now. It's going to be a Regirock on the bottom, and as usual, the Reggie Eliki. Level 8 on the Venusaur. No Unites on the side of Forger Legacy, but on the other end, True Gravity have the Sovereign Sword on the Zacian. They initiate a fight already to get the bottom Reggie secured, but Zishal causing trouble. There's going to be the Eos energized attack. They're trying to hit it, but in the meantime, the beam coming in. Furia, he puts down Zishal. A big KO being found, and on top of it, putting the Zacian also down for the overextension. And Volk should also be put down. We spoke about the Unite. The Unite comes out from none other than the Beamisaur with the Verdant Anger, a 3 KO streak, and the secure of a Regirock.
This time, Forger Legacy off to a really good start, and True Gravity left scratching their heads, right? Of course, they went in for a little bit of a risky play, and Zishal did not have a lot of tank in front of him, right? Not a lot of defenders around, and could not do much. Instantly just gets abominated. But for now, Forger Legacy having that little bit of an advantage in terms of level, and this is exactly something that they have dreamt of. Kind of finding the right start and should not just mess things up. But towards the end, there you could see Boswell getting a little excited there, and Fura again trying to kind of keep the opposition aloof, as now they kind of set their eyes on the Regiliki.
Again, Zishal doing hefty damage, uses the Spy Vision. His Unite is out, might find a KO, but his teammates are helping. They're tanking damage, making sure the Buzzwall doesn't get hit, but Buzzwall jumps immediately along with the help. Gudra also goes down. Lapras Express is here, but I feel like it's a little bit too late as the healer is also down. Zacian along with the Lapras trying to make things work, but Forger Legacy, they had their eyes glued on the Regieliki. Get that 6th ally for themselves. Verdant Dagger out again. It will force all the players back on the Flux Zone, and a big dunk. Oh, wait, it wasn't. It's just a 19 dunk, so not much of an overdunk coming through from Forger Legacy. But still, they have double the amount of goals compared to the side of True Gravity. 208.
How have you been feeling about this, Gudra? Really, I'm kind of hoping to see some more impact, to be honest.
Yeah.
Haven't really gotten to see much out of it, but Forger Legacy, they're doing everything right.
They're making sure that all these close-range Pokemons are getting KO'd as early as possible, going and taking a head-on damage, and Fura has been super crucial because of that. Already has used his Unite twice. The anger is out. That energy amplifier is giving him the benefit. Again, Forger Legacy ready for a bottom path control because there is the Reggie that's going to be spawning. Lapras Express being used this time, however, it's going in a different direction, wanting to find the range attacker, hits on Furia, and finally they find a KO on that Venusaur. Now Doc, he might also go down, he's isolated. Zishal's hit coming through. Ruben, he might also be found. Volk has been closed down. In the meantime, even Zacian moves through Ruben, unable to help his teammates. A 2 KO streak found from Zishal. This might be the fight for True Gravity.
And I think history repeats itself, right? Forger Legacy again having such a good start, but hold on, Zishal has already activated that Azor Spy Vision. Little bit of a comeback coming in as Dog gets taken down. Again, a Verdant Anger being split apart. Vulcan takes a hefty amount of damage, but that liquidation kind of stacking up on the Venusaur. But Ruben does not seem to stop at anything at all, as Miriam also gets picked off, as now Forger Legacy, after this Regirock once again, just to bolster up their defenses and the special defense, as True Gravity again left scratching their heads.
The bottom fight to destroy the goal zone did work out, but did not secure the Reggie. Therefore, right now, Forger Legacy still feel like they're in control. Moving to the top part, True Gravity get it well secured, but look at this. Fura is trying to steal the buff, and he manages to. And he'll run away. That was a sneaky one being pulled off, and Zishal knew if he went closer, the Petal Dance and Gigadin instant KO is what was written on cards. Keeps himself at bay. In the meantime, again, True Gravity keeping themselves a little bit away from the players of Forger Legacy as they easily secure another Reggie on top.
Indeed, and on the cost of Ruben there, of course, Buzzwall, look at Darkness go. I mean, he's got no fear, right? And wants to escape away, but does some damage before getting KO'd. As now True Gravity will try to do whatever it is possible to try and stop that Regiliki from hitting the second base, as a Sutsuyu and Vulcan try to apply some pressure, but Volk enough to deal with them all by his lonesome, as now he receives some assistance. In comes Fura with his Petal Dance and that Giga Drain, as Zacian, well, he's about to melt, one more shot away, but seems like they has managed to live the lights of the day. But now, you know, it is just 23 seconds before that final Rayquaza fight, as now Forger Legacy, they know that they're on the deficit. True Gravity has managed to find something out of this game.
And they've still not destroyed the tier 1 on top, and therefore found so much on the other end. They've destroyed the tier 2 towards the bottom is something that I see. They do not have anything over there, and this is going to be a cause for trouble for Forge Your Legacy. They have to find a way to convert this fight. True Gravity are on the lead, and they've isolated a player. That's going to be Cliffable. Might find a KO. They've also isolated the Buzzwall, found that KO, and right now, nice liquidation hit coming through. Doc might also go down. Ruben trying to save his teammate. Moonlight Prance being hit, does kind of steal away the shields. Bliss assistance being used right as now to protect Doc. It doesn't work out. Gudra had the Bliss assistance. Doc, nothing works out. And Gudra trying to jump. Has the acid spray. Does he use it? Ruben immediately runs away, trying to now keep hold of Furia. Rayquaza completely drained. And Rayquaza secure coming in from Z-Shawl. Rayquaza shield in favor of True Gravity. And True Gravity bring back the game.
And look at Furia just getting sliced apart by Meriwem as True Gravity stake their claim on the throne. And there comes that 100, another 64 being delivered. Vulcan just waiting for his opportunity there as True Gravity definitely did not have the best of starts, but it is the finish that matters.
Yep.
And they have that advantage in the final best of 3 against Forge Your Legacy.
I kind of didn't even see the Gudras unite as much, but I think the damage, especially finding the first KO on Buzzwall, that caused the trouble. Look at Zishal, he still has the Rayquaza shield. I think right now it will break down, but he also uses his unite, finds a 2 KO streak, right now running towards Buzzwall. Buzzwall might also go down, make it a 3 KO streak, and Zishal looking forward to the 4th, and that is only Mew right now, trying to make it work, and that's going to be a team knockout from Zishal all alone. And done is the game, 8:35. And they're not stopping.
Yeah, rising from the ashes, our True Gravity. The way the match started, we all thought this is Forge Your Legacy, kind of riding up that hype choo-choo trade. But True Gravity seemed to have other thoughts in mind, especially during those mid to end games transition, where, you know, you could see Forge Your Legacy around that mid path, kind of overextended a little bit. That's where they got those levels up. That's where they kind of retrieved everything towards that end fight. Of course, Z-Shawl getting that steal on the Rayquaza, and Forge Your Legacy, they are just haunted with what's really happening with them, and True Gravity strikes once more.
13 knockouts, 5 coming in at the last fight itself towards the opponent's home goal zone. Imagine they're getting the blue shield advantage and it still doesn't work out because that man is hitting crit shot after another crit shot with the help of liquidation. I think Fura was too good in the start of the game, as we spoke about it, made use of that early evolution on level 7 after the new patch. Doc also was always there to make sure to invite for fights, but I think here Ruben was somewhere left behind for fights. His solar beams were seen, but it did not do enough damage as we thought of.
And I think, you know, one of the biggest issues that has still not been addressed for Forge Your Legacy, especially against True Gravity, is how they're kind of crumbling down in those team fights, right?
Yes.
Whenever you're seeing that 5v5 go on, True Gravity see a lot more composed, a lot more organized, something that's still missing from Forge Your Legacy. Despite having such a good start once again, how do they manage to mess it up?
Paying close attention to that bottom path fight which happened, right?
Yeah.
You saw True Gravity make a push to the bottom path, destroy that tier 1, and you saw after that they were getting counter KO'd. What did True Gravity decide? Whoever got KO'd, forget about them. Move back to your bases, right? Move back to your paths and then go for leveling up and experience. That's what worked out. I think the discipline of True Gravity to make sure that they are always fighting with the wild Pokemon, gaining experience, getting Eos energy, and then moving towards the positions where Pokemons are fewer. You remember the tier 2 of the bottom was also destroyed. I think that thought process of them realizing where majority of the Pokemons are moving and also making use of that Regieleki as the 6th ally as a distraction, they all move to the bottom path. That's what worked out really, really well. And I think here, even though he picked up Muddy Water, it made do. I thought Dragon Pulse would come through and Dragon Pulse will drain a lot of health. It was not the case with Muddy Water as well. Suyu made it work for his team, and True Gravity have the first game in their own hands.
And, you know, they're kind of doing with picks that we've never seen before. I
Yeah.
think it's the first time that I'm casting and I get to see a Gudra in play. Eventually, when it kind of started off, barring that first KO that he got, we could not see much more of that impact, but later as the game progressed, which is kind of reflected on the graph, right? Forge Your Legacy did have a really good start, but right after that Regiliki, right, you could see that True Gravity went in with those scores to the point where they had that slight advantage, which all boiled down to that final Rayquaza battle. And that was the moment, right, that changed it all.
Yeah.
This was something that Forge Your Legacy did not really anticipate. Honestly, I did not. Considering you've already got such a fat Venusaur in your team who can tank up so much damage, you can dish so much damage, you know, one of those Pokemons that is so devastating in those late game stages, still could not stand the onslaught of Zishol and his liquidation.
Yeah, we spoke about that. The Giga Drain as well as Petal Dance coming through is
Yeah.
something that you have to be worried about when you're a closed range damage dealer, right? I think making sure Fura was jumping towards them, trying to get them closer, and they were still keeping their distance, making sure that doesn't happen. I think that's where you have to give credit to True Gravity. And True Gravity, I think one fight, it was not even a fight, maybe it was the check of tall grasses that was happening as soon as the Rayquaza spawned, this found Buzz Wall and then the Cliffable. If that did not happen, maybe this could have been an even more closer battle. But as soon as that happened, you saw immediately True Gravity pushed it to 6th gear. They just went all out. They said, we found two main ones. Healer is out, the frontline attacker is down. Now let's just wipe them all.
Indeed, you know, the iron is hot. Let's just strike it with the hammer,
Yeah.
and you know, down went Forge Your Legacy. And this is the point which needs to be raised right now. You know, Sam, this is a question that's kind of been icking me for a while. What would it take from Forge Your Legacy to go on and beat True Gravity, especially after them having such a good start and still somehow fumbling towards the end?
I think one major attention that True Gravity are paying here is let them destroy our tier 1 goal zones. We will get a lot more NDDs on our paths. That's where they're getting a lot more experience and having chances to fight back. That's something I feel like Forge Your Legacy should pay attention to, because you could see Forge Your Legacy are running to find the wild Pokemons out of their own paths because their NDDs are not spawning, because the goal zones are not getting destroyed. And I think True Gravity are kind of playing smart over there in that time game.
Is it that hot blood coursing through their veins, suddenly, you know, them having the momentum, having such a good start, kind of giving them that feel that, yeah, they got the game, and then that overextension happens? Because this is honestly not the first time that we've
Yeah.
seen this happen.
I think it's, as you said, right, to them playing that lower bracket run and getting that victory. Now they've understood what needs to be done. That's where it kind of thought, or the process was like, we've done it, guys. We've already kind of, from the jaws, we have come out alive. We've made it through, and especially against Griffin, that they pushed it through. Maybe Forge Your Legacy thought we have things under control. But I think Gravity slowly, sneakily made sure that they were doing their job of leveling up, getting enough experience. And also, I felt like Zacian never overextended a lot, except for the starting stages. As soon as they understood that, okay, with the Venusaur trying to keep that close range, making sure even if Zacian jumps in with the AOS boosted attack, immediately put him down. You have Giga Drain, you have even the Solar Beam. Double ranged attacker hit means deadly is the damage.
Now, the big question comes up, right? Are you going to let Zacian really come in and instead of Mimikyu? We're going to have that conversation going on. But for now, again, the player of the game, the trainer of the game, has to be Zishol. He's been doing this time and again. Gave him a Venusaur, he learned the MVP. Gave him an Inteleon, he'd do the same.
This is why we said like Zishol will still be the player to watch out. I think his role change has affected a lot here in the entire circuit. I feel like from when we have seen him, even when he was in Revenant, as that support was super crucial. There were instances that just because of him standing in front of the opponent as a wall has caused victories for his team. And right now he's changed it to where he can do a lot more damage to the Pokemon, has worked out better. Now it's time, I guess we'll be jumping into the draft phase where we're going to be seeing if it is going to be True Gravity closing it on a 2-0 or Legacy bringing it back. Are they going to forge it? Are they going to get the iron through?
I mean, look at this, right? We were talking about letting Mimikyu and Zacian up on the cards, right? And both these teams have decided, like, you know, we don't want this. Which means that I think over here, Forge Your Legacy finally have that access to the Hoopa, right? Something that maybe they've been eyeing out for, because we know, right, they really have those trainers who can deliver with Hoopa. But there you go. Just as we were speaking, Hoopa gets first pick.
Volk, again, it's been a question for me, but let's see how it works out here. Moving into the supporter role, bringing in a new player, it has been doing enough damage, but especially against Gravity, they've been troubled. Right now, to start things off, super hot. Gravity decide will pick out both our ranged attacker right from the get-go, deny the size of Ruben getting his Mew again. There can be chances, and also another Beamer also being taken out. Venusaur.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of looking a little awkward for me, to be honest, because right now, of course, True Gravity, they've gone in with the Mew, they've gotten in with the Inteleon, but they definitely need some tank up there, and I think Lapras can fit the role. They still have Slowbro. However, we have not seen a lot out of Trevenant, right?
Yeah.
Vulcan, this Blissey pick is something that has been anticipated, and I really want to see how they're going with the draft, because Asutsuyu, what is he going to play this time?
He played a Gudra. I'm not too sure what he has. And I think this player, we spoke about this, right? Maybe there can be synergy issues. Maybe he might not be ready to play on the LAN. But it never looked like that. And this man has been bringing those odd balls for every team and caused trouble. Coming into the last two choices on the side of Forge Your Legacy. Darkness this time. Picking up a Blastoise. I think he will stick on to the Blastoise, and Fura playing on Leafeon. Last pick here, a Suyu. Can he find the odd one out?
No.
You spoke about Trevenant, but we forgot about Crustle. He brings a Crustle. I was just thinking about it when you mentioned Trevenant, but I was like, no man, it's been too long, but fixes this guy. Oh my god, a Crustle in the mix.
It's insanity, to be honest, right? Asutsuyu, I think getting back to Lapras and Melon on that Crustle. Now, this sort of changes everything that we thought of, right? This is something that maybe, Forge Your Legacy might not have seen coming. And, in the early initial days when there were not a lot of Pokemons in the pool, we used to see Crustle, right?
Yeah.
Kind of gets quite annoying to be dealing with. But you never know. But looking at that, looking at the draft of True Gravity, you kind of tend to see that, yeah, they've gone for the Mew, they've had that Inteleon, they're looking a lot squishy. So getting Pokemons like Lapras, Blissey, and Crustle definitely kind of adds up that little buff that they want, that little tankability in their draft. Whilst you can see, Volk, he's gone for this Hoopa. Anything could really happen in this game.
Yeah, this game is out of bounds for us also to kind of decipher. A lot. I'm especially looking forward to the move set. I was thinking, like we talked about Gudra, right? I thought, okay, Dragon Pulse, that's the bigger move, right?
Yeah.
You get a chance to take a lot more health from the opponents. Seems like he's like, no, I'll play with Muddy Water. I'll make it work. And right now with Crustle, I'm not too sure. Rock Tomb, Cell Smash, Stealth Rock, X Scissor. What is he going to play?
The big question is that, look at the cojones on True Gravity, right? They bring in a sub who they've not played with before and seem to use him as an ace up their sleeves, right? Something nobody anticipated, but Forge Your Legacy against True Gravity could be happening for the last time if True Gravity wins this one out. As Forge Your Legacy, they start off from the purple side, whilst True Gravity are on the orange. And this Crustle, we all have eyes on Melon.
Yeah. Talking about quickly on the mid path, this time it's going to be a mid path on Mew. On the other end, it is going to be a Eevee looking forward to evolving to Leafeon. Mew, I'm looking forward to a level 5 from the start, but Zishal, he might be in trouble, might get KO'd. He uses eject, runs away right now in the tall grasses, but Ruben is ready for him. Nice seed bomb coming through, and then the Razor Leaf finds the KO over there. Forge Your Legacy, they're like, okay, you might find the first initial scores, but we'll find the first KO.
I think this is something good, right? Just trading things off, and we really want this game to go to game number 3. I really want to see what more do True Gravity have to offer for us, but surely they might have practiced with this particular draft. But as things stand, right, Muse already is hitting level 5. We've got Leafeon on that level 5 as well, and there you go. Once again, right, this is not looking really good for True Gravity, especially with Inteleon kind of losing out on those early XPs. Now that's got to hurt him a lot.
Look at Melon so close to level 4, but they're not giving him a single NDD or anything, right? They denied the Altaria, Swablu and everything. Finally, the bunnies that they had kept in their flux zone, they make use of it and get themselves to level 4. Crustle has finally evolved. But I think it's the magic of these EVs that's working out. Rock Tomb is going to be the one of the first movesets that Crustle uses. Mew on the other end, level 5, we spoke about it, needs to find damage, does find, puts Walk to rest for now and sends back to Nurse Joy. Will be back again joining with his teammates. But Forge Your Legacy, they have the early lead.
Please for now, right? This is where, Zishal needs to find something. Because he's kind of been lagging a little bit behind. He needs to get those levels because it's one of those games that he kind of feels unfamiliar with. Because every single time he's had a good time in the jungles getting all those levels. But right now, things look a little different, things look a little otherwise. But Doc trying to apply that pressure onto its Melon, will get that KO as now Fortune Legacy again off to a really good start.
It's time that we'll be seeing the Reggie spawn, but again, early goal destructions. We just spoke about this. Shedinja Doll, and I should think the Blissey should survive. Vulcan still trying his best with the soft boil, but now there are too many opponents who have surrounded him, and he will go down. Yes, the Blissey for now, but look at this. Immediately, Zishal goes for the Indeedee. He's evolved, fully evolved for an Inteleon, and Volk right now, overextension. Timing of that hyperspace hole. He's back into his base, will get a full heal, and not a KO.
Oh my god, Fortune Legacy doing everything right, and they've been doing that for the past 3 games that they've played against True Gravity. It's all about holding themselves through the mid game, right? As Leafeon already hitting level 8, even Venusaur has got that evolution. We kind of see Blastoise on the cards too, as they set their eyes on the Regice, as they will secure it, will kind of gradually increase their HP up by a little, but this is where True Gravity finds something out, right? Getting the Blastoise down, and now would have their eyes set on the Reggie.
They would mostly want it because they've lost the bottom Reggie. They might even lose their top goal zone here, tier 1. But they're keeping their distance. I still feel like they might let go of the tier 1, let it get destroyed, looking forward to more level experience of wild Pokemon. That's what is happening. Seems like they can see what's happening, but they do not want to intervene in the fight, or maybe even for a steal. Rock Tomb going, they separate the players, deny them from fighting with Regieleki and securing it. Vulcan also comes in, but the Rapid Spin trying to catch Zishal, doing a lot of damage. Zishal helps along with his teammate. The Solar Beam connects, but the Venusaur, Word and Tanger works, finds one on the healer, and now True Gravity are forced to back off. Suyu, he might also go down. The Emerald 2-step comes out, and it seems like the Lapras barely managed to survive and is backed off because of the Mystical Mirage.
Oh, indeed, and look at the Mew go there, but eventually gets taken down, and that's a powerful Solar Beam coming in through Ruben. And now, as things stand, right, Fortune Legacy somehow holding themselves through still True Gravity. You know, these are the phases where they kind of get off, can make a comeback, but still struggling, despite the fact they managed to get the Regieleki, and now this is where we can see that Russell coming in with that Unite move, having that little bit of that bliss assistance there, as Zishal will find Volk surrounded by the Rock Tomb, and this is what True Gravity wanted. This is the moment they were waiting for, as now those dunks will come through.
An over dunk, which does get them closer to Forger Legacy. And there's also a bottom score happening from Mew, and right now they will take the lead because of the 25. But look at Suyu, he wants to overextend. Catches Doc off right now, maybe a KO, but the damage dealer is not here. No ranged attacker, so Doc will survive and he'll back off. Double defenders along with the supporter, not much to do. In the meantime, it's going to be Vulcan who might get caught. Volk trying to cause trouble. He also helped his teammate with a hyperspace hole. Vulcan knows getting a KO from a Hoopa is not going to be easy, but will wait for his teammates to come through. Volk might be in a little bit of a trouble. In the meantime, there is Zishal also who's made his way to the mid path. Vulcan right now healing everybody. Solar Beam barely connects with Vulcan. Little damage, but Zishal, that jump that happened, thankfully it worked out. He was able to catch Doc, but the Rings Unbound come out. Volk, big hit coming on the X-Scissor, and then the last one as he finds a KO. Rings Unbound immediately flattened.
Oh, indeed, the Word and Anger also coming through, but look at True Gravity trying to disengage from this particular fight. As Forger Legacy, they've also had to deal with their own losses at this point, right? Now 4 minutes remaining. Of course, Fura has got his eyes set on the Regice. Will have some little bit of assistance coming in from Ruben. Will have no trouble securing this, right? It's just going to be Vulcan trying to come for it. Maybe would want to steal off with the soft boil, but does not happen, as Ruben will get that final hit. But right now, as things stand, right, True Gravity still have that little bit of an edge in terms of those goals scored. But looking at the levels, right, now certainly both these teams, they're kind of even Steven. This could be anybody's games. It's all about those execution as the execution comes through. Look at the damage being dealt, but somehow Forger Legacy managed to sustain that.
About to see a goal destruction, but the Solar Beam to a Solar Beam, and now he's pushed out. Oh wait, he comes back again, and that hit with the boosted attack comes through, and the Venusaur is down, and finally True Gravity destroy even the tier 1 of the bottom path, and they're not stopping. Look at the confidence that they have. As they move in with a ranged attacker, it is all working out, unfolding in their hands.
And this is again the history books repeating themselves with the Lapras Express I think Sutsuyu wanted to explore a little bit more, want to kind of close in the gap, but now just mere 45 seconds remain before the final Rayquaza pops up. Of course, Leafeon has got that level 13, but anything could potentially happen at this point.
Lapras Express being used at the 2-minute 50 mark. I'm not too sure if he'll be able to bring it back up again. Quickly talking about levels, there's level 12 on 2 of the players on Forge Your Legacy, whereas I see 2 level 13 on True Gravity. Now that's the advantage that True Gravity are always walking up with.
No, I'm kind of confused. Even I was thinking of the same, right? You do not have that Lapras Express. Sometimes you need it for that initiation, right? Could be a game changer in those fights. But, you know, True Gravity have made really good work out of the Crustle, especially, you know, with how they're just kind of enclosing, separating the isolations coming. Oh, and look at that Blastoise almost melt down into despair as now the final stretch arises. And this is where it all boils down to. True Gravity have that nice advantage. It is going to be Forge Your Legacy that need to force the fight.
They have to take it head on, and especially how Melon is playing, it's caused trouble. Again, Rock Tomb coming through isolates Dog, but in the meantime, they're trying to find either the ranged attacker or the speedster. They might find it, but in the meantime, Suyu wanted to go for a sneaky score. Will be stopped with the beam coming through, and now Fura wants to jump. Suyu does have his Lapras Express, can manage to find and use it, but both the range attackers are on him and his teammates are nowhere nearby.
No, this is something that True Gravity are enjoying, right? Keeping their opponents distracted. They know they've got that advantage in terms of the goals being scored, but look at the damage, you know, being dished out over here. At this point, somebody needs to force this, and with that Solar Beam, of course, that Soft Boil dealing a little bit of damage there, would want to back off and heal up a little bit as Meruem gets picked off by Leafeon. That Solar Blade really coming into handy as everything, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, that Emerald 2-step, but right now Spy Vision has been activated. Vulcan, I want to see who he gives Bliss assistance to. Maybe it was a mistake. Gives it to Crustle, and I'm pretty sure he wants to buy some more time for his teammates to respawn, as 2 of them have got down, but Crustle, he might also be in trouble as his teammates Suyu also fallen. It's only Vulcan as well as Crustle right now surviving. Vulcan and Melon, can they make a change? Forge Your Legacy trying to drain Rayquaza as much as possible, as fast as possible, but the Rayquaza is also doing damage. There can be a chance of a steal, maybe even a KO on Dog, and Dog barely survives. Yes, Blissey finds not 1 or 2 KO streak, and now Blastoise with a rapid spin, he might also go down, waiting for it, and they also want to take down the Venus, so they do it, and the Worded Anger, before it comes down, the KO gets through, and also right now Rayquaza will be in favor without Forge Your Legacy having a chance, even though they started the fight. True Gravity, Melon and Vulcan, what was that magic that they made it work, and the game is done. There's no chance of a comeback.
And there you go, the time's up. And there we have it, True Gravity playing like champions towards the end, earning their rights, proving their stake at the ultimate glory. They are victorious. They emerge as the champions of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023.
Are you kidding me? Also a way to find chaos with Blissey. Imagine in the final fight, 2 KO streak with the bombs coming through. Oh my god, you have to be kidding me. I thought it will be Melon who will pick up those KOs because players were low, and he's like, I'm going to put Rock Tomb, help my Blissey out over there. Amazing stuff being pulled out from True Gravity, and we were speaking about this. True Gravity have figured their roles out. I don't think they'll be experimenting in voila, game number 1, Gurra, game number 2, Crustle. I don't know how long if we had pushed this, what and all True Gravity were packing. I think they were ready for anything and everything. All the cards, we are like, we're going to put it out.
You know, I don't know how they did that, but Melon and his Crustle need to take a bow, especially with how underrated Vulcan has been in those final few moments. Just when we were thinking, yes, this is exactly what Forge Your Legacy needed. They're definitely going to go in for the score, but they did not have a lot of health points on their Pokemons, and they knew those Xyzes, they sometimes tend to hurt, and that is exactly what happened. What a match it was, I must tell you, Sam. Really came down to the wire, but it was True Gravity who did have the big chunk of the pie, and here they are emerging as the champions.
I think as soon as in our upper brackets, True Gravity were able to take down Griffin, that's where I kind of felt, oh man, this team looks very well rounded. They have everything that they need, especially with the role changes that they've had. We have to look out for this team, and that's what they made it happen. Amazing stuff, I think, right as now, as we've seen coming in from True Gravity. They fought with Revenant to start things off. Then immediately TG versus TG happened, where it was again True Gravity. But that game went down to the wire, went to the third round, and that's when we ended up seeing True Gravity victorious. But after that, today, starting things off, True Gravity decided we are going to be our today's grand finalists. Mariam said that we are the ones, we are the best team, and they proved here now in this grand finals and will be calling themselves the winners, the champions of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. And in what way? Where we thought, okay, it's going to be Z-Shawl, it might be Sue with his Lapras Express trying to do damage, it might be Mew. Well, no, none of them. It's your Blissey as well as Crustle, which none of us had even in our minds. We spoke about even Revenant fixes, and there's Crustle.
It was an arduous path, definitely for these lads. It was a difficult journey, a journey filled with a lot of those hurdles, and step by step they crossed over it all, being crowned as the champions, the ultimate glory, heading into the ACL with those bragging rights, right? This is everything that they would have wanted, right? Every single nuance in those final fights, all made sense, because there was a moment you were even shocked, let's be honest.
Yeah.
The Bliss assistance on the Crustle, why? It was all
Exactly.
about buying that time, and eventually it sort of all made sense, right?
Yeah.
They did not have the Mew over there. They wanted to buy some time for him to really come back through, and they did. And not just that, they got more than what they had asked for, right? Getting those 2 KOs, that was absurd. That was madness, insanity, whatever you call that. They somehow made it work.
And you see, even in the last fight, right, they knew there was a player who was ready to secure. That was the Venusaur. Mew ran towards him. Crustle was also moving. He was like, no, there's no secure steals happening at all. They're like, Blastoise will eventually go down because Rayquaza was also doing damage, right, in that pit. And what a play coming in. That decision making, being so decisive on the go, especially that you spoke about it, Bliss assistance for a Crustle, we would have thought it would have gone to Z-Shawl, it would have gone to Mew, somebody other than a Crustle, right? Maybe even a Lapras, because Lapras was super low later down the line. But man, what a fight to conclude. One end it was the Gudra, and one end right now Crustle, a defender. When we played the upper bracket journey, right, it was Blissey, these support characters doing a lot of damage and now winning the games. Here, it's not just support, defender also chiming in, and I think Blissey right is now, hands down, is just not the savior, not just the healer, but also the damage dealer.
It has to be a one-of-the-kind finals, right?
Yes.
Something that I have personally not witnessed before. Getting in such Pokemons that have not really been picked up, and somehow they managed to make it work. Sam and I, we've lost our minds, but we're going to be taking our goodbyes from you guys. But we've got so much happening because Captain Price, he's waiting with the champions. Over to you.
Well, this was amazing, right? This was just amazing. I told you, I started off the show today mentioning that Blissey is a Pokemon to look out for. And that Blissey came in so handy. Who would have thought a Crustle would be picked in the last game? Now, let me remind you guys, Crustle, it was buffed, but nobody picked it all throughout the qualifiers, the double elimination brackets, and now on playoffs, on LAN, grand finals, the most important game. And I mean, come on, man, this team, they're just crazy, right? Whatever they did it here. But of course, a well-fought battle, I would mention. It all came down to that final stretch. We know how the game has been growing overall, changes in Pokemon, and of course, the held items and battle items, everything gets changed once in a while. And I think this was the most important game that we saw. But with that being said, India Open 2023, Pokemon Unite, this tournament has been absolutely flabbergasting. And I think everyone who has been involved directly, indirectly, you have played your role, be it the audience, back-end team, me, myself, my talents, everyone, they have done such a fantastic job. But with that being said, I did mention, right, we are having giveaways. Yes, there were people who were coming and asking me that when is the giveaway happening? It's going to happen now, like right now. Now, you all have the raffle tokens, right? So the raffle tokens, be ready with your numbers. Slowly but steadily, I'm going to read out 40 total numbers, 40 numbers. If you have the numbers with you, you guys need to head over to the right-hand side of my position here on the meet and greet area. You will be given the keychain which you have won just for being lucky and just for being here. So guys, be ready. I'll be reading out the numbers to you guys in a matter of seconds now. But also with that, we will have 3 WCS uniforms giveaway. But we have the numbers. We'll have the numbers up on the LED, so please pay attention to the LED and also the numbers that are here. Yes, these are the lucky numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Please take a look at it. It's number 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 26, 35, 47, 50, 54. And following that will be 55, 56, 62, 78, 83, 85, 87, 90, 91, 103. That's 20. Yes, there's another 20 more. It's going to be 108, 110, 113, 117, followed by 118, then 124, 125, 127, 131, and for the final 10, 137, 143, 145, 152, 162, 179, 181, 191, 196, and last but not least, 198. If you have these numbers on your raffle tickets, guys, quickly step over to my right-hand side onto the meet and greet area. If you have these numbers with you, if you have the raffle tokens, please approach the meet and greet area and collect what you have just won, just for being here and just for being super lucky. But this is not all. I told you there will be a total of 3 giveaways. Now, out of those 3 giveaways, the second giveaway is the WCS uniforms. Who doesn't want to wear a Pokemon Unite uniform? The jersey, whatever you call it. I wanted to wear it. I could not, but you guys are lucky enough. 3 lucky people will get it. But these 3 people, who are they? What are the raffle token numbers? We'll get it over here, right here on the LCD. So be ready. You'll get it here on this LED. But again, a reminder to all the numbers that I just announced. You can head over to the right-hand side, but for these 3 lucky winners, number 43, number 76, and number 103, you guys need to come up till me. You need to come up to the stage to collect your WCS uniform. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the following raffle ticket numbers, 43, 76, and 103, please head over to the stage. Number 43, 76, and 103. Please head over to this area quickly, and then you're going to come up to the stage. The numbers are 43, 76, and 108. These 3 numbers, 43, 76, and 108. 3 WCS uniforms, man. Who doesn't want to wear it? Who doesn't want to wear it? 43. The only number that's remaining is 43. 43, please check your raffle ticket. If you have the number 43, quickly step up to the stage, please. Number 43, lucky number 43. All right. Now, may I please invite on stage the awardees. Well, yes, they are very special people. They have come among us. May I please invite Sunita first on stage. Please come on stage, Sunita. Please put your hands together for Sunita, ladies and gentlemen. And alongside Sunita, I would also require Ungraduate Gamer. Could you please come up on stage quickly? Ungraduate Gamer, wherever you are, please come up on stage. Ungraduate Gamer, yes, please come up on stage. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So welcome to both of you. And now may I please have the rewards given away to you guys. Please step on stage. Come up, please. Yes, I'm going to get your rewards quickly. Yes, so this is your reward, and it'll be given by Sunita and Ungraduate Gamer. Please look at the camera for the photo. Guys, please come close here. Please come here. Put your hands together for these lucky winners. Now, they are not the only ones that are lucky. There's one super lucky, a super lucky winner. That person is going to get a plushie. Who doesn't want it? Yeah, I'm going to keep you guys back. That plushie is there. Who will get that one lucky plushie? Let's take a look at the LED. What's the number? It's number 236. Number 236. If you have the raffle ticket, please quickly come up on stage. Number 236. Wow, lot of trainers here. Please come up on stage. Congratulations, first of all. I'm going to get your plushie quickly. Look at how cute this is, guys. Look at how cute this is. This is the groundbreaking view. Please put your hands together for the lucky winner. I will let you guys hand it over. Put your hands together for the lucky number 236. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you so much. Okay, just hold 1 second for the photo, please. Now, we told you that there were giveaways. Whoever was here, they have been rewarded. But if you're lucky number 43, you can still report to the right-hand side and you can collect your jersey, WCS jersey. Who doesn't want it? Thank you so much, Ungadget Gamer and Sunita. Thank you so much for coming up here. But now, we all know what's next, right? Yes, the rewards, the winners, the runners-up, and the MVP. 3 rewards in total. 3 very important rewards. MVP could be anyone. We saw a mad Venusaur today. We saw a mad Crustle pick. We saw the Blissey, the groundbreaking Blissey, which has completely changed the game. But who is the MVP? That is the question. Runners-up and champions, I'm pretty sure you guys already know. For those of you who are here and all the trainers sitting back at home and enjoying the amazing LAN finals. I think the vibe for LAN finals is completely different. You come in here, you cheer for the teams playing up here, and then you see so many people. But let me just invite the awardees first on stage. May I please invite the one and only Kenjiro Ito, Chief Business Officer of the Pokemon Company, on stage. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kenjiro Ito. And alongside him, may I please also invite Shivanandi, CEO, Sky Sports Gaming. Put your hands together for these men who have made it all possible. All right, so how does it feel? What do you feel about the overall Pokemon Unite scene in India after visiting here?
日本語で失礼します。通訳いいですか？たくさんの人が、戦う姿を見て非常に感動しました。
So I'm going to translate for him. He's very happy that all of you are here, and he's very happy to see how much excited you are here.
今日勝ったチームも負けたチームもぜひ次のインドの大会、そして次のアジアの大会、そして最後の世界の大会に向けてもっと練習に励んで、ポケモンユナイトを楽しんで、そして、戦っていただければというふうに思います。よろしくお願いします。
All the teams that participated today, the teams that won, the teams that lost, I want all of these teams to continue their matches in India, to win and go to Asia, and to win and participate in the world tournaments as well. And I want you to get stronger in the Pokemon Unite and also have love for Pokemon and continue the love for Pokemon.
That is just amazing. That is just amazing. Thank you so much. Well, I would also request Shivanandi. Now, this man had a dream to bring in all the kids, the elderly, onto an esports LAN event, and on this stage, Pokemon Unite, he has made it successful. Shiva sir, how do you feel being here and being able to fulfill your dream?
First of all, thank you who all came today to watch and support Pokemon Unite. And so Pokemon itself have the great fan base across India and all over the world. And today, my dream also came true. To make kids, family to come and watch esports tournament is my long dream, and today it came. And thanks who and all who supported for the event, and thanks to Pokemon Company also who gave the opportunity. And congratulations to all the winners.
Well, thank you so much. Now I'm going to hold you guys back here because I have the name of the MVP of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. You guys want to find out who it is? Can I hear it from the audience? You guys want to find out who the MVP is? Yes, everyone is ready. So let's call him up on stage. It is the one and only Illusion. Illusion, may I please have you on stage? Give a big round of applause for Illusion. Wow. What an evening. What an afternoon. welcome. Congratulations. Now he is the MVP, right? He played like a madman. And here is the reward. The MVP check goes to the one and only Illusion. Please put your hands together once again. Now, this is the MVP, right? We still need the runners-up on stage. So you know who the runners-up are? Let's call them on stage. Let's call them on stage. Let's call the runners-up on stage. Yes, this team, they had a fantastic fight. They fought till their last breath. But may I please invite on stage the runners-up of Pokémon Unite India Open 2023. Team, forge your legacy. Please come on stage, guys. Give a big round of applause. They play like a champions. Here is the check for the runners-up. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the runners-up of Pokémon Unite India Open 2023. Forge your legacy! Congratulations, guys. I'm going to just hold you back for a minute. I'm going to speak to Volk. After the photo, of course. After the photo, yes. All right, Volk, please come here. That's the you can take the lead. Yes, sir. I'll talk to you. All right, so Volk, this was an amazing journey, of course. But how do you feel overall coming in as the runners-up of Pokémon Unite India Open?
I'm actually pretty proud of my team because we had a lot of downs, like in the last couple of months, and then one of our players couldn't make it, so we made like a 1 week ago week shift, and this guy started the game 1 month ago, probably. Yeah.
My God, that's crazy. That's crazy. Please put your hands together once again for this team and for the IGL Volk himself. Wonderful job, Volk. Thank you so much. But with that being said, the next, the most awaited announcement, the winners of Pokémon Unite India Open 2023 Team True Gravity. Please come on stage, boys. Give a big round of applause for this team. The champions of Pokémon Unite India Open 2023. True Gravity. Now. Oh my God. The first reward is going to be the check, of course. I have the trophy. I haven't revealed it to you guys. I'll give the trophy as well. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for True Gravity. Now the next reward. Oh, it's heavy. Yes, this is the trophy. The champions of Pokémon Unite India Open. Please put your hands together for Team True Gravity. What a team. Absolutely phenomenal. Very few, just 1 or 2 losses, and they've made it up till here. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming up here. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I'm not going to let the IGL go. The other players you can enjoy. But only for the IGL, I'm going to keep him. Also, Zishal, stand by. I need both of you, the IGL and Zishal. Yes. So one question each. I'm going to let you enjoy after that.
Yes.
So, Miriam, it's been a long time you've played the game, and finally you've lifted a trophy, and you're going to go to the ACL. How are the feelings, and what have you prepared for ACL?
So this was definitely an exciting journey. You know, we put in a lot of work, and thankfully it paid. But we know that the journey doesn't end here. You know, ACL is a very big event, and we'll be competing with international teams. So hopefully we'll be able to prepare well enough for that. That is
absolutely. All right, now you take the trophy, and Zishal, come near me, please. Yes. Now, I remember during India Open 2022, I had made this statement, Zishal on range attacker is the best. What do you have to say on that, first of all?
Actually play defender better, but it's okay.
I know, but we have seen you in the game. I mean, that's just a storyline he has to say that, yeah, okay. But range attacker, Venusaur, I remember the second last game that you played. That was crazy, right? Whose call was it to go with the Giga Drain and the, the Petal Dance build?
It's actually nobody's call. Matlab, jisko bhi acha lagta hai, he picks it.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Because nobody knows na kiska role kiska acha.
Oh, okay. So they're still figuring things out. But how prepared are you for ACL since your team has made it already there?
It will be fine because Merom is going anyways. So.
Oh,
yeah.
That's going to be fun. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the champions of Pokemon Unite India Open. Team True Gravity. What a show we've had. Thank you to everyone out there, all the trainers, the Pokemon fans right here in KD Jadhav Indoor Stadium, New Delhi. Now this is a banger of a show, right? But the show, it's not over yet. We know 6 teams from India Open will be moving into ACL. We are going to watch the broadcast. We are going to enjoy the broadcast on the 9th, 16th and 23rd of December. Whoever is the champion from the India qualifiers moves in and plays in Bangkok on 17th and 18th of February on the ACL finals. That is also a LAN, so it doesn't end here. But for tonight, this is going to be it. My name is Captain Price. I was your host for the day, along with my talent desk. On English panel, we had Lucifer, Nick Rose, and Fixes. On the Hindi panel, we had All Might, Raider, and Tanmay. Thank you so much, guys, and have a great evening. This is me signing off with the team.